Go Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao Minga Revolution, and the day of reckoning has come. The day of reckoning has come for Israel, y'all. Be sure to wipe your feet coming into the House of Revolution. That's hitting the like button. Subscribe to the Chazana, man. We growing fast. Let's build this platform up. We got to get right down into this today. Very dynamic thing happened today. Israel has been warned about their genocide in Gaza. The U.S. and the U.K. is next. It's a very bad day for Joe Biden. Now, I wonder what all the border BS, the Civil War BS was all about. They don't let them fool you. They talk about everything but what really matters right now. Yes, those migrants coming across that border is a very serious situation. But the real problem that America is going to be dealing with is what has met the International Criminal Court. Salute, brother. Everything, I'm not even going to deal with that border BS today like that and that Civil War nonsense because of distraction. It's a distraction from Israel being found semi-guilty for genocide. And if they're guilty, the U.S. is guilty. If the U.S. is guilty, UK is guilty. If UK is guilty, the Anglo-Saxons is guilty, period. So let's get into exactly what are you talking about, Coach? Let's dig into this, y'all.
The International Court of Justice just delivered a huge blow to the state of Israel as they find sufficient basis behind South Africa genocide charges against them. First off, South Africa deserves massive praise for their huge legal victory over the state of Israel. The lawyers representing South Africa will be remembered as civil rights icons and people who champion international law.
Now, remember Anthony Blinken, what you said, he was a Jewish guy when he went to Israel. He was doing that as a Jewish guy. Shalom, brother, salute. He said that they said this was baseless, groundless allegations of genocide. Well, that ain't what the International Criminal Court, that ain't what the court said. The court said, oh, with some grounds, and they absolutely looking deeper now, and they sided with South Africa. Meaning, any a verdict that went against Israel is binding towards the United States. It's binding towards the UK, but it's binding towards Joe Biden. It's binding towards Anthony Blinken. It's binding towards Lloyd Austin. Those, I told you this at the beginning, those leaders who every time Israel did something that somebody was saying was a war crime, and they came out and backed them and got on the record, you aided and abetted that war crime. That's what the courts is saying right now. And America has a legal dispute on their hand now because it ain't don't matter what America can come on TV and say whatever they want. No, the courts found that Israel was shaping the opportunity for genocide over there. And they couldn't do that without the U.S.
South African lawyers fully exposed the war crimes of Israel. And the ICJ has found that Israel committed war crimes. Now the entire world sees the depravity of the state of Israel. The problem is, Israel doesn't care. We even have Israeli officials on Twitter that are mocking the ICJ and The Hague.
Listen, they gonna do that because they want to still seem supreme. Hitler didn't give a damn neither when the end was coming. No arrogant bastard cares until it's all over for him. Hell no. They like the hardened heart of Pharaoh. When Yahweh have to deal with them, America can laugh and pretend like this ain't nothing. Oh, this is something. This is absolutely something. And a bunch of America's going to be liable legally for a lot of lawsuits now. A lot of lawsuits going to come their way.
It leads to the fundamental problem of this ruling. It doesn't call for a ceasefire. The ICJ essentially told Israel to police themselves and follow the rules of an international court that they absolutely do not respect. We are already seeing Israeli officials call the ICJ anti-Semitic and call for the government to ignore the ruling, which they definitely will. In fact, Benjamin Netanyahu immediately came out and said that this ruling will not impact their military campaign at all.
Israel's commitment to international law is unwavering. Equally unwavering is our sacred commitment.
That don't matter no more. See, before today, everything they were saying, we don't know. Maybe you was, maybe you wasn't. No, after today's ruling, You have been going against international law, and you have been shaping genocide. Man, we got you. So the white supremacists, the Zionists, they can come on here and hold their head high and pretend like they still in control, man. Please, like I said, every empire does this until it's no more pretending. No. They shaking in their boots, especially Joe Biden administration right now. Because legally, it's over for them being able to lead the country. I told y'all that before. Salute, family. I seen it with George Bush. I seen it with Tony Dungy. I watched them clowns not Tony Dungy, my husband's a football player. I seen it with Tony Blair. I seen it with Dick Cheney. See, they be fooling y'all. Bush goes nowhere outside the United States because of that Iraq war. Benjamin Netanyahu, his ass is never finna leave Israel again, or his ass gonna be in the slammer. But guess what? Joe Biden, you might as well stay home in Delaware, son. You're gonna have some hand. I'm just telling you. Anthony Blinken, your ass ain't gonna be leaving the U.S. no more. Lloyd Austin, you need to.
To continue to defend our country and defend our people.
This ruling may provide a pathway towards a long-term victory over the state of Israel, but it does not alleviate the suffering of the people Israel are currently tormenting right now. This is why you have South Africa criticize the court for not coming out in support of a ceasefire. We are already seeing Western corporate media outlets that are spinning the ICJ ruling as a rejection of a ceasefire. Also, the ICJ demanding a ceasefire would have forced Genocide Joe Biden to show his hand and force a veto at the UN Security Council. So we had some missed opportunities here. But this was still a giant.
It's a missed opportunity, but the court was very slick in what they did. They have just said they see exactly what South Africa is talking about. No more can America or Israel come out and say this is unfounded allegations. No, they can't say that. No, the allegations has been founded. The court looked at it and said, "Oh, we see what you're talking about. Okay. No. No more of this. Just the Arabs. No. South Africa done brought this genocide to the table. Now, South Africa got to be prepared for all kind of terrorism and all kind of BS finna be happening in South Africa now behind this."
Giant win and strikes the fear into Israel and the West that they are not above the law. We just got to find a way to enforce it.
This is very damaging. See, all that they've been following, and no, you haven't. And genocide of Joe Biden haven't neither.
We have breaking news this morning. The International Court of Justice released its preliminary ruling, and we're also going to be joined here by Trita Parsi to talk about the ruling, which is being heralded as a victory for South Africa because the court has allowed the case to go forward. I'm kind of new with some of these devices here, so I'm going to try to put this this clip up here. As the Huffington Post is calling it, UN stunner, top court.
Yes, because if it was unfounded, the court would have threw it out. That would have been a win for America and Israel. But since the court said, okay, we accept it, it is founded, their ass is in trouble because now, if they continue doing what they're doing, all that's being documented and fattening up the case. Oh, they absolutely is in serious trouble.
Genocide risk in Gaza. The court has given Israel 1 month to change its military operation to reduce the risk of genocide. It found that that South Africa has made a plausible case. Let me play real quickly a little bit from the American judge who issued the ruling, which we do not have yet in kind of full
this is
PDF
why,
form that they issued.
When you look on our TV today, it's about Trump. They just stole $88 million from that man, that fake sexual lawsuit. I might cover that, but they talking about Trump. They talking about the border. They want us to think civil war is imminent. They rather scare us to death than to tell the people the truth about what's going on in Israel. They willing to have people willing to get their rifle, get their muskets out like it's 1770 and run in the street. Then tell the truth. They distracting America, and that's what's sick. I'm looking all around about this civil war crap, man. Ain't gonna be no civil war. Don't let them people fool you. We're gonna deal with that border, but ain't gonna be no civil war. What they're distracting people from is Israel been found liable for genocide, and if Israel is found to be liable to be committing genocide with the allegations, then the U.S. has aided and abetted. That's what the U.S. don't want to talk about.
We cover it. Here we go.
In the court's view, the aforementioned facts and
This shit about no
circumstances
fake
are
civil war.
sufficient to conclude that at least some of the rights claimed by South Africa and for which it is seeking protection are plausible. This is the case with respect to the right of Palestinians in Gaza to be protected from acts of genocide and related prohibited acts identified in
And this is what we put. See, I'm gonna let U.S. We're gonna take y'all. I keep telling y'all we're gonna take the U.S. to the International Criminal Court, the UN, and I keep telling y'all we got to stop talking about civil fucking rights like Malcolm said. We gotta talk about human rights so we can go there. What you see? They just killing the Palestinians fast. They stretch our deaths out. Be the same numbers, but it be stretched out. So it don't look like it's all bundled. Same death, same abuse, same tears, same hopelessness, same we don't know if we'll ever have nothing like the Palestinians, but they stretch our pain and stuff. Fuck that. We gonna go. We next to be going to the International Criminal Court about these bastards, about what's happening to us. See, I'm that type of revolutionary. I care about everybody else, but I absolutely care about my goddamn people. And I'm just studying. But we next to line up at the criminal court because the United States is as guilty as any fucking country. God damn it.
in Article 3 and the right of South Africa to seek Israel's compliance with the latter's obligations under the convention.
And so we're joined now by Trita Parsi, who let me pull up, Trita, what you had said in a breaking fashion. You wrote, the ICJ just ruled against Israel and determined that South Africa successfully argued that Israel's conduct plausibly could constitute genocide. This is a devastating blow to Israel's global standing. Unpack that for us. Why is this considered a devastating blow when South Africa's most kind of expansive demand was an immediate cessation of all hostilities?
Thank you so much, Ryan. Good to be with you. This is still devastating. The fact that South Africa asked for all of those things, of course, in an immediate cessation, was a bit optimistic at the end of the day. But what the court has ruled is overwhelmingly in favor of South Africa. And also the division between the judges was, I think, stronger than expected. It was essentially only two judges that at times objected to the ruling. This is devastating because at the end of the day, this means that the South Africans have made a plausible case that genocide is taking place. Genocide is the crime of all crimes. You have to put yourself in Israel's position in terms of a historical effort by the Israelis to break out of its international isolation, which has largely been very successful. Remember, up until 1991, most countries in the world did not recognize Israel, did not have diplomatic relations with Israel. That all changed because of the Oslo process. And since then, it's been very, very successful. And Israel has been able to normalize itself to a very large extent, at least in the West. Now you have Israel in the last couple of years increasingly being associated with apartheid. That term is increasingly publicly being used to describe it. And now you also have a genocide ruling against it. Of course, the final ruling has not come in yet, but essentially enough evidence has been presented to warrant the court to say that an injunction is needed and this needs to be investigated further. What that will do to Israel's international isolation and standing, I think is going to be very significant. And if I could just add one point, Ryan,
Sure.
Keep in mind, in the last couple of years, they have worked so hard to delegitimize the BDS movement and pass laws against it, laws that are arguably unconstitutional in the United States. And this has not been done because they were worried about the economic impact of the BDS movement on Israel. It's because of the diplomatic and political impact in terms of essentially delegitimizing Israel. Well, nothing has delegitimized Israel more than this court ruling and the fact that one of the primary evidence that was being used in the court was Israeli political statements themselves that were used against Israel in order to show the intent for genocide.
Let me play a response real quickly.
Now, remember what you said. It was what Israel said. They intent, the words out their mouth. And Joe Biden, Anthony Blinken, Lloyd Austin ran their ass to the microphones, and every time Israel said they were going to commit genocide, no food, no water, no nothing. They came out and say, Israel got a right to do that. Israel got a right to defend itself. You aided and abetted. Israel told you what they was going to do. And I'll be damned if those Zionist bootlicking bastards in Washington didn't hook themselves up to this trial because they came out. They never said, no, we not for that. No, they said they have the right to do that. Their ass is going to court too.
From Netanyahu here, if I can.
Salute, family.
Israel's commitment to international law is unwavering. Equally
especially
unwavering
this clown.
is our sacred commitment
He
to
done.
continue.
This nigga will never leave Israel again. I can promise you, this nigga never leaving Israel again. They might, the Israelis might just hand his ass over to the International Criminal Court to save their goddamn ass. Joe, because that's what Joe Biden are trying to do. If you look at American media now, they blaming Benjamin Netanyahu. The Israelis agree with him. It's not him, it's all of them. But they might. He might go out like Epstein.
Continue to defend our country and defend our people. Like every country, Israel has an inherent right to defend itself. The vile attempt to deny Israel this fundamental right is blatant discrimination against the Jewish state, and it was justly rejected. The charge of genocide leveled against Israel is not only false, it's outrageous, and decent people everywhere should reject it. On the eve of the International Holocaust Remembrance Day, I again pledge as Israel's Prime Minister, never again.
Bullshit.
Israel will continue to defend itself against Hamas, a genocidal terror organization. On October 7th, Hamas perpetrated the most horrific atrocities against the Jewish people.
What he understand is, bro, they cried with you, they weep with you on October 7th. I didn't, but a lot of people did. You wore out your welcome, fam. Nobody want to hear about October the 7th no more. You cannot commit genocide because genocide happened to you. That's what the court's telling you. If a terrorist attack happened, you can't go genocide people. That nigga know that. And but guess what? Now they finding out the Americans don't run shit no more. Now Israel finding out, god damn, the global South, South Africa, China, Russia, the BRICS rose up. They don't got this. We've been paying attention here at Cult Figure. They are losing their pool. We got to get ready to make our move. The emperor has no clothes. They just a man. They not a machine. We got to get ours while the motherfucking stove is cooking. They doubt. They hurting right now, nigga. We not.
Since the Holocaust.
I'll be damned if we stand on a plantation, the whole fucking world finna be free.
Us to repeat these atrocities again. Our war is against Hamas terrorists, not against Palestinian civilians. We will continue to facilitate humanitarian assistance and to do our utmost to keep civilians out of harm's way, even as Hamas uses civilians as human shields. We will continue to do what is necessary to defend our country and defend our people.
So that's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu responding, calling it discrimination, calling it outrageous, pledging to continue the war effort. What did you make of his response there?
And remember, before this happened, Israel said the number one problem, I showed y'all the video, the Israel lady, and she met with the Congressional Black Coons. They said the number one problem they had wasn't Hezbollah, wasn't Hamas, wasn't Iran, wasn't Syria, wasn't Iraq, wasn't the Houthi rebels, wasn't Germans, wasn't Nazis. Israel said before October the 7th, the number one problem they had was with the young Black Americans. That was Israel's number one problem for October the 7th. Not none of those people that they say trying to genocide or trying to kill Jews. They say young Black Americans. They were so focused on us, nigga.
And very predictable, of course. And at the end of the day, the court is not in any way, shape, or form saying that Israel doesn't have a right to defend itself. But what it is saying is that what Israel calls defense is plausibly genocide, and that it needs to investigate that further, and it's giving the Israelis, as you mentioned, 30 days to address some of these things. And it also calls on Israel to prosecute those members of government that have been making genocidal statements. That includes Benjamin Netanyahu. This is putting the United States in a very significant bind because as the court
include Nikki Haley. Nikki Haley, she on record saying Netanyahu finished them. Ooh, the court just said that was genocidal talk. Nikki Haley, you racist bastard. You too. You ran on TV trying to get some clout. That's why Trump shut the fuck up. He didn't want these cases. I told y'all Trump's smart. These dummies that got themselves hooked up to these genocidal cases trying to be political. All the Democrat shoe shiners, they all lined up to shine Israel's shoes good, nigga, because your ass gonna be doing some time in the hole, nigga.
Reminded Israel, its rulings are binding, but it is the Security Council that is tasked with enforcing the implementation of this. And that means that there's very likely going to be a resolution at the UN Security Council this coming week, and it presents the United States once again with that dilemma. Does it actually stand with international law, and approve this, or does it go against it, further isolating the U.S. by casting
I wanted to pick up on that exact point, because the New York Times wrote in its fairly slanted report on this ruling. At one point they wrote, the court has no means of enforcement, and it is not clear how Israel will respond to the decision. Well, we now have Netanyahu's response, but you would never see the New York Times write.
You see that? Now, when they talk about locking up African, they never said that with Gaddafi. They don't know. They want the international court rulings. They don't know now. Well, the court can't enforce it, so fuck what they talking about. They ain't gonna arrest them. Oh, y'all never said that nobody else. Y'all want them guilty verdicts. Y'all want to shame them in the eye of the public. Then y'all want to put sanctions on them. Oh, that's what we want. What's good for the goose, good for the gander. See, America is worried about business can't be as usual with a genocidal nation. No. You got sanctions that kick in automatically. You can't traffic and trade with genociders. America know that.
The Supreme Court has, overturned Roe v. Wade, but it has no means of enforcement. Although that is true, like Alexander Hamilton made that point about the Supreme Court. Andrew Jackson has made that point about the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has made its ruling. Now let it enforce it. It has no actual mechanism of enforcement other than the kind of norms around the court and the respect that other institutions have for the court rulings and the respect that the population has for the court rulings. So it is not true that the court has no means of enforcement. It has, the United Nations does in fact have means of enforcing its rulings. So the question is, can it enforce those rulings? And so what are the means of enforcing those rulings, and what process can we look for going forward? So Israel has, in 1 month, Israel has to report back to the court. Let's presume they continue to participate with this process. What then happens if the court in a month decides that Israel is not taking steps to minimize the risk of genocide?
So what I think will happen first is that you will have a UN Security Council resolution. The Algerians are already discussing it. And that would then adopt the ruling and essentially give it the enforcement capability of the UN Security Council. Again, binding international law. And again, will the United States veto that again?
United States gonna veto that. Anything get passed at the Security Council, that's when your ass militarily. That's what happened to Gaddafi. Went to the Security Council. Putin was not president. He had stepped down to become prime minister. Russia didn't veto it. They abstained. Bam! That gave the UN, the Security Council, the right to go in under humanitarian BS, kill Gaddafi. You goddamn right the U.S. gonna veto this, because if they don't, you keep thinking, oh shit, nigga, somebody gonna step up to the motherfucking plate, nigga. If Israel done been exposed, nigga, with Hamas. They can't use nuclear weapons, nigga, then they can't win.
As it has vetoed previous calls for ceasefire, and this is really, it's stretching the ability to be able to tolerate the double standards of the U.S.'s conduct when it comes to matters of this kind. If the Israelis then come back with a report, it's a question as to whether they will. They may actually choose not to engage at all and try to dismiss the legitimacy of the court altogether. But if they come back and it is not acceptable, I mean, it's going to be a legal wrangling for quite some time. But the issue is that the political consequences and costs for Israel will continue as long as this is a live case and they're not living up to what the court is demanding. And that is going to inflict the political cost of the US, even more so perhaps on the Europeans, from whom international law and international institutions actually matter much more than it does to the US political culture. And this has just become a massive headache. And I've asked this on your show before. For what? For what reason are we accepting paying all of these different costs when there actually is a pathway to a ceasefire that actually could put an end to not only the fighting, to the plausible cases of genocide, but also to the political dilemmas that the U.S. is inflicting on itself?
For people who like, Israel ain't gonna pay attention to this, nigga, Israel already tried to get a 2-month, let's pause, to get some breath, breathe for a minute, lick their motherfucking wounds, also to pretend like they're not doing genocide, to let a little food get in. They worried about this because it financially gonna cripple them, blacklist them. It shows, and this done put it on everybody's mind whether or not they are a legitimate nation to fucking begin with.
Earlier today, where you said that you thought that so far the ICJ in South Africa have had more influence on Israel's actual behavior so far than the Biden administration. What change in behavior have we seen that you think can be linked to this international effort?
We saw a very clear effort by the Israelis to try to ethnically cleanse Gaza by pushing the Egyptians and the Jordanians, as well as some African countries, trying to see if they would take essentially 2 million Gazans and they would depopulate Gaza. We have seen a decline in those efforts, certainly a decline in the public statements about that. I think it is quite reasonable to suspect that that has something to do with the court, because if the court is investigating Israeli war crimes, and in the midst of that, the Israelis are very openly lobbying to see if countries will aid them in ethnically cleansing Gaza, that's obviously not going to be helpful for them in the case. And if that is the case, and that suggests that this idea that international law is completely toothless, in this specific case, just the mere application of South Africa's complaint to the ICJ may have had a greater impact on Israel's conduct than what the Biden administration claims that it has achieved with all of its quiet whispers in the background.
Who is with the Center for International Policy, has released a statement I want to read real quickly. He said, today's ruling of the International Criminal Court, which ordered Israel to undertake provisional measures to ensure that Palestinians in Gaza are protected from acts of genocide, is enormously significant. International legal fora, such as the ICJ, are appropriate venues for the handling of such consequential matters, especially in situations as dire as that in Gaza. If we support the creation of a global community based on shared rules rather than simply might makes right, it is absolutely essential that all countries, including the United States, acknowledge the legitimacy of this ruling and take necessary steps in response. And to that point, I wanted to last questions. I know you got to run, and I appreciate you jumping on with us early this morning. Wanted to quickly play my exchange yesterday with State Department spokesperson Vedant Patel about this exact question of whether or not the U.S. would respect whatever the ruling was the next day. Here, I'll play that and then get your response.
Go ahead. To the ICJ question, setting aside opining on how the preliminary verdict might come out, would the U.S. at least commit to not vetoing enforcement of whatever the court rules, one way or the other?
I'm not going to commit to any action from up here.
That's but to pick up on Matt's question from earlier, doesn't that undermine the U.S. insistence that other countries ought to follow these court rulings? What does it leave of the kind of rules-based order if countries can pick and choose decisions?
That's certainly not what I was indicating. Again, I think we need to take a step back here because a decision has not come down, and no one here knows, unless you can tell the future, what exactly that will be. I'm not going to.
At the time that America had delegitimized themselves before the world, we knew they were some bigots, some hypocrites. Now the whole world see this. South Africa looking like the heroes that they are for standing up for what the Congressional Black Caucus said they stood for. They whole civil rights BS is all about what South Africa took them to court for. You see, these coons dropped the ball. We could have once again been heroes to the world. People backed out. That's why nobody want to back our struggle, because the coons in power. We overthrow the fucking coons, and then we get our global revolution going again. That's what I'm all about. Overthrow the fucking bootlicking, shoe-shining, buck-dancing Greek freaks. Get them up out of here. Because this is house nigga shit. The history books we'll read, when the books is written, it's going to say that we sided with Israel. Because it's not going to be talking about us, the grassroots revolutionaries at the moment. The historical documents. It ain't going to say none of us rose up because our great leaders have been killed. And from the beginning, I told you we had nobody spoke on behalf of, like George Jackson then was speaking on behalf of global revolution. Malcolm, Huey P., Fred Hampton, locking arms with Palestinians, locking arms with South. The people talk about their Pan-Africans. South Africa over there standing on these goddamn Pan-Africans. Where y'all at? House niggas. This is ridiculous, man. But I'm always going to be on the right side of revolution because I don't need no directions. It's in me, nigga.
commit any U.S. government action from up here within the auspices of any body. What I can say is that we believe that the allegations that started this process, that Israel is committing genocide, we believe those to be unfounded. Simultaneously, though, we'll continue to raise with our Israeli partners the moral and strategic imperative that they take additional steps to minimize deaths on
nobody care what you got to say no more, clown.
More or less his response. How do you feel the State Department will evolve after today's actual ruling, now that they can't do we don't know how they're going to rule?
I mean, I think it's problematic enough for the State Department to continue to defend the U.S.'s refusal to push Israel in the direction of a ceasefire already. This is just going to make matters worse. Let me make 2 points of this. First of all, it is quite fascinating. I don't remember exact numbers, but we looked into it. The senior Biden administration officials have more or less stopped using the term rules-based international order since October 7th. There's been a significant decline. And that tells you something. A clear awareness in there that they know very well that there is no consistency whatsoever, and there's no legitimacy or credibility talking about it, given how the United States under Biden has acted on it in the case of Gaza. And it's been, the time frame is so short after Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, so that the discrepancy, the double standards are just so blatant. Secondly, I think it's also important to note here that Biden's bear hug, unconditional support for Israel in all of this may actually have contributed to this. Because had Biden adopted a more measured approach and actually pushed back against Israeli excesses in a much more potent way, the Israelis may not have ended up engaging in activities that the court then would find plausibly constituting a genocide. And that, I think, tells you again how problematic it is when the United States gives blank checks to some of its partners, whether it's Israel, Saudi Arabia, or whoever. It undermines U.S. national interest and security. It certainly undermines the partner's interest as well, because look at where Israel is finding itself right now. So paradoxically, perhaps, the very excessive amount of support that Biden has provided Israel with has actually backfired in the final analysis and undermined it.
Trita Parsi, thank you so much. Trita is the executive vice.
This was the last straw with the Congressional Black Coons. I've been told y'all that they already showed me their motherfucking hand when they steady ambulance chasing over dead bodies, talking about Black Lives Matter, and they want to pretend like they got a problem with the motherfucking police. But then, I want to know, who trained them? Who the fuck trained these police? The Israel Self-Defense Force. So you telling me you hate the cops? You hate them so much because they kneeling on our neck? Who taught them to kneel on our fucking neck? Huh? Who taught them? The people you love so much over there in Israel, these house niggas, they out of it. We're not playing this game with these people, man. They should understand that. That is really old for them. Just take their little money that they done stole from us, man. Go quietly into the night, man. You did that. Y'all won. Y'all set up Malcolm. Y'all set up Dr. King, Khaled. Y'all set up Fred Hampton. Y'all set all of it. Go ahead, man. We know y'all did that, man. But stop coming in our motherfucking face. Think y'all gonna smile in our face. And then Joe Biden done us all that motherfucking harm while his son was croaking, smoking crack. He locking up all our goddamn people and smiling about it. But then these coons want to come in our motherfucking face and tell us Trump is racist. See, we I'm telling them, they fucking with an angry revolutionary. I'm not playing that shit with them no motherfucking more. You see? They talking about civil war. Yeah, in our community, white people just sit down somewhere and get the fuck out of our way. It's a civil war. But that's between us and the boule, and everybody else stay the fuck out of our business.
The ruling by the International Court of Justice on South Africa's case of genocide against the state of Israel was far, far more damning than most expected. We will go through it, but let's be clear from the absolute outset. Those Western governments, politicians, and journalists who have supported Israel's massacre of Gaza were, as per the ruling of the highest court on the face of the earth, cheering on a possible genocide. And I'm making that clear from the outset because emphasizing complicity is crucial in order that there be accountability, because Israel cannot continue its oppression of the Palestinian people, let alone its genocide, without the West's active support. Yes, genocide, that word. To be clear, the ICJ today never had the power to adjudicate whether a genocide is taking place in Gaza. That process, in fact, can take years. What South Africa was requesting is that in the interim period of that process, given the scale of the catastrophe facing the people of Gaza, the court issued provisional rulings. That is, whether there was a plausible case that Israel was in violation of and failing to meet its obligations under the Genocide Convention of 1948. Now, as you'd expect, that includes committing genocide, but there are other offences for them, in fact, conspiracy to commit genocide, and also including direct and public incitement to commit genocide. Now, let's begin with a summary of the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza, and it's given in her ruling, in her judgment, or provisional ruling, if you like, by Joan Donoghue, a former US lawyer, a former US State Department official, still a lawyer, of course, who was elected president of the ICJ back in 2020.
The court notes that the military operation being conducted by Israel following the attack of 7 October 2023 has resulted in a large number of deaths and injuries, as well as massive destruction of homes, the forcible displacement of the vast majority of the population, and extensive damage to civilian infrastructure. While figures relating to the Gaza Strip cannot be independently verified, recent information indicates that 25,700 Palestinians have been killed, over 63,000 injuries have been reported, over 360 housing units have been destroyed or partially damaged, and approximately 1.7 million persons have been internally displaced.
She then goes on to list examples of clear, unambiguous examples, in fact, of genocidal intent and incitement from senior Israeli politicians.
The court has taken note of a number of statements made by senior Israeli officials. It calls attention in particular to the following examples. On 9 October 2023, Mr. Yoav Gallant, Defense Minister of Israel, announced that he had ordered a complete siege of Gaza City, and then that there would be no electricity, no food, no fuel, and that everything was closed. On the following day, Minister Gallant stated, speaking to Israeli troops on the Gaza border, I quote, "I have released all restraints. You saw what we are fighting against. We are fighting human animals. This is the ISIS of Gaza. This is what we are fighting against. Gaza won't return to what it was before. There will be no Hamas. We will eliminate everything. If it doesn't take one day, it will take a week. It will take weeks or even months. We will reach all places." End of quote.
Then there's a fundamental component of South Africa's case that the Palestinian population of Gaza faced a real and imminent risk of irreparable harm. Judge Donoghue lists statements by senior UN officials to that effect.
During the ongoing conflict, senior United Nations officials have repeatedly called attention to the risk of further deterioration of conditions in the Gaza Strip. The court takes note, for instance, of the letter dated 6 December 2023, whereby the Secretary General of the United Nations brought the following information to the attention of the Security Council. I quote, "The healthcare system in Gaza is collapsing. Nowhere is safe in Gaza. Amid constant bombarding by the Israel Defense Forces and without shelter or the essentials to survive, I expect public order to completely break down soon due to the desperate conditions rendering even limited humanitarian assistance impossible. An even worse situation could unfold, including epidemic diseases and increased pressure for mass displacement into neighboring countries. We are facing a severe risk of collapse of the humanitarian system. The situation is fast deteriorating into a catastrophe with potentially irreversible implications for Palestinians as a whole and for peace and security in the region. Such an outcome must be avoided at all costs." End of quote.
The fact that these statements were read out by the highest court on earth is important. Frankly, the preamble sounded much like it could have just been another submission by South Africa's legal team. It was that damning. The ICJ read out genocidal statements and the overwhelming evidence regarding the humanitarian catastrophe enveloping Gaza. That itself is a hugely powerful and significant move. Now, bear in mind what a win for Israel means, that the court dismisses the case and issues no provisional measures. That means the court would have ruled there is no risk that Israel is violating its legal obligations under the Genocide Convention of 1948, which is clearly emphatically Israel's position. That is an absolute outrage to even suggest or imply that it could be in danger of committing genocide. Or the court could decide that there is no urgency Therefore, provisional measures aren't required. It only issues provisional measures in advance of its final decisions. That is this long drawn out process if there is urgency, as she explains.
In light of the foregoing, the court considers that there is urgency in the sense that there is a real and imminent risk that irreparable prejudice will be caused to the rights found by the court to be plausible before it gives its final decision. The court concludes on the basis of the aforementioned considerations that the conditions required by its statute for it to indicate provisional measures are met.
So then the court goes on to list or issue provisional measures. Let's just go through them. That Israel must ensure with immediate effect that the state and its military do not commit any of the following acts: killing members of the group, that is the Palestinians, a protected group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, or impose measures intended to prevent births within the group. Now, this is important to discuss because there's a lot of focus on the court not demanding or issuing a demand for a ceasefire. It demands that Israel must take measures within its power as well to prevent and punish the direct and public incitement to commit genocide against the Palestinian people. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? Because in practice, that would mean punishing the prime minister, the president, the defense minister, much of the cabinet, many members of the Knesset, that is Israel's parliament, generals, soldiers on the ground, media outlets, and journalists. They have to arrest, essentially, most of the Israeli establishment. And indeed, Israel is actually obliged to already do that under its own law. It translated the convention into domestic legislation in 1950, never clearly believing that it would ever be used against its own rulers, and makes the sentence for the crimes of the Genocide Convention, and again, not just the acts of genocide, but complicity and indeed incitement, the sentence is death under Israeli law. Not an exaggeration, that law remains intact, at least in theory. Well, clearly Israel isn't going to enact that commitment, and the court will know that. But by issuing this demand, the court is clearly making it clear that it holds the Israeli government and indeed establishment guilty of inciting genocide. Or at least many of the judges must have clearly thought that through, because Israel is clearly not taking action against those who incite genocide, including those at the top. They further demand that Israel must take immediate and effective measures to enable the provision of urgently needed basic services and humanitarian assistance to address the adverse conditions of life. How could that be possible with Israel's siege? It isn't, and it is a crucial point in relation to a ceasefire. We'll come on to that. They also demand that Israel takes effective measures to prevent the destruction and ensure the preservation of evidence related to allegations of acts within the Genocide Convention. That is, don't start shredding and accidentally misplacing evidence that may demonstrate you are committing genocide or intend to commit genocide or want to commit genocide. They also demand Israel must submit a report to the court on all measures within a month. So Israel will have to spell out in detail how it's meeting the demands which are incompatible with its military onslaught. Now, just a few things. Firstly, not a single argument, not a single substantial argument by Israel in its defense was entertained here. You can say, well, that's not true. For example, the court condemned the atrocities committed against Israeli civilians on October 7th and demanded the release of all hostages. Well, South Africa had that in their own legal case, despite the truly repulsive attempts to smear the South African state and its team as the legal arm of Hamas, as Israeli spokespeople and their stooges kept putting it. People who've condemned Israel's genocidal onslaught, like myself, have consistently condemned atrocities against Israeli civilians and called for all hostages to be released. That's not a win for Israel. That's simply a basic demand and set of observations we should all abide by. Now, secondly, the key arguments of Israel received as much validation as it was possible for the court to grant at this stage, that Israel is plausibly in violation of the Genocide Convention from its conduct to its failure to punish incitement of genocide. Thirdly, it wasn't even close. There was a lot of discussion beforehand about how close this would be, with judges representing states which are allies of Israel discounted. Say, the American judge, who's the president, who was a major part of the US legal establishment. Was she really going to suggest Israel could plausibly be committing genocide in Gaza? Really? Well, guess what? That establishment American judge, appointed by the world superpower guarantor and underwriter of Israeli impunity, did rule that Israel could be plausibly committing genocide against the Palestinian people of Gaza. That itself shows how damning the evidence is. There was near unanimity with two dissenting voices. Israel's ad hoc judge Aaron Barak, well, I think we can just discount him, to be honest, and Uganda's judge, who seems like a truly fascinating individual, given she even voted against humanitarian aid for Gaza. Now, it's striking that even the Israeli judge I just discounted voted in support of preventing and punishing incitement to genocidal acts, as well as the vote on humanitarian aid. The key headline point is this: the highest court on the face of the earth believes it is entirely plausible that the state of Israel is committing genocide against the Palestinian people, and that drastic action must be taken to stop that plausible catastrophe from happening. Fourthly, Israel now has an ongoing case alleging it is committing genocide, being considered by the highest court on earth by a range of judges who are nearly unanimously convinced that it has a case to answer. This would have been absolutely unthinkable, say, 5 years ago. Israel has long enjoyed impunity. It is rightly believed, quite rationally, it can get away with absolutely everything and anything. That now faces its biggest threat since Israel was founded back in 1948. Now, a lot of attention has been given to the ICJ not ordering a ceasefire. That's come from triumphant apologists for Israel, but Palestinians are themselves publicly, in terms of many key figures, hugely important figures as well, that we need to listen to, whatever they say on this, clearly. Some believe it's a great victory, others are despondent about the lack of any call for a ceasefire. Now, look, I'm a white Brit, currently in Athens, in comfortable surroundings, over 700 miles away now from the horror befalling Gaza. I'm not experiencing the huge trauma befalling those trapped on the hell on earth that is Gaza, nor am I in a part of a Palestinian diaspora suffering the intense trauma of watching this calamity befall my people, many losing their relatives, loved ones, friends. What I can only speak to is what the ICJ ruling means for those of us who want to put pressure on our governments to stop facilitating what we believe to be a genocide. Now, the first point I'd make is, how is it possible to abide by the demands of the ICJ provisional measures without ceasefire? That means not killing Palestinians, not maiming Palestinians, not causing mental harm to Palestinians, ensuring access to water and food and humanitarian aid, and so on. Literally impossible. This is explained by South Africa's Foreign Minister, Naledi Pandor.
Israel was to comply with the ruling. It did, in fact, even though it wasn't specified, it means they have to have a ceasefire.
The order cannot be implemented in any way, shape, or form.
How do you transport humanitarian aid without a ceasefire?
Exactly.
How would you provide water, access to energy? How do you ensure
civilians are not
that those who are injured have health care and so on? Without a ceasefire, none of these things can be done. So if you read the order by implication, a ceasefire must happen.
Yes. The order cannot be implemented in any way, shape, or form without a ceasefire. It's as simple as that.
But you could say, well, the ICJ has previously ordered a ceasefire. There's a precedent. Look at the example of Russia's invasion of Ukraine when they demanded an immediate cessation of those hostilities. But as the South African legal academic Juliet McIntyre points out, this is not comparing like and like. She says the court really didn't want to talk about ceasefires or military action or self-defense at all. It was careful to emphasize that its role is very limited to only breaches of the convention. Now, this might be one reason the court didn't order a ceasefire, because it considered that it couldn't do so when the legality of the military action is determined by matters outside the scope of the current case. That's an additional point she makes. It's different from Ukraine, she goes on to say, because there the military action was premised on the Genocide Convention. It was a straight line. Here that doesn't apply. Well, what does she mean there? You see, in that particular case, Russia argued that the basis for its invasion was that Ukraine was in violation of the Genocide Convention by committing genocide in the Donbass.
They was.
Now, the ICJ ruled it wasn't true, and that therefore the basis of the invasion—
That's a lie. It was true.
Stop. There was also the purely legal rather than moral argument that Israel is a state and a signatory of the 1948 Genocide Convention, and thus supposedly under the power of the ICJ, and Hamas isn't, so Hamas isn't a party to the case, so there's no power to order a ceasefire in the sense of imposing it on both sides. In terms of now legality, maybe they've concluded then that they cannot order a ceasefire if they can only order one side to do so. However one-sided the so-called war happens to be in practice, of course. Now, the ICJ, in any case, has clearly taken a narrow view under the Genocide Convention, which is to conclude there is a plausible case Israel's in violation of that convention, that is, it is plausibly committing genocide, and that emergency measures must be taken. Now, for example, one judge, India's Dalveer Bandari, has attached his own personal view to the case, in which he declares that all participants in the conflict must ensure that all fighting and hostilities come to an immediate halt, and that remaining hostages captured on the 7th of October are unconditionally released forthwith. Now, is that indicative of a view that a ceasefire order only comes if it can be binding on both sides? He goes on to note that given Israel's pattern of conduct, that's sufficient on its own to establish a plausibility finding in terms of genocide. So look, it really is time to take stock here. This isn't simply a question, by the way, of is Israel committing war crimes? That's not what this is even about. We're having a discussion here about genocide. I mean, you can commit heinous crimes without committing genocide. So this is just how much the bar has shifted here. There's it's not even, are they committing war crimes or not? Clearly, they're committing rampant war crimes. I mean, it's just a piss take to suggest otherwise. The question is, we're talking about genocide, which is very rare to get to legally stick on any state. Now, for Western politicians and most Western media outlets and commentators, Israel has merely been engaged in a war of self-defense with a side discussion about whether maybe or maybe not it hasn't been proportionate, or maybe not there have been excesses. But, let's just pivot back to 7th of October whenever that discussion comes up. It should always have been obvious from the very start that Israel plausibly intended to commit genocide against the Palestinian people. Why? Because its leaders and generals and media outlets keep saying overtly genocidal things. You only needed to listen to them. But for some reason, these multiple, relentless, countless statements have been ignored by Western media outlets in the main, let alone used to shape coverage of this hideous massacre. There has been no sense whatsoever that the things Israel's leaders and army officers have said over and over and over and over and over again may actually be things they really mean and actually reveal their actual intent. Now, one example given in the judgment, I know, was the defense minister, Yoav Gallant, telling soldiers after October 7th, he had released all restrictions on soldiers on the eve of a physical invasion of Gaza. Well, what does that mean other than giving Israeli soldiers a carte blanche to behave exactly as they wish in Gaza? Restrictions being what? The laws and rules which govern the conduct of war? Why hasn't that one statement, let alone the others, been allowed to shape coverage and allow scrutiny and a discussion about the plausible behavior of Israeli soldiers, many of whom are just loudly broadcasting their war crimes on social media to the whole world? Instead, Western media outlets have largely hidden from their readers and viewers the genuine scale of horror unfolding in Gaza in their name. Western governments have been giving Israel weapons to plausibly commit genocide. They've been giving Israel diplomatic and political cover to plausibly commit genocide. The most egregious example is, of course, Joe Biden. He will be damned by history for his murderous complicity. It, of course, means the Conservative government of Rishi Sunak. And it means the Labour opposition, led by Keir Starmer, a lawyer who has no excuses, who backed at the start Israel's right to cut off water and energy, an example of a potentially genocidal siege cited in this very judgment by the ICJ. Now, it was Keir Starmer's leadership, I know, which threatened to kick out a Labour MP this week because he had the audacity to speak the truth and say that Rishi Sunak, the Prime Minister, has blood on his hands. These are examples of guilty men, the guilty men who do have the blood of tens of thousands of Palestinians on their hands, which they must never, ever be allowed to wash away. We must build on this ICJ judgment to hold our leaders to account for their involvement in what is now legally recognised as a potential genocide, in order to demand they stop arming and backing Israel's mass murder. In the here and now, the terrible suffering of the Palestinian people goes on, and Israel shows no interest in abiding by the demands of any external body. Only when arms and support from the Western states are cut off will things change. So we have to build in this moment to hold the guilty men to account and stop the genocide of the Palestinian people in its tracks. Now, we've got lots of interviews on this to come, not least, of course, with Palestinian voices. Please like and subscribe. Do keep the show on the road on patreon.com/OwenJones84.
Fellow South Africans, earlier today, the International Court of Justice in The Hague in the Netherlands issued a ruling that is a victory for international law, for human rights, and above all, for justice. This follows the unprecedented action taken by South Africa to take another country to the International Court. On the 29th of December 2023, South Africa filed an application instituting proceedings against the State of Israel for the violence it has unleashed on the people of the Gaza Strip, arguing that Israel was in breach of its obligations under the convention. South Africa had earlier condemned the 7th October 2023 attack by Hamas and other groups that resulted in the deaths of many Israelis and the taking of hostages. The court, in its judgment, affirmed South Africa's right to take Israel to court, even though it is not a party to the conflict in Gaza. The ICJ, as the principal judicial organ of the United Nations, has handed down a ruling that the State of Israel should immediately implement a set of provisional measures to prevent any further acts of genocide in Gaza, and to desist from such acts and to take effective measures to prevent the destruction and ensure the preservation of evidence relating to acts of genocide. As the South African government, we welcome the decision of the International Court of Justice. We note the court's statement that it is acutely aware of the extent of the human tragedy that is unfolding in the region and is deeply concerned about the continuing loss of life and human suffering, and that the catastrophic humanitarian situation in the Gaza Strip is at serious risk of deteriorating further before the court renders its final judgment. We welcome the measures that the court ordered by majority decision, ruling that the Israeli military should not commit acts of genocide against Palestinians. Israel should take all measures to prevent and punish incitement to genocide. Furthermore, it should take immediate and effective measures to allow basic services and humanitarian assistance in the form of food, medication, and other basic necessities to Gaza, and it should also preserve evidence of what is happening in Gaza. And lastly, it should submit a report within a month on all measures taken to give effect to the ICJ order within 1 month. This order is binding on Israel and must be respected by all states that are party to the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. We expect Israel, as a self-proclaimed democracy and a state that respects the rule of law, to abide by the measures handed down by the International Court of Justice. After more than half a century of occupation, dispossession, oppression, and apartheid, the Palestinian people's cries for justice have been heeded by an eminent organ of the United Nations. Today, Israel stands before the international community, its crimes against the Palestinians laid bare. Since October last year, the people of Gaza have been the victims of bombardment and strikes from land, sea, and air. Homes, refugee camps, and entire neighborhoods have been destroyed, and not even schools and hospitals and religious places have been spared. The people of Gaza have been deprived of electricity, fuel, food, and medical supplies. According to the United Nations, more than 25,000 people have been killed during Israel's war with Hamas. And we hold the view that this has been collective punishment against Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. Among the dead are relief workers, United Nations staff who have died in their hundreds, as well as journalists who have also died in their hundreds. More than 16,000 of the dead are women and children. In October 2023, the United Nations Children's Fund said Gaza has become a graveyard for thousands of children, born and unborn. According to the United Nations, thousands of children were killed in just the first 3 weeks of the current conflict. As South Africa argued in its application to the International Court of Justice, the high civilian death toll and the sheer scale of the devastation that has resulted from Israel's response to the 7th October attacks is vastly disproportionate to any claim by Israel that it has been acting in self-defense. We have called Israel attacks on Gaza genocidal acts, acts for which Israel should and must be held accountable. Today, the International Court of Justice has vindicated us. The court has concluded that, pursuant to Article 9 of the Convention, it has jurisdiction to adjudicate our application. The effect of the order that the ICJ has granted today is that there is a plausible case of genocide. This marks an important first in our quest to secure justice for the people of Gaza. Some have told us that we should mind our own business and not get involved in the affairs of other countries. Others have said it was not our place. And yet it is very much our place as a people who know too well the pain of dispossession,
damn right,
discrimination, state-sponsored violence. We are also a people who are the victims of the crime of apartheid. We know what apartheid looks like. We experienced and lived through it. Sadly, many people died and were exiled, like our beloved leader, Oliver Tambo, and many others. Others were jailed, like the father of our democracy, Nelson Mandela, and many others. That, for us, was the face of apartheid. We as South Africans will not be passive bystanders and watch the crimes that were visited upon us being perpetrated upon other people elsewhere. We stand on the side of freedom for all. We stand on the side of justice. 30 years ago, following our first democratic elections, President Nelson Mandela declared, "Let there be justice for all. Let there be peace for all. Never, never, and never again shall it be that this beautiful land will again experience the oppression of one by another." And so we say again today, never, never, and never again shall it be that acts of genocide are perpetrated with impunity as we, the international community, look on. We firmly believe that following this judgment, there should now be a more concerted effort towards a ceasefire, and negotiations should commence on a permanent two-state solution for enabling Israel and Palestine to live side by side as independent states, the Palestinians having attained their self-determination. As South Africa, we thank all in the international community, and there have been millions of people around the world who have supported our application, including a number of countries who have declared their intention to be part of our application to the International Court of Justice. We will not waver in our commitment to the Palestinian people and their quest for self-determination. Our own painful history obliges us to do no less. We thank the International Court of Justice for upholding its role of achieving justice, promoting peace, preventing genocide, and holding those responsible for genocide to be accountable. It is our earnest hope and wish that this court order paves the way for an end to this crisis and this painful experience that Palestinians are going through. And we hope for an end to the terrible loss of life and hardship, and for the crucial first steps to be taken towards reconciliation and a just, lasting peace. Lastly, I'd like to extend my gratitude to our lawyers, the lawyers who presented our case to the International Court, and of course, a gratitude to our Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, and also our Minister of International Relations, who is currently at The Hague. I thank you.
Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The International Court of Justice, the UN's highest court, has found a plausible risk Israel's committing genocide in Gaza and ordered provisional measures, but stopped short of calling for an immediate ceasefire. This is the president of the court, Joan Donoghue, reading out the vote of part of the ruling.
By 15 votes to 2, the State of Israel shall, in accordance with its obligations under the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide in relation to the Palestinians in Gaza, take all measures within its power to prevent the commission of all acts within the scope of Article 2 of the Convention, in particular, A, killing members of the group, B, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, C, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, and D, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group.
Over a one-hour ruling, the International Court of Justice President Joan Donoghue in The Hague quoted Israel's defense minister, Yoav Gallant, saying that as the war got underway, Gallant had said, "We have removed all restraints. We will eliminate everything," referring to Palestinians as animals. Judge Donoghue continued. Gallant went on to describe Hamas as comparable to the Islamic State. After proceedings concluded today, the South African government said it welcomed the ICJ's decision. We're continuing with our guests right now. Diana Buttu, Palestinian human rights attorney in Haifa, Israel. Raz Siegel, Israeli historian and professor of Holocaust and Genocide Studies, Stockton University, joining us from Philadelphia. And Mahmoud Mamdani, professor of government at Columbia University, specializing in the study of colonialism. Diana Buttu, if you can talk about what exactly the timetable is right now and the true level of enforcement that the ICJ or even the United Nations overall has. Go back to, using as a reference, your involvement with the 2004 decision where the ICJ ruled the separation wall that Israel built in the occupied territories illegal.
Well, let's first start with this particular case. I think it's important to keep in mind that just last week, Prime Minister Netanyahu said that nothing is going to stop him, not the ICJ, not The Hague, nobody is going to stop him, and that he's going to continue to pursue ahead. And of course, the reason he's doing this is in part because he is genocidal, and in large part because he knows that the minute that the attacks on Gaza are over, that his term in office is also over because of the internal dissent inside Israel. And the reason that this is important is because we haven't heard yet what they've said, but judging by that, it means that they're going to ignore this ruling. And if they ignore this ruling, it then becomes imperative upon the member states to take this decision to the UN Security Council to have the ruling enforced at the Security Council level. And it becomes really a question of whether the United States is going to veto or abstain, or what exactly it's going to do. I can tell you in terms of what happened in 2004, 2004 was a very different case. It was an advisory opinion. It wasn't a case of the same type. And in 2004, Israel took the exact same position, that it wasn't going to stop the construction of the wall. In fact, it accelerated it. But part of that decision indicated that there are other states, third states, other countries that are also obliged to make sure that Israel upholds international law. And that was the part where the world failed. And out of that, this is where we saw the BDS, the Boycott, Divestment, and Sanctions movement, ended up being recreated or reconstituted on the one-year anniversary of the ICJ ruling, so in 2005. And the reason that it came together was because we expected that the world was going to come forward and do something to make sure that the advisory opinion was upheld and enforced, but instead they did nothing. So once again, we will likely see that Israel is going to ignore this ruling. It's then imperative to take it to the UN Security Council. But all the while, it's very important that we continue to boycott Israel, to divest from Israel, and to push for sanctions, that the global BDS movement should be growing at this point to make sure that the age of Israeli impunity finally comes to an end.
Roz Siegel, if you can talk about the aspects of genocide. You write, the crime of genocide has two elements, intention and execution. And what Joan Donoghue, the head of the court, at least for another few weeks, read in terms of the decision for what constitutes genocide and what this means. As an Israeli historian who lives in the United States, while Israel tried to say this doesn't matter, the fact is they participated in this, clearly showing it matters a great deal to them. And also what it means for the United States support for Israel and what's happening today with this court finding.
Yeah, so I think that it was very important that the court quoted some of the statements of intent, and it's again important to emphasize that we're talking about dozens of statements of intent to destroy Palestinians, intent to destroy in the language of the UN Convention, and by people with what's called an international law command authority, so state leaders, war cabinet ministers, senior army officers. And these statements were made over time, so not just a week or two after the 7th of October Hamas-led attack, but over time, actually until today, when we think about what Prime Minister Netanyahu said on 13th of January, when he said that Israel's attack will continue whatever happens in The Hague, he also reiterated the portrayal of Palestinians as Nazis, for example, right, which is basically a mechanism of dehumanization, a mechanism that portrays all Palestinians in Gaza as legitimate military targets. So these statements of intent, again, dozens of statements over time by people with command authority, filled with dehumanizing language, right, human animals, monsters, which historically we know are indicators of genocide. So I think it was very significant that the court mentioned and quoted some of these statements to emphasize that it's not, as Israel tried to argue, that it's not something that we can disregard, that it's actually a key element of the crime of genocide, and we should be paying attention to this. But then it also emphasized a number of times, actually, the really unprecedented scale of killing and destruction on the ground, the catastrophic situation that Palestinians are facing now. And in this context, I think it's very important to say that the court basically accepted South Africa's argument that Israel's quote-unquote evacuation orders are not actually, as Israel claimed, humanitarian measures, but they're actually genocidal in essence. That means that they are meant, which is what they did, to displace millions of people, almost 2 million Palestinians, well, virtually almost all the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, and under intensive bombings. And we know that Israel also bombed Palestinians fleeing on routes that it designated as safe. It also bombed Palestinians in the southern part of the Strip early on, which it designated as safe. And of course, under the conditions of the total siege, where we today, indeed, this measure did what it was intended to do, right? It created famine, it created the spread of infectious disease, it created a population that has no access to clean water, has no fuel, has no medical supply. It destroyed all the universities in Gaza. It destroyed a majority of the hospitals. It destroyed agricultural land. It targeted cultural sites. So everything that we know historically that happens in genocide, and with this massive displacement that is now, we know that even if Israel's attack stops now, many Palestinians will continue to die of these conditions of life, again, if to quote the convention, that Israel deliberately created in order to bring about the physical destruction of the group in whole or in part. So I thought that it was very important that the ruling actually quoted and emphasized both the issues of intent and the dynamics of violence and the conditions that we see now on the ground. This is very significant. Again, the court is saying that there is plausibility that Israel is likely, has committed and is committing acts of genocide in Gaza.
And what this means for the United States, Professor Siegel?
Yeah, well, I mean...
and that the deliverer of the message, of course, the head of the court, is an American.
Yeah, I think that it's difficult to say, and I'm curious to see how the U.S. state will respond. I think that I'm very curious to see, as I said, in the next few hours.
You better get the lawyers
at noon today Eastern time. The case in California, right? Because now the judge there has the ICJ ruling, so the judge knows that the World Court has ruled that Israel is likely committing genocide. I think that
American
there will be growing pressure.
And Joe Biden, Lloyd Austin, Anthony Blinken all came out every time Israel made a genocidal statement, which has been condemned by the courts. Now it's in paper. The U.S. went along with every genocidal statement. Every time Israel made one, the U.S. came out and said Israel got the right to defend itself. Went along with the statement. Yes, the U.S. asked the leaders, those in power who made those statements. Yes, they're going to ask us getting drugged to court.
On the U.S. In this sense, it's difficult to say what the U.S. will do, but we do know actually that in Europe there are more and more states, not Germany, but more and more states that have already said and will in various ways need to abide by the court ruling, which may be very significant in terms of obstructing arms deals, refusing to facilitate transfer of arms to Israel through Europe and various other measures. I think that, as I said before, any company, any university, any state around the world now, right, knows that Israel is likely committing genocide. So the isolation of Israel, and I hope that we'll also be seeing more and more calls for direct cutting of ties with Israel, academic boycotts in the U.S. So while the U.S. state will definitely try, to ignore the ruling, and we already see the headline in the New York Times today, right now, by the way, if people are following, right, which frames this as the court did not issue an order for ceasefire, right, which in effect it actually did, because if it, as Professor Mamdani said, if it ordered, right, that Israel should cease from genocidal acts, if it ordered that Israel should facilitate the entry of humanitarian aid, it actually said you have to cease fire, because otherwise there's no ways of doing that, right? So I think that the U.S., if to judge by the New York Times right now, will try to ignore this as much as possible, but I think that the pressure is going to be, we're just at the beginning of the pressure building up on this issue. So I think we might see some significant moves on this front as well.
The court case you're referring to in Oakland today, which will be fueled by the International Court of Justice response from The Hague, the Center for Constitutional Rights brought the lawsuit against President Biden, accusing him of failing to follow his obligations under international and U.S. law to prevent the genocide in Gaza. The complaint brought on behalf of Palestinians, including residents of Gaza, who are asking a federal court to, let's see if I can read this, a federal court to intervene, to block Biden, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken, and Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin from providing further military funding, arms, and diplomatic support to Israel. Catherine Gallagher, a senior attorney for the Center of Constitutional Rights and one of the lawyers who brought the case, said in a statement, the United States has a clear and binding obligation to prevent not further genocide. So far, they've failed in both their legal moral duty and considerable power to end this horror. They must do so. Now, that's the court case that's happening in a few hours in Oakland. I also wanted to read the response of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. I'm reading from an article in Haaretz, the Israeli newspaper. He said the decision by the ICJ, quote, rightly rejected the outrageous demand to deny Israel the right to basic self-defense to which it's entitled as a country. According to him, quote, the very claim that Israel's committing genocide against Palestinians is not just false, it's outrageous, and the court's willingness to discuss it at all is a mark of disgrace that will not be erased for generations. I want to go back to Professor Mamdani, but first play more of the court decision as read out by the Chief Judge of the International Court of Justice, Joan Donoghue.
During the ongoing conflict, senior United Nations officials have repeatedly called attention to the risk of further deterioration of conditions in the Gaza Strip. The court takes note, for instance, of the letter dated 6 December 2023, whereby the Secretary General of the United Nations brought the following information to the attention of the Security Council. I quote, the healthcare system in Gaza is collapsing. Nowhere is safe in Gaza. Amid constant bombarding by the Israel Defense Forces and without shelter or the essentials to survive, I expect public order to completely break down soon due to the desperate conditions rendering even limited humanitarian assistance impossible. An even worse situation could unfold, including epidemic diseases and increased pressure for mass displacement into neighboring countries. We are facing a severe risk of collapse of the humanitarian system. The situation is fast deteriorating into a catastrophe with potentially irreversible implications for Palestinians as a whole and for peace and security in the region. Such an outcome must be avoided at all costs. End of quote. On 5 January 2024, the Secretary General wrote again to the Security Council, providing an update on the situation in the Gaza Strip and observing that, I quote, sadly, devastating levels of death and destruction continue, end of quote. The court also takes note of the 17 January 2024 statement issued by the UNRWA Commissioner General upon return from his 4th visit to the Gaza Strip since the beginning of the current conflict in Gaza. I quote, every time I visit Gaza, I witness how people have sunk further into despair, with the struggle for survival consuming every hour. End of quote. The court considers that the civilian population in the Gaza Strip remains extremely vulnerable. It recalls that the military operation conducted by Israel after 7 October 2023 has resulted inter alia in tens of thousands of deaths and injuries and the destruction of homes, schools, medical facilities, and other vital infrastructure, as well as displacement on a massive scale. The court notes that the operation is ongoing and that the Prime Minister of Israel announced on 18 January 2024 that the war, I quote, will take many more long months, end of quote. At present, many Palestinians in the Gaza Strip have no access to the most basic foodstuffs, potable water, electricity, essential medicines, or heating. The World Health Organization has estimated that 15% of the women giving birth in Gaza Strip are likely to experience complications and indicates that maternal and newborn death rates are expected to increase due to the lack of access to medical care. In these circumstances, the court considers that the catastrophic humanitarian situation in the Gaza Strip is at serious risk of deteriorating further before the court renders its final judgment. The court recalls Israel's statement that it has taken certain steps to address and alleviate the conditions faced by the population in the Gaza Strip. The court further notes that the Attorney General of Israel recently stated that a call for intentional harm to civilians may amount to a criminal offense, including that of incitement, and that several such cases are being examined by Israeli law enforcement authorities. While such steps are to be encouraged, they are insufficient to remove the risk that irreparable prejudice will be caused before the court issues its final decision in the case.
Joan Donoghue is the Chief Judge of the International Court of Justice, the UN's highest court, reading out the decision of the ICJ at The Hague.
Now you talk about terror. What about for me? I've been terrorized all my day. All my day.
Craig McIver, director of the New York office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, resigned on October 31st, stating that, quote, once again, we are seeing a genocide unfolding before our eyes, and the organization we serve appears powerless to stop it. He noted that the UN had failed to prevent previous genocides against the Tutsis in Rwanda, Muslims in Bosnia, the Yazidi in Iraq, Kurdistan, and the Rohingya in Myanmar. He wrote the High Commissioner, we are failing again. The current wholesale slaughter of the Palestinian people, rooted in an ethno-nationalist, colonial, settler ideology and continuation of decades of their systematic persecution and purging, based entirely upon their status as Arabs, leaves us no room for doubt. McIver added, this is a textbook case of genocide, and said the US, UK, and much of Europe were not only refusing to meet their treaty obligations under the Geneva Conventions, but were also arming Israel's assault and providing political and diplomatic cover for it. We must support the establishment of a single democratic, secular state in all of historic Palestine with equal rights for Christians, Muslims, and Jews, he wrote, adding, and therefore the dismantling of the deeply racist settler colonial project and an end to apartheid across the land. McIver A lawyer who specializes in international human rights law, had worked for the UN since 1992. He led the High Commissioner's work on devising a human rights-based approach to development and acted as a senior human rights advisor in Palestine, Afghanistan, and Sudan. In the 1990s, he lived in Gaza. Indifference to genocide, however, is the norm, not the exception. The international community did little to halt the Armenian genocide, the Holocaust, and the genocides in Cambodia, Rwanda, and Bosnia. It is watching passively as hundreds of Palestinians are being killed and wounded a day, while Israel blocks food, medicine, fuel, and other basic supplies from entering Gaza, where up to 85% of the 2.3 million inhabitants are now homeless. The very few voices that denounce genocide pay with their careers. Josh Paul, who worked in the Bureau of Political Military Affairs in the State Department for more than 11 years, resigned due, as he wrote, to a policy disagreement concerning our continued lethal assistance to Israel. Tariq Habash, a top advisor at the Education Department, resigned in January, saying he could no longer serve an administration that had put millions of innocent lives in danger. But despite protest letters within government agencies, including the State Department and AID, there is no mass exodus. Why do we decry genocide as the crime of crimes, teach class after class on the Holocaust, and yet do nothing to halt it when it occurs? Why are there so few people willing to stand up and call out the institutions and governments for their silence or complicity? Did we learn nothing from history? Joining me to discuss the historical indifference to genocide and what is taking place in Gaza is Craig Mokhiber, former director of the New York office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. So let's begin with that question. Craig, it isn't new. Rwanda, I was in Bosnia. Why? And then we can go back to the lessons of the Holocaust, which have been a staple in university curricula, and yet here we are witnessing undeniably a Holocaust. And as you wrote in your resignation letter, the United States is not only not moving to stop it, but is arming those who are carrying out the genocide itself.
Well, that's right. And that is the difference, Chris, because if you look at what the United States and the United Kingdom did when the genocide was unfolding in Rwanda, we know from leaked diplomatic cables that they actually instructed their diplomats not to use the term genocide because they knew as a matter of international law that if it were genocide, they would be compelled to act to prevent it, to stop it, and to punish it. And so their crime at that time was a failure of their obligation of prevention under international law. What we're seeing in Gaza now is much worse because the United States and the United Kingdom and some other Western powers have actually been complicit in the genocide. That's a separate crime under the Genocide Convention, the crime of complicity. And that's because the United States, as you know, during this genocide has been actively providing economic, military, intelligence, diplomatic support. It's been using its veto at the Security Council to stop a ceasefire. And after each veto, we've seen thousands and thousands of more Palestinians lose their lives in the genocide. We've seen the U.S. even use its podiums in official institutions of the State Department and the Defense Department and the White House and the National Security Council to disseminate Israeli propaganda for genocide, including justification of war crimes like bombings on hospitals and so on. So that is actually a higher level of accountability. It is the crime of complicity, and it is a step up from the failures of the West, of the United States during past genocide. And my big fear is that the position taken by powerful Western states has begun to corrupt international institutions and to cow them into a fearful silence.
Let's talk about what happens internally within these institutions. And as I have noted before, I was in Sarajevo during the war. So that was 300 to 400 shells a day, 4 to 5 dead a day, 24 wounded a day. I only do that by comparison. In Gaza, we're talking about hundreds of dead and wounded a day. So the savagery of the Israeli carpet bombing is unlike what we have seen. I think you'd have to go back, maybe Grozny. I don't know where you would go back to, but it is at such a horrific level. I think 65% now of the housing in Gaza has been destroyed. It's an undeniable, at the very least, a war crime, but I think it's undeniably genocide. Let's start with the UN. You worked for many years in the UN. What's happening internally? The Secretary General has made statements calling quite forcefully for a ceasefire, but talk about institutionally what we don't see.
Well, that's right. And that was what struck me most when I penned my final letter to the United Nations on departing in October, is that if you had such a clear case on its face of genocidal intent spoken by Israeli leaders and genocidal action implemented on the ground, and the UN was afraid to even use the word genocide, then the very norms and standards upon which that organization were founded were very much at risk. And this is because Israel had already in October abandoned its decades-long strategy of incremental genocide, which I think was designed to preserve Western sponsorship. And they moved in 2023 to an expedited destruction of the final remnants of Palestine, as they say, from the river to the sea. And Gaza was experiencing that most of all, but we had seen it throughout the year already in the West Bank with attacks by the Israeli military, mass arrests, a pogrom in Hawara village, wholesale ethnic cleansing of West Bank villages. And this was all being brought to our desks every single day. And yet, I saw this very trepidatious, almost silent approach on the part of the political corridors and the political leadership of the UN. And where it really manifests itself, and you'll see it even now, right? More than 100 days in with this mass annihilation of a civilian population, you will hear from senior UN leaders these pat phrases about a two-state solution somewhere down the road and calls for humanitarian assistance. In other words, the safe language of genocide. But what you won't hear from them is any talk at all about the root causes, about the actual crimes, about the realities of settler colonialism, ethnic cleansing, persecution, apartheid, occupation, dispossession, inequality, ethno-nationalism, these things that are at the root of the Palestinian experience and all of historic Palestine, and now genocide itself. That is not a part of what you're hearing from the Secretary General and the senior leadership of the organization. You're also not hearing any condemnation of Israel. You'll hear appeals for more humanitarian aid, as I said, but you won't hear a condemnation in the way you have heard direct condemnations of Russia and Ukraine, condemnations of Hamas's activities using every adjective that one can conjure up, and yet no condemnation of Israel's crimes, because Israel is sponsored by powerful governments of the West, and because senior UN leaders are afraid. What we also see is kind of an abandonment of the specifics of international law in favor of more amorphous political references. The two-state solution is a part of this, right? Don't hold Israel and its partners to account under the specific requirements of international law. And that really has led to, I think, an abdication of responsibility by key institutions. You wouldn't even know at this moment that there is a genocide prevention office in the United Nations because it's been completely silent during this genocide happening on their watch. Similarly, the special advisor on children in armed conflict, before we even get to the International Criminal Court, which is not a UN institution, but has a politically corrupted prosecutor in Karim Khan, who has refused to take seriously his mandate and to prosecute crimes committed by the Israelis. So this is, I have pointed out the irony of the fact that this past year was the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It was the 75th anniversary of the Genocide Convention, but it was also the 75th anniversary of the adoption of apartheid in South Africa and the 75th anniversary of the Nakba in Palestine. And what you see already at its birth of these institutions and these norms is a double standard that was born and that were birthed really into a kind of colonial contradiction that has continued to influence their implementation up until today. But if you can have an actual genocide with clear genocidal intent declared not by peripheral actors, but by Israel's president, prime minister, 7 of its cabinet ministers at least, the senior military leadership, and then what the acts that they promise being carried out with genocidal fury on the ground and repeated by Israeli soldiers and then perpetrated as they are described, and still not have the courage to call it genocide, then there's no such thing as genocide. There never was any such thing as genocide, and there never will be again. And we will have lost a vital international legal protection for the worst crimes.
You talk about fear. So let's say they did stand up the Genocide Office, the Secretary General, and named this genocide for what it is, name the apartheid state for what it is. What would happen to them?
Well, their fear is that they will then suffer the slings and arrows of a very abusive network of Israeli lobby groups that will do their very best to slur individual UN officials as anti-Semites, supporters of terrorism, and so on. And I've been through that several times in my own career.
Just to interrupt, they've already done that to the Secretary General. They've already accused him of being an anti-Semite and called for his removal.
For the mildest of critiques in which he said that this happened in a particular context. So you can imagine what happens if you actually speak out against the crimes as they are occurring on the ground. And people in the UN are used to this. So that piece of it is very real. And of course, you're a busy UN official who's trying to implement programs and get a job done, and you have to invest then a lot of time in pushing back against these attacks by these Israel lobby groups, which when I started in the UN had zero influence, but today, much like in Western governments, have grown in influence and have adopted tactics that can be quite effective in intimidating senior UN officials into silence. But at the same time, you have to worry about suffering consequences from powerful UN member states, especially the United States, the United Kingdom, states of the European Union, who will démarche the leadership, who will bring a lot of pressure to bear and will say to you, look, when the time comes for the budget committee to meet on the resources you want to fight against racism, to provide protection in a particular area, we're going to remember this in the budget committee. And so there is no firewall between the normative mandates of UN agencies on the one hand and the budget committees, which are entirely political on the other hand. And then, of course, there are personal career considerations. There is a sense in some parts of the UN, and here the political corridors of the UN, that not offending powerful political actors is a form of political acumen, that is actually shows a certain wisdom, and that speaking up on behalf of the norms and standards of the organization in a way that irritates some of these powerful actors shows that you are not a sophisticated player in international diplomacy. When in fact, the Charter, the Universal Declarations, the main treaties of the organization mandate the organization to defend these principles and to defend the peoples of the United Nations. That in a world of realpolitik is not always what you're seeing in those cases. And those who do it will be left out to hang, to swing. If you're suddenly attacked by the Israelis, the Americans, Israel lobby groups, and others, you will not be defended by the organization. And you may well be in jeopardy of your job as well. So it's quite an effective technique.
Let's talk about the United States. It's a little different from the United Nations. Careerism plays, of course, as much an element in this. Samantha Power, who wrote The Problem from Hell on genocide and excoriated those U.S. officials and bureaucrats who didn't stand up to, whether during the Holocaust or Rwanda or anywhere else, of course, has now remained silent. She's that of AID. But you also have, as you noted, an active participation by the United States in furthering the genocide, especially in terms of bypassing Congress twice to sell munitions to Israel. Cutting off of that supply chain would instantly make Israel's assault extremely difficult, if not impossible. Let's talk about what happens internally within the U.S. government.
Well, I don't have a window into what happens internally. What I see is the face that they bring into the United Nations, which is often a face which is quite stern when the organization seeks to speak out against Israeli abuses. You know, when I criticize the UN, I have to say I'm criticizing the political leadership of the UN, some of the intergovernmental bodies like the failed Security Council, which has been rendered completely impotent by the use of the US veto, the leadership in the Secretary General's office, heads of agencies, and others. What I'm not criticizing are those people inside the organization who are there for ideological reasons, who are there because they hate poverty, they hate war, they hate human rights abuses and inequality. And so they're working day in and day out to try to defend those norms and standards and working in solidarity with human rights movements and peace activists all around the world. But they have been abandoned by the political leadership in cases such as this. And I'm certainly not critiquing the more than 150 UNRWA workers in Gaza who have been annihilated by Israeli bombs in just about 100 days, many of them murdered with their families, who in my eyes are heroes, who are doing their very best to serve the community and lost their lives by staying and suffering those slings and arrows. But the United States, when it deals with us, it comes carrying a stick. And that stick is not just about the budget, it is about a very aggressive, you know, I've always said that to be a diplomat in the State Department, you don't have to have any diplomatic skills because you come with power. You come with carrots and sticks. And those same carrots and sticks that are used to affect the voting in the General Assembly, for example, among states, including small developing states that need foreign assistance or are politically challenged, those same kinds of carrots and sticks are used inside the UN by the United States to pressure UN officials to either be quiet on a particular issue or speak out on a particular issue. For the US government, human rights are a political tool to wield against its adversaries, but always there to defend the impunity of its perceived allies and friends. And there's an irony in it, Chris, too, because for all the talk about US leadership on human rights, in the International Human Rights Program, the US is an outlier because of its opposition to most of the International Human Rights Program. They're opposed to economic and social rights as rights. They're opposed to the right to development. They're opposed to the abolition of capital punishment. They are the one state on the planet that is not a party to the Convention on the Rights of the Child, the only international treaty protecting the human rights of children. Only the United States, out of 193 countries, has not ratified that. They have a generally weak ratification record. They oppose the International Criminal Court and have even passed legislation, the Hague Invasion Act, it has been nicknamed, that if any of their people or their allies are indicted and arrested, that they will invade the Netherlands in order to liberate them. So the US leadership on human rights is not what I would call leadership. And I've said in the past that if that's leadership, we wish they'd follow for a while. So they are not great friends of the human rights part of the United Nations. And, we know from leaked diplomatic cables that when the Goldstone Commission of Inquiry was investigating human rights abuses some years ago, they deployed their entire global diplomatic mechanism with a massive investment in order to obstruct the investigation and then to discredit it when it was completed. And so it is with protection in the occupied territories across the board, always opposed by the government of the United States, as well as, I say, the United Kingdom and some other European allies.
You're referring to the Goldstone report by the South African judge, which was quite courageous in investigating and documenting Israeli war crimes, but finally Goldstone himself was forced to repudiate his own work. I mean, the pressure was intense
And personal, and smears and slanders and threats of not allowing him to visit relatives inside Israel. And this is a prominent Jewish South African lawyer, self-declared Zionist supporter of Israel with family members in Israel. And they went after him. And, he's been criticized for giving in to the pressure. But I think a lot of those criticisms come from people who have not been subjected to that pressure, which can be extremely nasty and even dangerous. We've all been subjected to these armies of online trolls and the threats that come along with that once the lobby unleashes its fury on you for daring to speak out about Israeli atrocities. And so I have no criticism for Justice Goldstone, only sympathy that he was beaten into submission figuratively in that way.
Consequences What are the consequences? This is the genocide of our time. Israel is talking about months more of pulverizing Gaza, using starvation as a weapon. All of Gaza is hungry. I think the last UN figure I read, 500,000 Palestinians in Gaza were classified as being as starving. I guess one, where do you think it's going? And two, what are the consequences of not intervening? All the U.S. does is speak about what they're going to set up once it's over.
Well, I think the consequences are already being realized. I think Israel is already realizing its genocidal objectives. It has effectively destroyed Gaza. It moved systematically from the north of the south to the south of the Gaza Strip. It has destroyed most housing, most civilian infrastructure, hospitals, schools, mosques, clinics, ambulances, graveyards, courthouses, monuments. I mean, the purpose is very clear by the action, even if you didn't listen to their genocidal statements, that they're trying to erase Palestinian civilian life in Gaza to make it impossible for the survivors to have a normal, dignified life. They're a process that started more than 15 years ago with the siege already, but has now been, as I say, expedited into all-out genocide there. And there's very little left of the Gaza Strip that would allow survival. You mentioned starvation. I mean, this is actual starvation in a piece of land on the Mediterranean Sea, something that we have not seen before. Imposed starvation, imposed disease. The numbers of those who have died, who have been annihilated here, are going to grow very significantly. The military attacks are continuing. We've received notice today of moves now toward Rafah, the southernmost town in all of Gaza, where virtually the entire population has now been concentrated in an area that can really only sustain a few thousand. And now we see the move to finish the job. I think Israel is expediting its action toward that end because it knows it cannot continue forever. But I think they've already succeeded in destroying Gaza and destroying life in Gaza. And now what they will look is to manage the aftermath, which they hope will result in keeping the situation bad enough that those who do survive will voluntarily leave through the Rafah border and either die in tents in the Sinai or be absorbed in the diaspora elsewhere. In just the latest, as the South African case points out, just the latest in a series of ethnic purges that started in 1947 and has really continued, punctuated throughout history up until this moment. Consequences is the open question. We've seen a failure of international institutions. We've seen the political corruption of the International Criminal Court, which has been delaying the bringing of consequences for Israel for years. And that situation has only gotten worse under Karim Khan. We have seen a failure of the United Nations to deal with this for what it is, which is a genocide, as opposed to just a humanitarian challenge caused by an earthquake or another war between two warring powers. But we see also a glimmer of hope in what South Africa has done in bringing the case to the International Court of Justice, the World Court. And there could be consequences. We expect any day now, really, to receive an order by the court on the provisional measures that have been brought by South Africa. Those provisional measures could make a difference. They call for a cessation of military activities, an end to the siege, bringing in the humanitarian relief and aid that is needed, preservation of evidence, allowing fact-finding missions in. I mean, that could make a huge difference for the survivors and bring hope of reconstruction. Now, of course, I fully expect that if the court delivers those provisional measures, Israel will refuse to implement them. The case is then supposed to go to the Security Council for enforcement, where the US will veto it, because this is, after all, a US-Israeli genocide because of the degree of complicity. The case then would go to the General Assembly for an emergency special session. General Assembly, of course, is a democratic body, one country, one vote, where measures could be adopted in a resolution that could either just be a resolution that condemns what Israel has done and encourages everybody to implement the decision of the court, or it could be something more concrete. It could include calls for diplomatic measures, consular measures, economic measures, political measures, removal of Israel from international organizations, non-recognition of passports. It could set up mechanisms, as they did for apartheid South Africa, to bring more pressure to bear. It could call on individual courts, because this is a crime of universal jurisdiction, to bring criminal action against Israelis. It could set up a tribunal itself. So there's a lot that the General Assembly could do, but you can be sure that the US and others will be working very hard to compromise that process to make sure that the GA doesn't do anything meaningful by pressuring individual delegations not to support anything meaningful. In the end, Chris, accountability is going to come from us. I have lost confidence in national institutions and international institutions in cases like this, but my confidence has grown in movements, in civil society, in people, in boycotts and organized divestments and sanctions, in the anti-apartheid movement, which is growing by leaps and bounds, in the courageous efforts of groups like Jewish Voice for Peace, and If Not Now, who took over Grand Central Station and the Statue of Liberty, of the millions who are marching in capitals around the world, including in places where those marches are banned, and they do it at risk of arrest and beatings by police because they refuse to go along. This is what changed things in the struggle against apartheid. When South African apartheid was supported by the United States right through the 1980s, it was people and churches and synagogues and mosques and movements and labor unions that made the difference. I expect that's where, to answer your question, the consequences will come from, and that's where all of my hope rests now.
Well, and of course, Israel was a strong supporter of the apartheid state right up until the end. In an exchange for oil, which South Africa had, they armed the apartheid state, even when everyone else was walking away. I just want to close by talking about
it was helping them get
placing
nuclear
this
weapons.
within the long nightmare the Palestinians have endured. You referenced the Nakba in 1948, 49, when 750,000 Palestinians were ethnically cleansed. Thousands were killed in massacres by Zionist terrorist groups. It seems to have accelerated. I think you used the term kind of slow motion genocide, if I remember. Slow motion ethnic cleansing, yes, but in terms of scale, I'm not sure we've ever seen anything like this. Talk a little bit about what this means for the Palestinians, and then of course we can't leave out the West Bank, because 300 Palestinians have been killed, thousands upon thousands arrested. Settlers, Jewish settlers, are seizing Palestinian villages and driving the inhabitants out in the West Bank. But just give us a picture from the Palestinian viewpoint.
Well, and that's what's so important about the South African case, because it points out that, what's happening here is happening in a broader context, and that genocide is a continuum. Raphael Lemkin, the Polish Jewish jurist who invented the term genocide and lobbied for the adoption of the convention, pointed out that it is always a continuum of genocide. It's not an event that occurs. And, I've been arguing the genocide started long ago in Palestine, indeed in 1947 and 1948 with the Nakba, where you saw the wholesale purging, the massacres that you talked about of Palestinian villages, and then just erasing those villages, renaming them and building Israeli realities on top of them. That never stopped. That continued in the 1950s. It continued then, inside the Green Line. It continued then with 1967 in the West Bank, Gaza, East Jerusalem, and now it's continuing in an expedited way in Gaza as well. All a part of the same ethnic purge. You cannot have an ethno-nationalist state that wants to pretend to be democratic if you don't have an overwhelming majority of those in your ethno-nationalist group. And that means, by definition, it means ethnic purges. It means genocide. There's no other way to achieve that. And Israel has been doing that now for 75 years. The difference is that, and there's no doubt that just the sheer scale of what they're doing in Gaza is unprecedented, even in the Palestinian experience. It has eclipsed what happened in the original Nakba in 1948. What's different is that for 75 years, Israel enjoyed absolute impunity for these crimes. And it also was able to dominate the narrative in the West that effectively erased the Palestinians or gave a description of them as some sort of, external force that came in from outer space because it wanted to kill Jews or something like this. Not that you had these indigenous people in a place called Palestine who were invaded by settlers from another continent who effectively erased them and has been executing and massacring them ever since. That narrative is finally coming through. You finally see, even in the West, a greater understanding of the plight of the Palestinian people, of the legitimate cause of the Palestinian people, of the legitimate resistance of the Palestinian people. So I think that Israel has overplayed its genocidal hand in this case, and that we're going to see a lot of push for accountability that we didn't with previous mass atrocities committed by the Israelis. It really is, it's not going to come from the official institutions of government or international institutions. And whatever happens in the case before the International Court of Justice, or the domestic case brought by the Center for Constitutional Rights in domestic courts in the US for US complicity in this genocide, Palestinian people will benefit from this growing movement around the world. And that solidarity, I think, is where the best hope is of a change in the future, and of abandoning these old, tired slogans about a two-state solution and really looking at something rooted in human rights and equality, like a single democratic secular state with equal rights for Christians, Muslims, and Jews.
And just in terms of on the ground for the Palestinians in Gaza, I have friends who have family in Han Yunis and Gaza City, and they were talking about, along with everything else that Israel was obliterating, they were actually blowing up wells that people used to get. I mean, that just shows you at what level they were creating an uninhabitable, virtually uninhabitable environment. What does this mean for the Palestinians in Gaza?
Wells, farmland, bakeries, water sources, everything that is necessary for civilian life, which is further evidence that this was a genocidal onslaught designed to make survival in Gaza impossible. What it means for the Palestinian people remains to be seen. What it means for the people of Gaza is that most of Gaza will be unlivable for a long time to come. And this was exactly the Israeli plan. Gaza can be rebuilt. The environmental degradation can be reversed. Gaza can be rebuilt with massive investment. Israel will resist that with everything that it has and with the backing of the US, the UK, and others. They will want the world to ratify the ethnic cleansing that they carried out in Gaza, just as the world ratified the ethnic cleansing that it carried out inside the Greenland in 1948. That's what we have to push back against. But the movement for Palestinian rights and for Palestinian justice and freedom, that's going to grow, and it's going to continue as the anti-apartheid movement did. And so what that means is that the tens of thousands of civilians martyred in Gaza will have been martyred for the cause of Palestinian freedom, and that they will not have died in vain. I do not think in the long term that Israel can continue to use force to maintain its ethno-nationalist project in the middle of the Middle East. And I think that, the only hope is the hope that comes from people all around the world fighting for this cause of equality, this cause of justice.
Great. That was Craig Mokhiber, a longtime international
to keep our attention on electoral affairs here. And that is how the genocide in Gaza is seemingly seriously impacting the opportunity, or the chances rather, for President Joe Biden in this year's election. And there is in fact an effort
with this genocide,
going under the hashtag Abandon Biden, that has taken up this mantle. I'm very happy to talk about that. And we are very honored to be joined by Hassan Abdul Salam, who's a professor of human rights at the University of Minnesota and an organizer with the Abandon Biden campaign. Hassan, thank you so much for being with us.
Such a pleasure. Thanks, Rania. Thanks, Eugene. It's great to connect, and thanks for the amazing work that you've been doing.
Oh, well, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. It is great to connect. This is, in many ways become one of the biggest stories in the United States is how is it going to impact Biden that he has been backing this genocide just, to the hilt from the very beginning. But maybe let's just talk about why you all felt the need to organize, to organize something. It was obvious that people were angry, but to turn it into sort of a real organized instrument around the fall vote.
After the attacks took place in Gaza, I reached out to a colleague and I told him I'm someone who works in strategy, sociology, and human rights. I'm a professor of human rights, and I realized that the protests were being sort of experienced in a diffusive way by the political elites. They were ignoring it partly because it wasn't directly messaged to them. And so I reached out and said, this is probably not going to work. What we need to do in order to save lives is to pledge not to vote as a community and to actively campaign against Mr. Biden. That we had the numbers in the swing states, Muslim Americans and their allies, African Americans, Latinx people, progressive youth, libertarians, to stop this. And so we decided that this was the way to pressure Mr. Biden. And the experience has been, as you mentioned, a bit of a roller coaster as we've had the opportunity to even connect with the White House, who's been trying to stop us even before our very conference in Dearborn on the 2nd of December, when we had representatives from each of the swing states dedicating and committing to delivering the state, each swing state, away from Mr. Biden.
Well, one of the things that, I think is notable about this and an important aspect of it is everyone says, well, if you don't vote for Trump, it's going to be really bad. And if you're not a Muslim, people say, especially for Muslims. And of course, for all of us who are progressive, we remember, of course, the first Trump presidency. We remember everything that's happened, after 9/11 and before. So it's sort of a potent argument, but it seems to be a little bit misplaced given where this campaign is originating from. But I'm wondering how you respond to that, because I think, this sort of fear-based politics is a big part of how, the Democrats are trying to keep people from straying.
Absolutely. And I could tell you, as we've been organizing in all the swing states, leaders, abandoned Biden leaders across the country have started off often asking, what do we do? What's the alternative? And the answer really is that often the way it's framed is that an alternative has to be the last name of a candidate. That's the response that often creates satisfaction. But what I ask is, don't ask for an alternative candidate, ask for an alternative world. And so one of the most important things for us to think about as we look back is Mr. Trump most definitely prevented our friends and colleagues and family members from entering the country. But Mr. Biden killed them. And so when people create this formula of the lesser of two evils, in truth, this is so wretched that the equation of the lesser of two evils should not be part of our moral thinking. This is so beyond and something that as Americans we should never accept, that we have to send a signal to the entire political landscape. By actually making Mr. Biden lose, we would begin a reckoning, a conversation with the Democratic Party to move towards bringing human rights and civil rights in foreign policy. We can't have the Inflation Reduction Act and fight for climate change, which is something Muslim Americans and their allies want. And we can't fight to end police brutality and improve the status of undocumented people and remove the wall that divides us between different countries, including Mexico, as well as to ensure that there's Medicare for all and Social Security for each person. And then on the other hand, kill human beings across the planet with impunity, without even recognizing and grieving their lives, as you saw in the letter from the White House after 100 days. Palestinian lives were not grieved in the same way. We fought so hard in this country for civil rights. The Martin Luther King, who fought for voting rights and civil rights is often the one that is propped up and imagined as the Martin Luther King that everyone loves. But there's another Martin Luther King that everyone ignored that we're following and abandoned Biden. It's the Martin Luther King who fought against having this Vietnam War and the deaths that constantly were being tallied, and no one was speaking out. America, if it stands for anything and believes in itself as being based on freedom of expression, on dignity, on ending cruelty, on being sovereign, then how can we then turn and with our own weapons destroy and shed bodies? People in our own mosques and cultural centers come to us and they tell us statements I've never heard. They say, someone, when we were doing a press conference, was saying, we were having a press conference as we were, one of the ways in which we launched the Abandon Biden campaigns is a press conference, and one of the speakers called me and so calmly said, you know, Hassan, an hour ago, I just learned that I lost 24 members of my family. And 24 members. This is a situation in which we are hearing this, and we're hearing our friends and colleagues, and we're all brothers and sisters. No American citizen should be saying such statements in this country to one another. And so we're dedicated to the idea that to abandon Biden is really emerging because he has truly abandoned us. He's abandoned the value of life. He's abandoned the Democratic Party's positions on dignity and worth and inclusion and diversity. And he has persisted. We were trying, we gave him till October 31st, if you look back at the abandoned Biden history. And we had a ceasefire deadline day press conference. We said that was enough. We cannot say any more ceasefire now. We want it, but now even if it happens, we must abandon, because imagine rewarding a candidate after killing people for 100 days. That would be like someone coming to you and saying, well, the lesser of two evils is still the case for you must select this candidate who killed your parents.
You know, initially when this genocide began, you had whispers from inside the Biden administration that suggested that they were operating under the belief that Arabs and Muslims would forget by November 2024. And, you know, Joe Biden was recently asked by a journalist, you know, outside his plane, you probably saw the clip. He was asked, you know, there's a lot of Arabs and Muslims who are concerned and about what's happening in Gaza, and they're saying they're not going to vote for you. And his response was, well, basically, I mean, I'm paraphrasing Joe Biden, but he essentially pointed to Trump as being worse than him and wanting to deport them all, and that he cares about Arabs and Trump doesn't. And essentially he was saying Trump is more racist than I am. And he thinks because of that, which is true probably, but because of that, they will vote for me in November. So I'm just curious your response to this notion that Arabs and Muslims are going to forget come November that Biden facilitated a genocide in Gaza.
That's definitely, thanks by the way for that. That's definitely not what I'm seeing. I'm seeing devastating feelings and a deep sense of betrayal. But I also think I could just let you know, and this is for the president to know, I have been speaking now since October when we started this plan, and it has taken some persuasion. Now, when I meet people who were actually concerned about abandoning Biden, I'm now on the precipice of many, many, many new allies coming in who are saying, that's it, 100 days and nothing, and no word, and not even the word ceasefire, and thousands of people dying. So where does this go? And one of the real issues, Rania, is that if we actually reward him for this, what does it say to the entire political landscape? It says that you can actually kill, destroy, torture, and then they still come and vote for you. So then never listen to them about anything. And what are we trying to do? We can't be saved by Mr. Biden. Right now, we need to think on the long term to transform this country such that this doesn't ever happen again, these types of attacks. And I also want to point out something really about this equation about I'm incredibly evil like the other guy, but I'm mildly less incredibly evil. And that is just truly a disturbing logic that we have come to the point. Please, to the Americans who are seeing me now, how could we be in a position where we're in a democracy, where we're seeking human rights, and the argument is that, yes, I am incredibly evil, but I'm less so? That is definitely not the situation that we should be in. And this is not the way that we envision this country, and the way in which we should tell one another when we experience these moments at the kitchen table where we talk to each other and we describe what we want in the world. No one turns and says, I will continue to have these bombardments and deaths because it's just slightly less than what we think the other guy is going to do. And so I don't see any chance that Arab Americans, Muslim Americans are going to simply turn away and forget. It's really hard to forget. Like I mentioned, when you hear those statements, 24 people have just died of my family. Have been lost in the last hour.
Mm-hmm. Well, Hassan, for those who feel the pull of this call and understand its importance, is there a place they can find more information, get involved?
Absolutely. abandonbiden24.com. Please come on, volunteer. We have plans in all the swing states to partner with our allies, African Americans, Latinx people, progressive youth, libertarians, to ensure that Biden loses, and it sends a message to all politicians, to all staffers, to the entire country, to ourselves, that we must act morally in our politics, because it's a representation of ourselves and what we expect in our children and grandchildren. And so I ask everyone to join in this effort as we work together. And it's a journey that doesn't end. If someone comes into power and they pursue policies that are also evil, together as Americans, we will fight for civil rights and ensure that America is saved, and this type of action, this policy of death, is not our legacy.
Mm-hmm. Hassan Abdul Salam, organizer with the Abandon Biden campaign, thank you so much for giving us some of your time here in the
times in the last, the Biden administration is now planning to finally leave Iraq and Syria. This is according to State Department officials who are tired of their soldiers being punched in the mouth because they are illegally occupying another country. In fact, Iraq has voted to kick out the United States out of their country 2 times in the last 4 years. And the reaction of the United States was essentially make us. So Hezbollah did, and Hezbollah has promised to continue their attacks on United States troops as long as they continue to illegally occupy Iraq and Syria, which only serves to make Hezbollah even more popular and powerful, considering the United States is hated in Syria for stealing 80% of their oil production and hated in Iraq for killing millions of their people. Now these militant groups can declare victory and tell the people that they liberated them from the bloodthirsty Americans. And the Biden administration yet again takes another L, getting their ass kicked in Iraq and Syria. They can't stop the Houthis in the Red Sea. They lost the Ukraine war and all the trust of their NATO allies. And then you had the rise of BRICS in China. This is why the United States war machine is panicking, and they are resorting to bombing their way out of this problem. You guys realize that only after 3 weeks in 2024, Joe Biden has bombed Yemen, Iraq, Syria, and he's supplying 2,000-pound bombs to drop on children in Gaza. The Biden administration is a terrorist organization. It's time for us to use words the way they are meant to be used.
From the very beginning, the US and British military operation against Yemen's Houthis did not go according to plan. Unfortunately for Washington, the military operation called the Prosperity Guardian failed to yield the expected results. In the Red Sea, attacks on ships belonging to countries supporting Israel have not only not stopped, but have also increased significantly. Moreover, a few days ago, 2 British anti-mine ships, Sandown-class minehunter HMS Bangor, and Hunt-class mine countermeasures vessel HMS Chiddingfold, were disabled in the port of Bahrain as a result of a collision. The damage of these warships turned out to be so significant that repair may take 8 to 12 months. The loss of these warships caused significant damage to the entire military operation in the Red Sea, since it was these British vessels that were supposed to fight against the underwater mines of Yemen's Houthis. As a result, the activities of the Ticonderoga-class guided missile cruiser and such destroyers as the Arleigh Burke-class were completely paralyzed off the coast of Yemen. Even sending other anti-mine ships to the Red Sea would no longer be able to affect the situation, since the arrival of these warships in the war zone would take too much time, which the United States and Britain do not have. Washington and London are also concerned about the fact that Yemen's Houthis have not only a huge stockpile of underwater mines, but also extensive experience in their use. The Houthis gained this experience during the blockade of the Yemeni coast by the fleets of the United States, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates in the spring of 2022. Moreover, the footage of divers of the Houthi movement, working hard in the waters of the Bab el-Mandeb Strait in the Red Sea, that appeared in early January, caused concern in Washington and London. This fact indicates that Yemen's Houthis have already mined all sea lanes to prevent British and American warships from intercepting small fishing vessels that deliver weapons, missiles, and drones from Iran to Yemen. By the way, the recent incident with the death of 2 American fighters of the super elite special forces of the U.S. Navy SEALs has also become a cause for concern in Washington. Let me remind you that 2 professional fighters of U.S. Navy SEALs died during the detention of a small fishing vessel that allegedly transported weapons from Iran to Yemen. It is reported that they allegedly accidentally fell overboard, as a result of which they drowned. All these losses and Washington's inability to solve the problem with Yemen's Houthis have had a very negative impact on the Biden administration. Moreover, Yemen's Houthis also added oil to the fire by showing the footage of their dummy missiles, which were made of cheap plywood, but at the same time emitting very powerful radio signals. As it turned out, all this time the United States and Britain spent hundreds of expensive cruise missiles to destroy cheap dummy rockets. Now it becomes clear why the military infrastructure of Yemen's Houthis was not damaged during the US and British missile strikes. Now it becomes clear why the number of missile attacks on Western vessels continues to grow rapidly in the Red Sea. Now it becomes clear why the United States was forced to turn to China for help. As it turned out, President Biden, against the background of the realization that the United States and Britain would not be able to cope with Yemen's Houthis, turned to the Chinese leader for help. Biden asked Xi Jinping, whom he repeatedly called a dictator, to put pressure on Iran, so that Tehran would ban Yemen's Houthis from attacking Western vessels in the Red Sea. In addition to all these failures, the Americans and Israelis also lost an unmanned aerial vehicle MQ-9 Reaper, which was shot down by Iraqi guerrillas near Baghdad on January 19. Moreover, 2 days later, the most heavily guarded U.S. military base in Iraq, Ain al-Assad, was attacked by the same Iraqi guerrillas. As it turned out, they fired 16 missiles at the American military base, and only 5 of them were shot down. And this is considering that such Western air defense systems as Patriot, NASAMS, and Skyguard Sparrow protected this American base. Thus, watching what is happening, it becomes clear that President Biden, in 3 years of rule, has not managed to carry out a small victorious war, in order to distract society from serious problems in the economy and the geopolitical arena of the world. Moreover, all the actions of the current administration have led to the fact that the United States is now forced to suffer a humiliating defeat not only in Afghanistan and the Middle East, but also in Ukraine.
Hey, guess what? The Slovak prime minister said Ukraine must give up territory to end the Russian invasion. I mean, what does this guy know about any of this anyway? He's nowhere near the conflict, right?
Also, they did give up territory.
It's much better to get advice from people in America, don't you think, Kurt?
What was that?
You know,
advice?
the people who can see Russia from their porch.
Hey, we're getting ground up on here. That means it's working.
He also reiterated his opposition to Ukraine's membership in NATO. Did you know that?
Well, then he joins U.S. because we're never letting them in NATO. We never had any intention of that. Sweden will get in. Oh, they did.
Slovak Prime Minister Robert Fico, or do you say FICO score, said on Saturday that the only way to end Russia's war against Ukraine is for Kiev, or do you say Kyiv like a real asshole?
I say Kev. I want to reiterate. Kev.
It's not chicken Kev, it's chicken Kiev, and we all know this. So
Kievin.
To give up some of its territory to the invaders and reiterate that, first of all, to call them invaders. Anyway, his opposition to NATO membership for Ukraine, too. There has to be some kind of compromise, FICO told Slovak public. There it is, you Slovak public broadcaster RTVS. Boy, I think I got a vaccine for that, for the RTVS. Anyway.
That's part of the triple-demic.
Boy, wait till you find out. You know that HPV vaccine? Wait till you find. My friend just wrote a.
I did find out. My girl was telling. Oh,
yeah. Wait till you find out. Oh, we're on Rumble.
Her friend got it from it.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
Whoops a doodle.
And it's supposed to prevent cancer, but anyway.
I got HPV the fun way.
I got
through an incentive program.
What do they expect, that the Russians will leave Crimea, Donbass, and Luhansk? That's unrealistic.
Yeah, they already have it. Ukraine give it up.
Yeah,
they don't have it.
Boy, that's a negative. What a Debbie Downer this guy is.
I know. I mean, it's really amazing to watch the level of no one cares about this, and yet they're still going to pay money to it. There's no one cares. It's only Israel. And right now, I haven't really even been hearing that much Israel stuff. I think a lot of it's like, the Oscars.
Well, my joke
did Barbie win?
My joke about Israel's finally started working.
What?
I don't want to say it.
Oh, okay.
I want people to have to come out and see those. I have like 15 minutes of Israel-Palestine jokes at least now. The pro-Russian prime minister took power in December after his leftist populist smear party. I thought it was called the smear party.
Yeah,
but it's the smear party.
A vicious smear.
Smear party won September's election with promises to stop sending weapons to Ukraine, to block Kiev's potential NATO membership, and to oppose sanctions on Russia.
What? Excuse me, Smear, please. Can you not? Please don't do that, Smear.
Fico reiterated his opposition to Ukraine's bid to join NATO in Saturday's interview, which came ahead of a planned meeting between the Slovak leader and Ukrainian Prime Minister Denis Shmyhal on Wednesday. I will tell them that I am against the membership of Ukraine in NATO and that I will veto it. It would merely be a basis for World War III and nothing else. Well, he's right about this. Ukraine is not an independent and sovereign country. Oh, this is my favorite part. So he says Ukraine is not an independent and sovereign country. It's under the total influence and control of the United States. You want to hear him say it? Here he is saying it. I'll have to read it to you, but if you could hear his voice underneath. Since 2014, after the Maidan Ukrainian, so that's the coup. So the Maidan he's talking about the coup that the CIA instituted in Ukraine and overthrew their democratically elected government, because that government was more favorable to Russia than they were to the European Union. And so the United States can't have that. So the CIA got in bed with Nazis and overthrew the government in a coup. That's what happened. So he's talking about after that coup that the CIA instituted or instigated, Ukraine came under the total and absolute control.
I have to add context to this, Jimmy. It came under control of our shadow bank, of our many shadow international corporations and BlackRock and such.
That's correct. Why did President of Russia give the order to use military force in Ukraine? Well, imagine having Mexico, which is next door to you, and imagine that Mexico and the Ministry of Defense is completely under the control of the Russian Federation. The entire political scene, including the prime minister, is under the control of the Russian Federation. He's talking about in Ukraine. Now imagine that the Russians were to push Mexico into some kind of military organization in which Russia plays the dominant role. What would you do? The argument is rational.
But he's forgetting about the post-World War II international order. You see, Jimmy?
That's right.
What about norms?
What about
a lot of norms to consider.
Orders? All right, come back. Ukraine is not a sovereign, independent country. Ukraine is under absolute direct control of the United States.
Then why can't we check where the money goes?
I brought this up with Marianne Williamson, and she pretended that wasn't the case. Remember
Marianne?
that? Do you remember? Were you here for that interview?
The lady that sells New Age bullshit was a little bit less than forthcoming. I wouldn't have seen that coming.
The Course in Miracles.
But miraculously, she didn't know what the hell you were talking about.
It was a miracle that she could be that ignorant on Ukraine and still support it. Ukraine is not a sovereign, independent country. Ukraine is under absolute direct control of the United States. And there you have, that's my favorite part of this.
I mean, just not the money. That disappears from our site the minute it goes there.
The Slovak PM last week expressed support for Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban in blocking a 50 billion EU aid package for Ukraine in December. You know, Chomsky thinks Orban is the second coming of Hitler.
Really?
Yeah. I will never agree that a country should be, but he's all for, killing people who won't take a vaccine. starving them anyway.
Is he on Ukraine's side, not Chomsky? Or
No, I think Chomsky tells us he's got his head on straight about Ukraine.
Is it because Viktor Orban's like anti-immigration?
I think so.
I know he uses a lot of their money to build like useless football stadiums they don't need, but again, better investment than Ukraine.
That's right.
The most worthless football stadium.
I would rather they took the money they spent on Ukraine, the United States, and built football stadiums here in the United States, because then at least we'd have jobs.
Oh yeah, that's right.
You'd have to hire Americans to build those things. Imagine $100 billion in building in America, and we could hire people to do it. Anyway, I will never agree that a country should be punished for fighting for its sovereignty. I will never agree with such an attack on Hungary, Fico said on Tuesday during a joint press conference with Orban in Budapest. Slovakia's culture ministry also announced it will resume cooperation with Russia and Belarus following its suspension in March 2022 after Russia invaded Ukraine. That's from Politico. Look at that. So the Slovakian guy got his head on right, eh? And I think it looks like some of the people over there, Slovakia, I don't know anything.
It's from Hostel, the movie Hostel. I can't believe that he would drop the ball. Like, now is the time to believe in Ukraine more than ever. Now is the time to believe Amber Heard more than ever.
That's right. When are people in Germany and other places going to stand up like this guy standing up? Germany is just America's bitch.
Well, it sounds like the farmers are doing it, or does the leaders of Germany though?
That's what I'm talking about. The politicians.
That will never happen. They're literally going to have some kind of German farmer poo revolution.
Hey, come see us do a live stand-up show. We're going to be in Palm.
We were the so-called conspiracy theorists that said the West was getting ready for war with Russia. They laughed. They mocked people like you. They mocked people like me. Well, remember when the so-called conspiracy theorists showed you the Pentagon think tank documents laying out how the United States is preparing to bring back a military draft because a war with Russia and China would cost 3,600 casualties per day, ranging from those killed in action to those who are, mutilated as a result of it. We don't have the men to do it. So we need a draft according to their own documents. Do you remember months ago when we, the so-called conspiracy theorists, said the UK was preparing for conscription, a military draft to battle Russia? Yeah, we covered that here on the show. Do you remember when the so-called conspiracy theorists said that Scandinavia would become the next hot zone for war with Russia? Well, we were right once again, as Ivor Cummings tweeted yesterday. Oh my God, do the so-called conspiracy theorists have to be correct on frickin' everything? This would be getting boring if it wasn't so supremely sinister. Yeah, I wish we could laugh about it, but war is not funny. And the thousands of young men who are going to die is not funny at all. Just look at Ukraine, a decimated country as a result of what these globalists want. But we've been calling it out here. So what is he referring to? Well, conscription in Britain. That's what's severely, supremely sinister. Conscription in Britain is what he's referring to, a draft in Britain to get their military ready for war with Russia. This week, the head of the Army of Britain is warning that they need to get their civilian army ready, face reality that a draft to build up a citizen army for potential mobilization against Russia is needed.
The British Army has warned Brits that they could be called up to fight for the king and country in the event of war with Russia.
General Patrick Sanders today called on the British authorities to mobilise the nation, stressing the need for a shift in the minds of the public to be mentally prepared for a military conflict.
Yeah, get mentally prepared. So what exactly is he calling for? Let's go through this. And he says the British Army is facing the same dwindling military as the United States, and the Army will fall to just 72,500 soldiers by 2025. But they would need 120,000 to go to war with Russia. By the way, 120,000? That's what you're going to fight Russia with?
Right. Ukraine already has lost at least that much in just half of the war.
Yeah.
So what are you planning to do?
Yeah. 120,000. Good luck with that. I'm reminded of was it The Dark Knight? Batman, The Dark Knight movie.
Yes.
When the guy's like figures out that Bruce Wayne, is the one who has all the tumblers going all across Gotham City, and he goes in and he meets with Fox and he's like, I have this evidence that Bruce Wayne. He's like, wait a minute. So your plan?
Oh, right. Is to blackmail this one individual.
Yeah. Like that's what I think of. Like, you're going to go up against this with that. Okay. And then he just says, good luck with that.
Right.
Good luck with that. See how that's going to roll for you. The general also said he'd like to see the military spending increase and he'd like to see the nation coalesce around, quote, taking preparatory steps to enable us to place our societies on a war footing when needed are now not desirable but essential. Here's and by the way, the UK media is really all in on this, really supporting, of course, this new stance. Watch.
But there are reasons why such a senior figure within the military would be saying this. And one of them is to reach the British public and remind them about the state of readiness in this country should the worst happen.
The UK is already involved in supporting multiple war efforts in Ukraine and elsewhere. And while the future of warfare may be unpredictable, the armed forces need people.
I think we've got to be ready. The way the world situation is, it's different. If you ask the people over 60, they would be up for it. Citizen Army, they would love that idea. The younger generation, I don't think, would be up for it.
But Jade, aged 25, disagrees.
Do you think your generation would kind of be ready to step up like that?
I think so, yeah. I think so. Although everybody would be scared, I think so. I think there's a lot of people that want to help now.
The Defence Secretary insisted that recruiting and retaining members of all of the armed forces is a top priority.
Can you give a commitment now? He'll come to the House before Easter to make a statement about what we're doing about retention of critical armed forces personnel.
I am working very hard to make sure that, in common with actually many Western militaries, armed forces, that we do have the men and women we need for our armed forces, skilled up to the right levels and capable of taking on this challenge.
Yeah. So before Easter, let's find out how many men we really need and how are we going to keep the people we currently have and then add on the tens of thousands that we need in the UK to go up against Russia.
You know, if you're a journalist and you go out and you say, let's see what the average person on the street says about this. If they talk to at least 10 people, they had to have had footage of someone saying, I do not want that. I do not want my kids to die. I do not want to go myself. They left those people out. So either they really did not find any anti-war voices, or they edited that in a pro-war way. Which one do you think that is? Because I am skeptical that they didn't have anybody on camera that said no thank you to a draft.
Yeah. I mean, there was no one that said no thank you to a
Not
draft.
in their piece.
No.
But I would imagine that more people would.
You see, they scared. They already got defeated in Ukraine. That's about over. But it's going to collapse very soon. But the humiliation of Israel and Palestine is a shock and horror because that's their colonial project. That hurt colonizers like Britain and America.
Would say that than not.
Like
no,
a
thank you.
25-year-old Jade who's pushing a baby. It's
Right.
like, yeah, I'm good for that.
What about this baby's father?
Yeah. His father, he's down at the pub anyway. I might as well just send him off to war.
Mm-hmm.
Send him out to fight Russia and die because it's working out really well for Ukraine. In fact, all across the British media, the mainstream media, they're bringing on military experts who support this. Watch.
There's been voices raised showing real concern over our lack of preparedness, our lack of resilience, and most recently over really very abysmal recruiting and retention figures. I mean, the government's plan is to have us reduced formally by 2025 to 72,000 soldiers in the field. Now, that's well below the lowest figure we've ever been since the Napoleonic Wars. But the sad reality of that is, as our current recruiting retention figures continue, we're actually going to be about 70,000. So we're going to be below even that abysmally low figure. And that trend's been at this case for nearly 10 years. So there's a real issue now about that, plus a recognition that we live in a very dangerous world. And I think the warnings from the Swedish Prime Minister, who was also the Estonian Prime Minister, that actually within 3 to 5 years, Russia could be in a place where they could do us real harm, is absolutely there. We need to get to a place now where, in a way, it hasn't existed for a generation. Defense spending, and how we organize our armed forces has actually got to become a national issue.
Well, that's a chicken or egg argument, isn't it? The world's dangerous. We make it that way.
Right.
So we could either be peace-mongering. I mean, which came first? Our making the world dangerous or our needing the military, right? Peace is not an option there.
Well, he mentioned Sweden, by the way, if you're paying attention. He mentioned Sweden, which is almost now a NATO member, and Russia has warned that they will not stand by as NATO creeps to their back doorstep.
Absolutely.
And of course, as a result of that, now Swedes are being told to prepare for war.
And see, Sweden supposed to be neutral, but they fall into the same damn trap that Ukraine fell into, and they get the same treatment.
War. It's like, well, here's the thing. What if they just didn't do that? Why do they have to prepare for war? A country that has obviously been neutral and for more than 200 years. Now Swedes are calling for the population to prepare for war. This week, top Swedish officials have urged people to prepare for a potential war. Officials said that Sweden must brace for potential confrontation with Russia. The Swedish foreign minister said Stockholm must be realistic and be prepared. The country's defense minister said Russia's war in Ukraine could or will come to Sweden. And then I found this fascinating. So Swedes right now are immediate, like when they heard about this, they're heading to the hardware store. They've been stocking up on equipment, buying crisis kits. We've heard from a number of our Swedish viewers who said, yeah, they're scared. They've been buying fuel, buying lamp oil, matches, water tanks, preparing for a war. So what now? What will America do in this effort? What now? What will the American people do? Will they go along with this boondoggle? Will the Americans go along with a draft in the United States? Scott Ritter is asking this very same question.
The United States Army just had a shortfall in recruiting. They are literally tens of thousands of personnel short of what their authorized manning strength is, which means instead of expanding the U.S. Army, they have to shrink it. They don't have enough men or women to fill the ranks. And so certain units, certain capabilities are being taken down to zero because you don't have manpower to do this. And now Congress is talking about beefing up with what? Are you going to go to a draft? Have you run that by the American people?
Yeah. How do you feel about that? About a draft in the United States? You know, this is obviously all the talk in Britain right now and Sweden, but what about the United States? It's been a great mystery over the past few years. Why are, millions of military-age men arriving in the United States? Of course, many of them coming from China with no families, no luggage. They're given money. They're given refugee status in the United States. And you can see here you see this massive line of illegal immigrants standing here, just being brought into the United States with their luggage in hand, just standing here with just like a simple little backpack. Why is this happening? Well, up in early December, Dick Durbin, senator from
Illinois,
thank you, was on the floor of Congress, and he explained why all of these people are here potentially.
What troubles me about the debate now about the southern border is it is one half of the immigration equation. Yes, we need order at the border. Yes, we need to have changes in the laws that reflect the reality of the overwhelming numbers from all over the world who are coming to our shores and our border. But there's also an incredible demand for legal immigration into this country even now. The presiding officer, my colleague from the state of Illinois, has legislation which addresses one aspect of that. Her bill, and I hope I describe it accurately, says that if you're an undocumented person in this country and you can pass the physical and the required test, background test, the like, you can serve in our military, and if you do it honorably, we will make you citizens of the United States. Do we need that? Do you know what the recruiting numbers are?
You want the immigrants to be the military so they can do what they want to do to us, and to be the police. This is disgusting. Old dirty Dick Durbin. You see, this is what the Zionists thinking about.
Army and the Navy and the Air Force.
Immigrant army.
They can't reach their quotas each month. They can't find enough people to join our military forces. And there are those who are undocumented who want the chance to serve and risk their lives for this country.
No,
Should we give them the chance?
Make country.
I think we should. And let me tell you about.
Yeah, let's
So should we give them a chance?
Let's wrap it up in patriotism.
Die
Let's
for
give them a
papers.
chance. Do you want to die? Do you want to die for America? Or is it going to give you citizenship, bring you in so you can fight our wars? We can go to Scandinavia. We can fight in these foreign wars. It's unbelievable to me.
What about the military now is inspiring to young people to get involved with in the first place? Like, what are they all know what we're doing overseas? We're like, the terrorists of the world. And it's like, what is inspiring people? Like, if you weren't doing that, if you weren't starting all these wars and you had something that was a legitimate cause, you would have people still joining the military. So it's, kind of crazy. They got to bring people from other countries in order to justify these wars.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. So, guys, a war in Scandinavia is coming. I mean, just watch my interview with Michael Horn from a few weeks ago, where he lays out exactly what's about to happen in Scandinavia. It's no mystery for people who have been paying attention. I know many of you in our audience know exactly what's coming in Scandinavia. It's been in the cards for a long time. So what is America going to do? What is the United Kingdom going to do? Are they going to allow these globalists to push this agenda and to push a draft and a military conscription? I really hope you enjoyed watching this video. YouTube thinks that you'll actually
Colonel Sanders, he's finger licking good. Yes, the head of the British Army announced that Britain will have to reintroduce conscription. We had it in the 1950s, in part to take up labor shortage. Now that we've got a labor shortage in crucial sectors, I'm not sure where we're going to find the people to conscript. I'm too old to be conscripted, even in Colonel Sanders's army. The Ukrainian army, maybe people not that far off my age are being conscripted. Women are being conscripted. Pregnant women are being conscripted. But surely the British army would turn their nose up at me. I'm not a pacifist, let me say right at the beginning. And if our country was threatened, I would myself, whatever age I was, pick up arms and would oppose the invader. I was a boy soldier. I passed my Part 1, unlike Lord George Robertson, who then went on to become Defense Secretary, head of NATO, and is now warning that if we don't beat Russia and Ukraine, our enemies, he says, will dictate the course of world events. He was a boy soldier too, but he failed his Part 1. I was able to strip an SLR rifle in the dark and reassemble it. I gave serious thought as a 14-year-old to joining the Royal Marines, even went on maneuver with them at Poole in Dorset. So I'm not a pacifist, but I'll not be joining your army, Colonel Sanders. However finger-licking good you make war with Russia sound. And by the grace of God, I have 3 sons, and none of them will be joining your army either. I have 3 daughters, and none of them will be joining your army either. Because Russia is not our enemy. China is not our enemy. Your Prime Minister, your government, and Her Majesty's opposition, they are our enemy. They are the people who have betrayed Britain. They are the people who have failed to secure that most essential of services: peace, stability, freedom from crime, prosperity, and hope. It is the system, Colonel Sanders, that you and Mr. Shapps or Green or whatever his alias is today, who are the real enemy of the British people. Mr. Shapps promised us not one war, at least Colonel Sanders only wants us to fight one war against Russia. Mr. Green, the defense secretary, he says we'll have to fight 4 wars in the foreseeable future. Against Russia, against China, against Iran, and against North Korea. Maybe against all 4 of them at the same time, which you've got to admit is ambitious for a country with an armed force of 85,000 people. For a country without a steel industry at all soon, if and when Port Talbot closes. A country that has virtually no shipbuilding industry left. A country that is so industrially weakened as to be in a kind of industrial palsy from which our people are struggling to emerge, and on which Brexit has done absolutely nothing to rescue us when we had the opportunity for the first time in more than 40 years to strike out in a new direction. Automatically friends of none, automatically enemies of none. We could have been an independent country after Brexit. We could have freed ourselves from the shackles of von der Leyen and Borrell and the unelected bureaucrats who rule over us from Brussels. But no, this so-called conservative government has completely dropped the ball on Britain's independence. They have thrown what benefits there could and should have been of Brexit all away. The wars that they have in mind to send our conscripted soldiers to, that's your son, by the way, your grandson, maybe your daughter, maybe your granddaughter. And if they're transitioning, they won't escape the call up either. In fact, they might have a special brigade for them, maybe in the Scottish regiment. These are your children. They're talking about sending to war against hypersonically nuclear-armed Russia and China, yeah, and North Korea, and Iran. Which begs this question. I know that Mr. Shapps wouldn't know one end of a rifle from another. I know that Mr. Shapps could not fight his way out of a wet paper bag. In fact, getting on as I am, nearly 70, I'd fight Grant Shapps myself. Let's do it, Grant. Let's do 3 rounds for service charities. Heaven knows our servicemen need it. They're begging on the streets of London, soldiers in distress. So Grant Shapps doesn't know one end of a rifle from another, but I presume that Colonel Sanders, who led our retreat from Basra and led our retreat from the Helmand province, in both theaters of war, we scuttled out defeated by the local resistance. But that notwithstanding, he got a knighthood. He knows, presumably, one end of a rifle from another. And so he knows this, that there would not even be time for our conscripted sons and grandsons to get on a train for Lithuania or Latvia or whatever other hellhole in the Baltics he would be sending them to for this war. There would not be enough time for them to reach there by train before our war with Russia turned nuclear. Now, it was pointed out just the other day that this war with Russia, that a NATO general, a member of the general staff of NATO, says is definitely coming within 20 years. And he gave some helpful tips. He advised everyone to get a flashlight and make sure there are spare batteries. Although if the war doesn't come to the upper end of his predicted timescale, 20 years, the batteries might be flat by then. He really did say that. Make sure you've got a flashlight and batteries, and presumably some tins of beans, and presumably a cupboard under the stairs in which to shelter. But the truth is, as anyone who has seen Oppenheimer, which deservedly is sweeping the boards in the awards ceremonies, anyone who has seen it, and anyone who's done the maths, that today's nuclear weapons are 1,000 times more powerful than the atomic weapon developed at Los Alamos by Mr. Oppenheimer, knows that neither a cupboard under the stairs or a flashlight or a conscripted dad's army is going to do anybody any bit of good if we go to war with Russia. Because Russia is bristling with intercontinental ballistic nuclear missiles. Do you really think it isn't going to use them? Do you really think that in a war with NATO, that nuclear weapons will not quickly be deployed as soon as one side begins to gain an advantage over the other? Because if you think that, you are a fool. Do you think Russia is going to allow itself to be overrun by an army commanded by Colonel Sanders and Grant Shapps, while sitting on top of its nuclear arsenal, able to wipe out all of its adversaries in an instant? If you think that, you are a fool. So what is all this talk about conscription about? Are these hastily conscripted, poorly trained, poorly armed, bloody infantry going to get on board our aircraft carriers stuck together with glue, our warships that crash into each other on active service? Are they going to join this army that would comfortably fit into Aston Villa's football ground and go and fight Russia? Or, as Shapps says, Russia and China and Iran and North Korea? Are we led by maniacs, lunatics, or criminals who are softening us up for something else? Is the war psychosis they are seeking to generate a diversion from the utter, absolute failure? Somebody wrote to me the other day, I regarded it as a joke. Maybe, he said, they're getting ready to form a national government and cancel the British general election. I laughed. I thought it was totally absurd. But I'm not laughing now. Something is up. These lunatics are up to something, and they are in charge of our asylum. Mind you, the anti-war movement is in a parlous state also. You'll recall I reported at some length on Sunday how I and my colleague Chris Williamson, the former MP, Corbynite extraordinaire, had both been banned from speaking on a platform with the aforementioned Mr. Corbyn at a march that we and our families were on in the bitter cold in Birmingham on Saturday. You'll recall that later in the show on Sunday, somebody phoned up and said, good news, they've begun to retreat. They've said that we can now start attending their planning meetings, which they had made a big thing out of, saying we had never attended, though we had never been invited, knew nothing of their planning meetings. Well, they're having a debate tonight about my views on immigration before deciding whether to allow us into their fold. Now, I have dilated on my views on immigration many times, and I'm very happy to do so, but not tonight. Because what do I have to answer to a group of Toy Town Trotskyists about my views on immigration? I am an immigrant. I am the grandson of Irish immigrants. My wife is Indonesian. I'm the father of 5 mixed race children. More people of color in Britain have voted for me in parliamentary elections than any other politician in all the history of democracy in these islands. Do you really think I'm going to answer to the Birmingham Stop the War Coalition? To the Birmingham Palestine Solidarity Campaign about my views on immigration? Seriously? But here's the bigger question. What do my views on immigration have to do with my support for the demand for a ceasefire now in Gaza? What's the connection between these two things? Are you only welcome on a march demanding a ceasefire in Gaza if you tick all the other boxes too? Boxes drawn up by these Toy Town revolutionaries? If you don't pass the political, ideological blood test, you're not wanted on this voyage. What kind of solidarity movement would that be? It would by definition be one self-limiting to those it already agrees with a no entry sign for those on other issues that they don't already agree with. I'll keep you posted on the outcome of their debate this evening. But frankly, if that's their attitude, I say we need a new anti-war coalition. No to NATO, no to conscription, no to war. And whatever your views on climate change, on trans rights, on immigration, on the climate question, on any of these matters, whatever your views, if you agree with no to NATO, no to conscription, and no to war, you're welcome in our anti-war coalition. It's common sense, really. And I think the time has come for that. Now, there's so much to discuss this evening. Like depraved, crazed hyenas, the European colonial coalition of Canada, United States, Britain, the Netherlands were attacking poor Yemen, the poorest country in the Middle East, one of the poorest countries in the world. We were bombing it all week. The Royal Air Force alone, which has been bombing Yemen since the first year of the Royal Air Force's existence. Yes, more than 100 years we've been bombing Yemen. And we were at it again this week. The Royal Air Force alone fired 4 Sidewinder missiles costing £200,000 each. £800,000 was burned in an instant, presumably setting fire to people and property in Sana'a, the capital of Yemen. There was no parliamentary debate. There was no parliamentary approval. There was no national discussion. There was only the order to fire against the people of Yemen. For what? Because the Yemenis, without killing a single person, tried to bring an end to the genocide in Gaza by saying that no ship can go from or to the genocidal state of Israel through the Red Sea. We ought to have been giving them an award. Instead, we gave them 4 Sidewinder missiles. That's the cost of the missiles alone, the cost of the airplanes, the mission. is, of course, in the millions. And speaking of that genocide, on Friday, we will get the verdict of the International Court of Justice. On trial is Israel, our closest ally, for whom we're prepared to spend any money, to give any guns, to provide any diplomatic and political cover, to give an ocean of favorable press and broadcasting coverage to invert the very meaning of the words of our wonderful English language in order to defend and protect. We don't know what the verdict will be, but they're getting the band back together because Germany, France, Britain, and the United States have already declared that they will not accept a guilty verdict. It's the rules-based take your pick policy. The rules-based take your pick order. And we take our pick. Russia bad, Israel good. Ukraine murders, old age pensioners in the snow in Donetsk. Don't even report it. Ukraine shoots down an airliner full of its own prisoners of war being flown to a prisoner exchange. Don't even mention it. That's the rules-based take your pick order. And if you think my sons are going to war to defend that, you have got another think coming. Stay tuned.
Do you know how old I am?
No, you know, guys, this is a
Not Oxford.
well,
Cambridge.
I was 15 when I went to.
Of your head.
Oh,
Or
yeah.
because
Oh,
reading
yeah.
a headline, whatever, said, hey, this is what it is. You know,
Yeah.
at least and I speak for myself as one who's been on the ground, boots on the ground for years. So I speak the language. I know the culture inside out. I dealt with some governments there when I was in Washington. So you kind of acquire over 25, 30 years of experience. You acquire some insights that gives you an idea of where things are headed.
Yeah.
Did you know that when I wrote the Saudi book way back, I said, mark my word on it, the U.S. and Saudi relations now are on a fork road.
Yep. And you were absolutely
And here
right.
we
You're
are.
absolutely
There
right.
are those now who's saying, oh, Saudis wants to play both sides. Yes, they are wanted to play both sides. Did you know why they didn't normalize the relations with Israel? Do you know why? Because they want something in return.
Yep.
And you know what that thing is?
What?
Civilian nuclear technology. I was aware of it back then, and I warned. He was in Washington. I said, you guys get to be out of your mind to trust the Saudi with the nuclear technology, civilian or not.
Well, and here's the thing, though. So I have two things to this.
Yeah.
Okay? So first of all, I don't, you know, having everybody have nuclear technology is kind of an interesting thing because first of all, who is the U.S. to say who does and doesn't get nuclear technology?
That's
okay?
true.
So that's the number
That is
one
true.
point.
Yeah.
Okay. Because, and number two, I think it's a little bit naive to think that they won't get it from somewhere else. It's not like the U.S. is the only nuclear country in the
Yeah.
world. I mean, Russia has more nukes than the U.S.
Then,
does.
yeah, that's correct. They had about over
And it's
6,000.
civilian, right? But still,
Which ones? The
So
nu-
they're asking for civilian, right?
civilian technology.
Right.
Yeah. Well, which was same thing Iran is doing because they wanted to have because you use nuclear technology for example, imaging at the hospitals.
Right.
You use for electricity.
Absolutely.
Why do you think France has all that electricity?
Right.
Nuclear power
And
plants.
it's been very interesting because the nuclear usage has gone up because right now, what are we seeing? Major oil disruptions
That is correct.
all over the world.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things we're talking about
Yeah.
today is that oil disruption.
Yeah. Except that when certain countries wanted to do that, like what happened in Iraq, like what happened in Libya, what did we do? We decapitated them.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I was aware, it was a colleague of mine that was part of the negotiating team that convinced Libya to give up its nuclear. Of course, they didn't know what was coming after that. And we changed. Look at where Libya is now. So it's sad. So this is why we wanted just to highlight to you guys the importance of when you listen to analysis, information, make sure at least the individual has some background to articulate to you the analysis, the concept, so you'll be better and well informed by the time you make your own decision whether you want to buy that argument or not. This is just to be informed about all this. And by the way, guys, for those who are first time here, please make sure to subscribe to the channel. We're noticing I don't know what the deal with those numbers. No, nobody, I don't know. Do people hit like and doesn't go? Whatever.
I don't know.
Yeah, we don't know. Something is weird. But anyway, if you guys be kind and just hit the like button and also subscribe if this is your first time. So, all right, let us get into a very, very, very interesting topic, given the developments that is taking place. And I've argued before, and I still hold I still stand by my statements that the HI group, you know which one we're talking about. There's HI, HA, and HZ. By now, you guys should know. So I argued that HI group ain't gonna be a cakewalk because the US and the UK thinking the might of their military, they're gonna intimidate them. Those guys have no fear of that. As a matter of fact, they launched back at the US. They targeted the US ships and all that.
Yeah.
So that's just how it goes. Because to them, they don't care.
Right. Well, not only do they not care, but if you're looking at Yemen, it is one of the poorest countries in the entire world.
So why are we bombing a poor country? Because here's the thing, question, guys. Here's a question for you. Can you imagine the US attacking China and Russia? Why not? Just type, you know the answer. It's not a surprise, but we like for you guys to be part of the conversation. Why do you think the US and UK went ahead and attack a poor country, but not, let's say, China or Russia or Iran for that matter, or Turkey, whatever, or North Korea?
They can't.
Yeah.
They can't. And so okay, so this is a quote from one of the Houthi officials, the HI officials. Officials.
His name is Abdul Malik al-Houthi.
Yes.
If it is the guy, there is that one. Is he in uniform?
If
it is in uniform, that's general.
Yes. Mohammed Abdul Salem. I hope I pronounced that right.
Mohammed Abdul Salem. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so he is the chief Houthi negotiator in peace talks over Yemen's decade-old civil war.
You're right.
It's not our normal day, guys. I didn't have enough coffee today.
Oh, I did.
Yes,
I did. That's why I'm hyped.
I can see that. So he said the plan. Okay, so this is two interesting things. Okay, so the first one is that they have no plans to target long-standing foes Saudi Arabia and UAE. Okay, so that's a very clear thing. They have no intention to expand this.
Do you know why?
Well,
the reason why, because they reached some sort of an agreement.
Right.
That conflict is settled.
They reached an agreement, and so here's what they're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. What they're saying is they don't want the escalation to expand because the only thing that they want is for the pummeling of Gaza to stop.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
They want to end.
And that's all they're
conflict.
asking
That's
for.
all they're asking for. So it's very interesting. So this is what he says. We do not want the escalation to expand. That is not our demand. We imposed rules of engagement in which not a single drop of blood was shed or major material losses. Only it represents pressure on Israel only and did not represent pressure on any country in the world. So that's what he said. Now, I don't know whether that's true or not, and I want your take on it, but that's what he said is going on.
Well, that's the reason, because he wanted to also ensure not the backlash of the global or the international community, for that matter.
Absolutely.
And here is reason to all that. As geopolitical analyst, I'll have to look at it from also the international optics.
Yep.
What is the first thing that comes up on the international optics? Is that the UN Security Council has never authorized an attack on Yemen, let alone for us, our incompetent president, went ahead and attacked that without congressional authority. Even our Congress is corrupted. We all know this.
And it didn't even work. It didn't.
Well, it's not about that. It's the idea of how come you break in international law. For something like this, you have to have the UN Security Council approval for it. Well, it was none, which means what?
I don't think they would have gotten it.
No, they won't. Which means what? That means the attacks by the UK. UK is subservient anyway. The UK and US, those attacks are illegal. Illegal.
Yeah.
Because, but again, this is where we're getting into our conversation as far as the HI group ain't gonna be intimidated. That's why they want to head and attack back. What did our government do 3 days ago? They re-enlisted the HI group in the terrorism list. You know, we had them for 7 years blockade. It was a blockade on that part of the on the country here. So what did the HI group do? Retaliated back by enlisting the US and UK on their terrorist list. So tit for tat. So what? It's because the thinking for us in the West, they're just a bunch of they ain't gonna do a thing.
Right.
Now we are shocked and surprised.
Right.
It's the same setup. The way I see it, like going
rebels is devastating.
parallel. Same setup that happened in Afghanistan with the T group. You all know what I'm referring to. With the T group. Because who is now in charge in Kabul? The T group that we fought for 20. And we didn't even defeat. So, and this is why.
We did. We took it from them and gave it right back to them 20 years later.
And this is why this thinking with the HI group, the both London and Washington, they are realizing, what have we got ourselves into? Because here's the thing now. No ship is crossing the Red Sea except for 2 countries. Can you guys guess what those 2 countries are? Can you type in the just to get you engaged, guys, just to get you engaged. So we know is Russia and China.
Joe Biden.
But that is not because
how humiliating it is for Joe Biden in the West that only Russia and China is getting permission to go through the Red Sea without their ships being destroyed or their cargo being destroyed or their insurance being raised. Very humiliating because the world is changing.
Because they are scared. They, HI group, scared of these 2 countries. Right. No. This is where geopolitics comes in, because it's all about national strategic interests. Absolutely. Did you know that the White House yesterday, yesterday midday, which means the day before, the night before, did you know that they reached out to China?
Oh, really?
Asking China, please talk to Iran to convince HI group to stop. And guess what the response from China was?
Nope.
No, sorry, we can't get involved in that. And rightly so. And you know why China did that? It's because they can't trust the US anymore.
Well, and especially with the US basically saying like anti-China, like what incentive does China have to do that? So if the US was going to offer something up in return, but then you have, honestly, you have candidates who are upcoming for the presidential election that are still talking, specifically some in particular, that are talking about, very anti-China, the next conflict in China,
crazy.
The Taiwanese president, whatever you want to call it, that just got elected, right?
Do you know who is Lei Chen-ti?
I know who his alliances are with.
But do you know who he's backed by?
Yes.
Can you guys guess who is he backed by? Which entity is backing him?
You can tell in his policy.
Let's see. I like to see in the chat box.
So as we're talking about that, I want to talk about the real crisis, and that is the shipping container prices. Because ultimately what's happening here is that with a couple of cheap drones, more or less, and some like ragtag, with some ragtag, I don't know, rebelism, I don't know what to call it, but like they basically have shut down like 15% of global trade because of how much actually goes through this area. So let me show you guys, shipping
before you do
go
that,
ahead,
can
go
you
ahead.
please wait? I want to just share, see the answer. Wonky C, you got it right, man. You got it right. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Hamad Sifi, you got it right. You guys got the idea. That is the reason why. So you have to think in terms of China saying, why should we help you with this? You guys deal with it. It was the same thing we did. Did you know we went through Saudi Arabia to reach out to Iran?
Yeah.
And what did Iran say? Iran said, it's not our war. It's not our war. So that just shows you where things are. And we find in ourselves now cornered because most of the Middle Eastern countries, despite what you hear, they are not, and I repeat this, they are not supporting the US and UK.
I think ultimately that is the big lie that is being told to the American people,
Yeah.
is that anybody else in the world supports what's going on.
Well, you remember the statement of Tony Blinken? The world looks to America, needs America.
That's the thing. So he's out here saying the Middle East wants more American involvement. The Middle East wants the US at the table. That may be true. And the reason it may be true is because it's very clear that the US is supplying Israel with weapons. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like there is a huge extent to which the US actually is involved in this conflict. So that may be true in that case. But I feel that that's maybe that linguistically that's a little bit manipulating what that really means. And I think that that is maybe the biggest lie that the US people have been told, is that there is support for this in other places in the world.
And
this isn't any.
Yeah, and this is why we're doing what we're doing in our channel here, guys. It's because we want to simplify those complexities of geopolitics. Can be very complicated. It's because you're looking at a world of both ends of the spectrums when it comes down to the theories in international relations, which is the guiding path, if you will, for what geopolitics is all about. You're looking at liberalism and realism on two ends of the spectrums, both of them competing for influence, both of them competing for dominance, both of them competing to drive the global order in one direction or another. Now, things are changing. Why? Because we have moved into a multipolar system. And that becomes the question, for example, for entities like NATO. It begs the question, how relevant is NATO in a new multipolar order? Back then it was the West and the East and the West. It was NATO and it was Warsaw Pact. So the same thing, the arguments can be made in this, is because you have to understand for why countries respond the way they do. Absolutely. I'll give you a quick example, something about the Middle East. Yesterday, it was a visit by the Iranian president to Turkey. Do you guys know how Turkey and Iran were butting head in Syria? Why? Because Turkey wanted the Syrian president out. Iran said, hell no, because there's our clients and so forth. And all of a sudden, you got a president of Iran visiting Turkey. Did you know, I read their joint statements. They agreed on one thing together, that there must be an absolute ceasefire. To me, it's not about that. It is not about that. It is about the possibility of them, Turkey and Iran, putting their differences aside regarding Syria and figure this out. And this is why I am starting to feel that probably by April, if not sooner, you might start seeing some foreign troops on the ground in Gaza. What am I referring to here? I'm referring to Turkey.
That's very, very interesting. And that would really expand this conflict in a way that I don't think that, number one, the US wants. And I think that that would make a really big statement as to this is not okay and the rest of the world actually is not supporting it.
Yeah, but actually, even if it expands, it won't expand to the way that we might be thinking.
Right.
Do you know why? It's because the world's going to realize, when I say the world, what are we talking about? We're talking about the puppets in Europe. That's all. Yeah. The US, well, the US and its puppets in Europe, they're going to have to think twice because Turkey is a NATO member. Yeah. That's one, which means they can block anything they want. And second thing, they're going to have to think in terms of the ability of, can you imagine Iran and Turkey cooperating? Yeah. And there is a third element. And the third element is, you know, as geopolitical analysts, you're going to have to always think about the big picture.
Absolutely.
The big picture is both of them, Turkey and Iran, wants to be looked good in the Muslim world now that the Muslim world is questioning Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
It's the dynamics. It's all about thread. Who's going to end up holding the end of the stick is the Palestinian people.
Oh,
sadly.
Yeah.
It's always been that way. Most of the Arab countries, no exception, have always used the Palestinian issue to divert attention from domestic failures, be they education, healthcare, economy, whatever.
Yeah.
So, and now, just to tie it back to our topic, you see in the US and the UK regarding targeting the HI group, and they're realizing the Middle East ain't want to be involved in that because they saw what happened for 8 years. They couldn't defeat. Yeah. Did you know we were providing intelligence to the Saudis? Did you know that Germany, France, and Canada sold weapons to the Saudis for that? Yeah. Did you know the United Arab Emirates, along with the Saudis, put a blockade on Yemen, meaning no aids was coming, humanitarian aid.
Which is terrible.
Yeah. And I may add something, which I don't shy away from. There were some Arab countries participated in that, which is shame on them. You know why? Because now you got a Muslim killing a Muslim, which what the West want.
Right.
But shame on Saudi Arabia. This is why Saudis can be trusted. So now you have this Iran and Turkey together appealing to the Muslim world.
Well, and right now, I think that's a very popular and targeted thing to
do. It is. And that is why when you start to see in the response from the HI group, they ain't going to be backing down. Yeah. Of course, what they are not disclosing is that the HI group is well armed, is armed to the teeth. I looked at some of the capabilities. Two of them came to mind. One of them has to do with the ISR. If you know what I'm referring to, guys. If you know what it is, just type in chat box. And the other one has to do with certain type of missiles they have. Of course, it's not a secret. Where are they getting that from? Getting it from Iran. It's not
that's not a secret.
No,
not at all. Everybody knows.
Yeah. But this is why both the US and Israel are not attacking Iran. Because the concern is we don't know what capability is.
And I think that's a legitimate concern. I think that's a very legitimate concern. And not only that, but right now, what the Houthis, HI group, what that group did, though, is they very interestingly enough, in a sense, alienated the West from the global South, whatever you want to call it.
I see what you mean.
Russia,
I see what
China,
you mean.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what they did was they said, okay, Russia, China, your ships can go through. No problem. We're not going to attack your ships. Everything's fine. Go through. But they said the West, absolutely not. Your ships cannot go through.
Yeah.
And that in its own right is a power play because the amount of global trade that has been affected
that goes through,
is substantial. Now, what they're saying is we are only going to hurt the bottom line, the finances of the Western world and not of Russia and China. That's a huge statement. And that's also a lot of money at play.
Yeah. Well, actually, the HI group inadvertently, the way I look at it, inadvertently now draw a line in the sand as far as the East and West. So that is inadvertently. I don't think so. They were, they didn't sort of, I'm sure there's smart people there, but it's just the idea of it in a subtle way, which is also a reflection of what the current global order is. In other words, the multipolarity. And that's how they did that, by saying, we will allow Russia, we will allow China. Even India now complaining that its boats, its ships cannot. No, India is no exception. India, because it's playing on both sides anyway. That's, to me, let alone what their prime minister just did 2 days ago. The Prime Minister Modi went ahead and inaugurated a new temple. The problem is not about the temple.
Yeah.
It's where the temple was built.
Where was the temple built?
On an old mosque.
Oh.
The ruin of an old mosque. Now, I don't know who was advising the PM, and you wonder why ethnic tensions in India going up.
That's a rough choice.
Oh,
Put it somewhere else.
Yeah, I mean,
You know,
common sense. Common sense.
Yeah, that's common
But the HI group saying, we don't care India or not. No one else going except those two countries. And that, to me, that's where the line is being drawn, as far as, funny enough, that, guys, geographically, where the Red Sea is. Just think about it. Where the Red Sea is vis-a-vis how the world used to be, east and west.
Yeah.
That's that.
Well, let me put up a picture of the routes and sort of what's having to happen right now.
Wow.
Yeah, can you see that? So let me see if I can make it a little bit bigger. Let me see if I can do that. But no, that made it worse. So basically, what we're looking at right now, if I can figure out where this is, here. Let me make it a little bit bigger. So this is how far this is having to be rerouted. Look at that.
Yeah. And the costs associated with it. As a matter of fact, one of the biggest insurance companies just announced, you know what? They are not.
Right.
They said, we are not going to insure American, British, and Israeli ships.
Yep.
Those will not.
Yep.
Period. So even China stopped its ships that was going to Israel. They stopped it.
So I'm going to give you some figures right now. So shipping container price, so shipping prices. Okay.
Yeah.
So I have another graph that I'll show you guys in a second. Well, why don't I show it to you right now? So this graph is shipping container rates. I'm going to share this and then share this. So
I'm glad I'm not dealing with this technology stuff.
Okay, so shipping container rates. So up here where the shipping container rates were very, very high during COVID, getting anything was so expensive.
Yeah.
And it absolutely exploded.
Let me see.
But as you can see, it started to come back down. But check out the upswing that it's on right
Ooh.
now, right here towards the end. And so you can see what the routes actually are in terms of the shipping containers, but look at that. So because it did come back down a little. It didn't come back down to pre-COVID rates, but it did come down a lot. And so we were starting to see a little bit of relief in terms of, being able to buy more things and in terms of inflation. And so with inflation such a huge problem already, this is going to add to it. So let me give you another number and to those of you who are interested in business and how business is done, this is economics, right? So we talk a lot about military, but what is military done for the sake of? It's done for the sake of money. It's done for the sake of economics. Yeah. It's done for the sake of maintaining and growing the economies of the countries that they're hypothetically protecting, right? And so when you look at where conflicts
and what
they're for is always for money in
economics.
Some way,
Yeah,
shape,
that's
or form.
true.
It's always for economics because what other reason is there? We can say it's for democracy, but that's
no. Yeah, the rest of
ridiculous.
The rest of the world's not buying that argument anymore.
And
gone.
The U.S. really, for the most part, isn't buying the democracy thing either because it doesn't feel like a democracy here anymore.
Well, look what happened with the platform we're on. I mean, we can't even talk openly. So where is this damn democracy?
Right.
No free speech. We know that here.
Ultimately, the real reasons, and it's not even to me when you look at like, oh, there's oil in this place, or there's a shipping route, or oh, there's whatever. That's the obvious reason for these things, right?
Yeah.
It is absolute insanity to just go to war because of.
No.
It's because there is a reason, and that reason is financial, because ultimately, if a government and a country is not making money, and if the ways that they make money are under attack for whatever reason, that's when they're going to do something about it. Okay. So if you guys are interested, I'm very interested in numbers, and I'm always interested
Yeah.
in the
Well, you
economics.
studied business, so you know
I
that's
did.
part of your
Um,
academic background.
Yeah,
so.
my original degree is in global business
Yeah.
for that reason. Because if you understand business and you understand economics, you understand why the world is doing what it's doing.
Yeah. I wish the whole team can come with me to Asia. I'm gonna be going to Asia soon. So
Well,
down the road.
if we depends on whether we're gonna have a baby or not. So
Yeah. Oh, there we see. We'll
that's
see.
the truth.
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
if I am not, if I'm
Yeah,
ready,
yeah.
then I'm ready, and if I'm not,
Okay.
then I'm not.
Yeah.
So,
Well, do you know, on a side note, do you know why I want to go to Asia?
why?
It's because the concern I am having as far as the narrative being pushed here in the West vis-a-vis Asia. When I say Asia, I'm referring to the big giant there, China.
Yeah.
So, and I wanted to be on the ground physically.
Yeah.
So this is because I don't trust
Oh,
what they are saying. I see things with my own eyes and I reach my own conclusions. And also because I wanted to push the narrative against the narrative. I'm sorry, not the narrative, against the narrative. And this is why I'm not willing to accept any donations from think tanks in Washington.
Oh yeah, no.
You know how easy they can. Oh, Mr. O, we'll give you 25,000 because that's what the Pentagon does to some analysts. And I know some names. I'm not mentioning names here because I used to meet them when they will come to Iraq, and I say, "What are you doing here?" Well, we wanted just to see how things are. And I said, "Well, let me take you downtown Baghdad." Oh no, Mr. O, I'm not gonna go there. They get scared.
That means they give faulty information.
Exactly.
Up
Exactly.
top.
Yeah, or because they were funded by. So I'm not willing to do that. So just
Yes.
the support of the on the other channel and so forth. The supporters, that's the way. But I was hoping next time we're gonna do it again. I hope the whole team. You've been in China before, so you're familiar with it. I hope the whole team can go there, and there's a lot to see as far as the progress. And this is not about glorifying China or defend. No. You know, guys, we don't do that kind of stuff.
No.
But to report the truth matters. I mean, you cannot ignore the progress China has made in the last 30 years. I mean, I look at it just in a simple thing like infrastructure. Why aren't we having speed train that can connect New York to LA? Simple as that.
Oh no, I
Yeah.
know. And okay, so I saw this and it really bothered me. And there's a nuance to this story, but it still really bothers me. So the Buffalo Bills is a sports team here in the United States. So they were just given, I think it's $850 million to build this new stadium in New York. Okay. It was a few days ago that it was announced that $800 million is being taken away from children and family services in New York. Now there's nuance here because that was federal funding.
Yeah.
But and that was like COVID funding, it was federal funding, so it went away. But instead of replacing it with the $850 million that they gave to the stadium, they just cut $800 million from children and family services.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
And you hear, and I'm all right. I don't get emotional. God, guys, I don't get emotional very often.
Well, it is for children.
Fundamentally not taking. Sorry, guys. Jesus.
It's all right. But I see your point. I really see your point because the children.
And things are so hard for people here already. And you guys probably don't know this if you don't live in the United States, but 1 out of every 4 children already is on assisted lunches, which means they don't have money to eat. They don't have money to have food. And so the school subsidizes, or the government subsidizes, children having breakfast and lunches at school. And so one of the nonprofit organizations that I have been following and donated to over time is Backpacks for Kids, because it gives kids these backpacks full of food so that they can eat over the weekend.
Yeah.
And I have been following them for pretty much my entire life. And this has been a problem here. And to me, that's horrible.
It's sad.
Because
it's very sad.
Fundamentally, you should take care of your people first.
Yeah. No, not our government. And I think because no, that's all right. But also because you understand you're gonna have children, and I can see where you're coming from. I can see where you're coming from. So, and this is what I'm saying. The reason why I wanted to go there is to push against this narrative, because we need to allocate our resources right here. Why are we going in them other countries and conducting wars and conflicts, and for what? Our tax dollars just being wasted. So that's to me where the issue. Now, on a good note, on a good note, your kids, I am going to teach them geopolitics from the get-go.
So they will be well informed.
Yeah, because by the time they reach 10, they will understand what everything. Because it's not a joke here, guys. Most of the kids here in America have no clue how. Where even you mention a country, even adults, you mention where is it. Tell them where is Yemen. They won't even know where it is.
That was the big joke when the Ukraine conflict started, is that all of a sudden, all these people were talking about Ukraine when they didn't even know
where that
it
exists.
was.
Yeah.
They didn't know it existed.
It's a sad reality. So no, I truly understand where you're coming from. And I can really sort of share your opinion regarding taking that. I used to teach. I used to have some students from really disadvantaged economic, and they were as smart as they can. They never been told you're smart. I remember when this student, it was Carmichael. I still remember his name. As smart as he never been told that. The guy cried when he found out I'm leaving, because I couldn't be in that institution. There is no way.
This is a better platform for you.
Actually, it is. I feel alive in this because you are contributing to humanity in this manner. Of course, I would love to have the students, whatever. But when the institution gets involved to dictate to me how to teach, and I was like, hold on a second. I don't bluff. You get involved with me in this, I am done. Well, Dr. O, we didn't mean it that way. I see, yes, you did. Because I don't care. But I do care about my students. It's because what they wanted me to do is to shortchange my students. I will never do that, no matter what the cost is, even leaving a job. And when I told them that, they thought, oh, maybe he's just bluffing.
No,
I was like, no, I don't bluff for that. So I understand your argument, where it's coming from. And I wish Americans, if you are an American watching this, I'm sure that will resonate with you. Because you go to Walmart, you go to Home Depot, you go to whatever, you buy groceries, and you are noticing where things are. The politicians in Washington, they give a damn about American citizens. So, and that's the reality of
have the same problems fundamentally. And I think that, to me, the biggest part of Russia and China being allowed to basically the HI group saying, hey, you guys can take your ships are safe, but the West, your ships aren't. That is putting more undue stress and pressure on an already very squeezed American population. Because what is this doing? The shipping costs aren't going to be eaten by the shipping companies, okay? They're not just going to eat that cost. What they're doing is they're increasing the prices of things. Prices are getting even higher than they were before. And so you're squeezing an entire population of people who are already squeezed. Severely squeezed. So it's ramping up the misery here further for what?
And this is what? And this is why we always say, guys, to those who might think, oh, geopolitics ain't for me. It will impact you one way or another. And we are seeing it right now. As you know, most Americans, of course, are oblivious to the reality because they're busy watching the idiot box and programs and sport and all that, while the government find it convenient to keep them ill-informed and embarking on a conflict in foreign lands that is saying, the government is saying to the people, oh, we are defending freedom and defending. No, it's nothing but hypes. Now we came to a close reality with the HI group by finding out here is just a group. This is not a well-funded whatever, and standing up to the bully per se, but also demarking the ground as to the east and west. That's the way I see it. Geopolitically, I'm seeing it. That is the reason why they're doing that. One of the advantages they have, HI, is the geographical location, which is split up. And this is what I'm saying. There is more than meet the eye regarding what is going on. While I'm thinking about it, remember when we talked about the Iranian president visit to Turkey? one of the reasons for all that is the idea of coming in.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the idea of something just to help. Something got unplugged and needed to be plugged or whatever. So
Thank you.
that's another member of the production team behind the scenes.
You will see her on. She was on the live on Locals last week.
Well, I asked her last time. She said, "No, I don't want to show up here. I'm going to convince her. What do you guys think? Should we bring her in?" Yeah. So here is one of the piece of information that I need you guys to know. Did you know that Iran and Turkey, it's not confirmed yet, and I am going to go look into it. Okay. I have my ways of finding things out.
I know you do.
Well, I used to work in Washington, so you kind of learn where to keep. I still have contacts around the world.
Yeah.
So, but those people, I consider them friends. You know, when you sit down and eat with someone and they open their homes, that's it. You can't. They treated me very nicely as a human being, not an American or whatever. So here is the thing. Iran and Turkey are talking about building a pipeline.
I've heard that too.
Just think about it. How is that going to change the fundamentals regarding geopolitics? Because there is a link. As geopolitical analyst, the first thing you learn is that nothing happens in a vacuum. That's why you always hear me saying that, because you have to learn that concept. And second thing, there is that link between finance, economics, and geopolitics. And each one impacts the outcome of the other.
Absolutely.
So this pipeline is going to change the equation big time. Big time. So, and now, which direction things are going to be flowing, this way or that way? I see it going that way. What do I refer by this? Meaning from West Asia and so forth through Turkey to the east, not the other way.
Yeah.
This is not about Europe.
Well, interestingly enough, if you notice,
guys,
if you've been paying attention to this, notice the moves that have happened basically from the east or global south, whatever you want to call it, right?
Yeah.
To secure oil, right? Even look at the BRICS members that just got invited and accepted into BRICS.
Yeah.
What did they all have in common?
Oil.
And so remember World War II. What is credited as being the one thing that helped the United States win the war?
Which the US didn't anyway.
But the US absolutely contributed, though,
to
winning the war.
Yeah, but they shouldn't take the credit.
But what is the thing that was credited for that?
Oil.
Access to oil.
That's why Japan lost.
And that's why Japan lost, is because it didn't have access to oil.
That is correct.
So I know that there's this green push and the green initiative and all that. We can talk a little bit more about that on Locals, okay? But that may be the case, but the countries that are not super buying the green thing, and quite frankly, a bunch of countries have abandoned the green initiatives. And I'm not saying we should do away with that. Clean energy, I think, is a phenomenal thing to have. Stop polluting the world. That's terrible for the world. Stop doing
But I do say I'll have to push back against your argument by saying it's more than hypes.
I agree.
So
we can talk about that more on Locals. We can't really talk about that here.
Oh yeah, don't get me started on that.
We will talk about that on Locals immediately after.
Especially if what I find out. So
the link is in the pinned.
You guys make sure to join us right after this one here. So. But just to go back to the point of the HI allowing Russia, and that tells me personally significantly how things are changing now, outside the realm of the control of the West.
Because if the West was able to control it, they would have.
They would have. Yeah.
And
can't.
There are a few reasons for that. I mean, number one, I think you brought this up last time or the time before, is that who does the US have as real allies in the Middle East right now? And it's one place, and that one place is being currently the rest of the world is very mad at Israel. And
because if what was happening wasn't right. You can, it's black and white. It's as clear as daylight. We can't be the US and the US administration. It's just trying to spin things out. And when you do that, do you know when you start spinning things, you are losing more credibility than you can even imagine.
Tell you, we
So
lost the
we
last
played
little
this
bit of
on the
credibility they
last
had with this
YouTube video that we
Israel.
did about Blinken, where he was basically like, you know, oh, I'm like gut wrenched what's happening in Gaza. We keep trying to tell Israel to, you know, to calm down and back off or whatever. And I said it then too. If the U.S. cannot influence Israel, who can? If the U.S. with the way that it's contributing to that situation, if we cannot influence Israel, who is in charge here?
Yeah.
Because
That's true.
if the US can't, then no one can.
Well, there will be another way for that. It's just I can't talk about it here.
Okay.
There is another way. There is another way of doing it. Maybe just remind me when we talk in locals.
Okay.
I'd like to bring that up because there is another way to that.
Yeah, I'm actually interested in your take on this.
Which will bypass the US, bypass the entire West.
Yeah. I'm very interested.
But
yeah.
It's gonna have serious outcome for that entity.
Okay. Well,
we'll talk about this
locals immediately after this.
All right, let me just conclude this one here. We'll take 2 or 3 questions.
Yeah.
Remember, guys, if this
Taiwan has elected a new president. He is President Lai Ching-te from the Democratic Progressive Party. The U.S. says this means that Taiwan must want their independence. But is that true? Joining me to discuss is Carl Jha. He comes to us from Bali. He is an expert on Asian politics and host of the Silk and Steel podcast. Thank you so much for joining us. So can you give me a summary of what this means and what this party stands for?
I think there's a little bit of a lag, but I think I catch most of what you said, Natalie. So I'll give my take. Right now in Taiwan, the election just completed. The current ruling party, DPP, is won the third term. The DPP candidate won about 40% of the vote. Not a really overwhelming popular mandate because 60% of the voter actually voted for the opposition party candidates. But the problem was that opposition was divided. So it was a three-way election, and the 60% of the voters was split between 30% voted for KMT candidate, the main opposition party, and the 26% voted for the third, the People's Party, which is the new party that emerged out of this election. So the ruling party DPP actually hasn't been popular because of COVID policies and because Taiwan's flagging economy. Just for a little background information for the users who may not be conversant in Taiwan politics, Taiwan has been running a basically two-party platform for a good 30 years. It alternated between the DPP, Democratic Progressive Party, and the KMT, Kuomintang, or the Chinese Nationalist Party. And the KMT party, they originally came from mainland after 1949. After the Chinese Civil War, the communists won the victory. The governing party of China, the Chinese Nationalist Party, aka KMT, they left mainland China, they went to Taiwan, and they ruled Taiwan as a military dictatorship with U.S. support for until 1990. In 1996, that's when Taiwan held its first presidential election to all parties, and that's when the opposition to DPP during the 60s, 70s, 80s, during the period of dictatorship, that gave the rise to the DPP party. The DPP party platform is Taiwan independence.
Okay, so if I were to boil this down, I would say that DPP is actually the platform of Taiwanese independence, but that is not the appetite of the entire Taiwanese population, as the media might have us. understand. Is that correct?
That's correct. Because the DPP, they came out the party platform of Taiwan independence because they feel the KMT is an outsider party that came from mainland China that took over Taiwan. They took over the governance of Taiwan. They felt this is a mainlanders party. So they advocate a complete disassociation from China in order to kind of overthrow the KMT rule. So they kind of have this legacy platform for Taiwan independence. But when DPP finally won presidential election and a presidential candidate got elected, things got interesting because instead of declaring independence as a party platform proclaimed, they kind of backtracked because they said, well, we don't have to declare independence because the Republic of China on Taiwan is already an independent entity. So we don't need to declare of Taiwan, which was written in their platform. So that is for the past 2 terms of DPP presidency. The DPP won the election for the last 2 election cycles, but they did not declare independence because they said, well, we don't need to declare independence. The Republic of China, quote unquote, on Taiwan is already independent. And the current DPP candidate that won the election, who was a VP of the previous administration, also reiterated the stand. So essentially, there's not much difference between the DPP party and the KMT party when it comes down to declaring Taiwan independence. Both parties are essentially status quo parties. They want to maintain the status quo, which is Taiwan de facto separate from mainland China, but they don't want to declare Taiwan independence outright because that would potentially provoke a war, because the Chinese government in Beijing has repeatedly said they would not tolerate Taiwan independence. So, which really means this larger scheme of things means just the same old continuation of the last 10 years. There will be continued tensions with mainland China. Beijing government obviously doesn't like the fact that DPP party, which is openly hostile to mainland China, going to continue another term. But at the same time, the equation hasn't changed drastically. And again, in Taiwan, they hold the presidential election together with a parliamentary election. And DPP actually lost their majority in the parliamentary election. So right now, KMT, the opposition, will hold more seats than DPP in the Taiwan legislature. So the new DPP president who is coming in is going to face a hostile legislature. He's probably going to be a lame duck president for his 4-year term. And let's face it, Taiwan is a case where it doesn't matter which ruling party is ruling the island, they all have to answer to, anything they do in Taiwan, like a big step, like hold a referendum on Taiwan independence, for example, they would not do it without explicit approval, backing, and encouragement of Washington. And at this current juncture, Washington is embroiled in a multi-front war already. The United States involved in a proxy war against Russia in Ukraine, and they also is involved in by backing Israel over the Palestine conflict. U.S. is getting dragged back into Middle East. U.S. just bombed Yemen, so all the U.S. aircraft carriers, battle groups are currently in the Red Sea, in the Arabian Gulf, in Mediterranean. There's not much spare manpower or military asset to be redeployed to Western Pacific. And last thing United States or Joe Biden wants to see is to open a third front war with China. So we're looking at a continuation of tensions across the Taiwan Strait, but not much has changed the current election result.
If you read the Western press and their coverage of this, they are presenting China as this really pissed off entity, this bad actor, aggressive, bad guy. And yet they allow this to go forward. They allowed the election to happen. And so, what do you think is the real appetite of China for war? And how do they perceive this? They've said that it's a domestic affair, which Taiwan says is disrespectful. And so, what is really the appetite of any kind of aggression for Taiwan?
So first of all, United States has a one China policy, and the United States doesn't even have an official relationship with the government on Taiwan. Like, United States do not officially recognize the government on Taiwan. In 1979, as part of normalization of relationship between China and United States, Jimmy Carter actually read out what U.S. one China policy is. He's publicly stated there's only one China, and Taiwan is part of China, and we only recognize the legitimate government of China as the government in Beijing. So that's a pretty explicit statement. And Joe Biden has recently reiterated that U.S. position on Taiwan has not changed during his summit with President Xi Jinping in San Francisco. So, none of the major Western government recognize Taiwan as a separate state apart from China. So again, this is where the Western press they kind of play a game, playing on the ignorance of their readership, that they would not know the official position of their government. And again, China's position has always been that sovereignty is not a negotiable, and they always the last Xi Jinping gave that is that he's committed to the peaceful reunification with Taiwan. The key word is peaceful, and of course, China does not renounce any options to reunify with Taiwan, including with force, but they have always emphasized what they want is peaceful reunification. Now, China obviously not happy with the current election result. They would much rather have a more friendly KMT party in power. The last time a KMT president was ruling over Taiwan, they had worked out many trade deals. Like they finally opened up direct linkage between, say, allow Taiwan businessmen, for example, to fly directly from Taiwan to China. Now, this particular juncture, that it just means the continuation of the past 8 years of the DPP presidency, where the administration on Taiwan will cling even more tighter to the U.S. ties, basically signing on the U.S. containment strategy versus China. But Taiwan government really don't have much to say on this. For example, Taiwan's economy is struggling right now because the U.S. tech sanction against China, which means the Taiwan's main economic powerhouse, Taiwan Semiconductors, TSMC, is not allowed to sell to its main customer, tech companies in mainland China like Huawei, and so they're losing a lot of their market. They have to they've gone through multiple rounds of layoffs, and that's affecting the Taiwan economy. That's something that there's nothing Taiwan government could do because they have to comply with the U.S. sanction, and so. Fundamentally, the Taiwan issue is not a Taiwan local issue. The Taiwan issue is an issue between China and United States. And right now, U.S. is preoccupied elsewhere in Ukraine and the Middle East. It probably does not want to antagonize China further by stirring trouble in Taiwan Strait. On the other hand, China's primary focus is still domestic development, as it has been for the last 40 years. And the war obviously would destroy all that. So China has no incentive to start a war over Taiwan right now, especially when China is still growing. China's relative strength is still growing versus United States year by year, month by month. So 5 years from now, 10 years from now, China will be even stronger versus United States. There's no time is on China's side. There's no reason for China to rush this issue, today when you can wait 10, 15 years when China will be much, much stronger than today. So there is no, I mean, unfortunately, for a lot of the news organizations around the world, there won't be a big news. There won't be a war. There won't be like flashy headlines. The reality is quite boring. China will continue to rise in the background. They will not make any risky moves over Taiwan. Meanwhile, the Taiwan government, no matter DPP or KMT, they will probably also not risk a war by unilaterally declaring independence, which means we're going to see the status quo over Taiwan Strait for the foreseeable future, for next 5 years at least.
Well, I would love a quite boring foreign policy, which is just keep your eyes on your own paper, stay out of foreign wars, and continue to grow your own economy and your own nation stronger every day. That's amazing. Thank you, as always, Carl Jha, for joining us. You can find
relationship between Fulton County DA Fani Willis and one of her prosecutors now has the attention of the Georgia State Senate. Today, lawmakers there approved a committee to investigate these claims. Atlanta News First political reporter Doug Reardon joins us live from the Fulton County Courthouse with the efforts from Georgia and D.C. to remove Willis from this case. Doug.
She finished now.
Right, Blair. This is getting very real for the district attorney now. That commission that was approved this morning by senators up the road under the Gold Dome will have subpoena power, meaning they can demand documents and even testimony. On top of that, also today, one of our state representatives proposed articles of impeachment against the district attorney, and even one of our federal U.S. congresswomen also authored a formal complaint.
Things picked up steam Friday for District Attorney Fani Willis, now almost a month after the filing of allegations that she was dating the man she hired as a special prosecutor in the historic election indictment.
On the adoption resolution, as amended, the yeas are 30 and the nays are 19.
The state Senate approved their own committee to investigate possible conflicts of interest and how taxpayer dollars were used to pay that man, Nathan Wade.
To date, folks, $654,000 of taxpayer money has been spent on this. As details continue to surface on a daily basis, it becomes more and more clear this was prosecution for personal profit.
The allegations claim Willis, whose office paid Wade large sums for his work, also traveled with him several times on cruises and vacations to Florida and California. On Friday, Atlanta News First obtained a copy of a formal complaint filed by U.S. Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. Also on Friday, state GOP Rep. Charlize Byrd also introduced articles of impeachment against Willis in the state House that has the numbers to make that a reality.
I would be surprised if the House doesn't pass articles of impeachment against her.
Georgia State law and ethics professor Clark Cunningham says Georgia's bar for impeachment is relatively low. He authored an op-ed in the New York Times this week, arguing that the only way for Willis to avoid losing the case would be to take a leave of absence.
If the disqualification happens, a new prosecutor is appointed. If she's removed by impeachment, the governor appoints a new prosecutor. So the only way she could guarantee that her office stays in control of this case is by taking a leave.
And Clark says if she wanted to, she certainly has the leverage to do it, given the multitude of swatting attempts and threats that she has been the victim of since this all started. Now, she will be here in Fulton County Court on February 15th, where a judge will decide just exactly what to do about these allegations and as far as keeping her on the case. In Fulton County, Doug Reardon, Atlanta News First.
Breaking news at this hour, the state Senate will now conduct their own investigation into allegations that Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis had an improper relationship with one of her top prosecutors. Atlanta News First political reporter Doug Reardon live at the courthouse for us downtown. Doug, lay out today's developments.
Right, Tracy. Well, this was approved this morning. It will be made up of 9 state senators who are Republicans and 3 who are Democrats. They're going to have subpoena power, which is really kind of the rub here, because that will allow them to demand documents and also testimony from people like Fani Willis and the man she is alleged to have been in that improper relationship with, her special prosecutor, Nathan Wade. So as we've mentioned, that was approved by senators this morning. It was proposed just last week, so that process went relatively rapidly. What they won't have the power to do, though, is remove her from office. Instead, what will happen here is they will issue a report detailing their findings on that alleged relationship and any financial mismanagement of taxpayer dollars. It could lead to law changes and even a severe defunding of state dollars to Willis's office. We have a budget coming up soon. Keep that in mind. We also learned today that a Fulton County ethics panel will be conducting their own investigation into these accusations. And Republican State Senator Charlize Byrd introduced articles of impeachment against Willis also today, which Georgia State law professor Clark Cunningham says could be a real problem for Willis, with Republicans having the numbers there.
The Georgia Constitution just says the House has the power of impeachment. So there's no definition. I would be surprised if the House doesn't pass articles of impeachment against her.
And Clark told us today there is one way for Willis to hold on to this case and make sure it stays in her office. He wrote an op-ed in the New York Times about it. We're going to pick his brain on that coming up at 4:30. For now, we're outside the Fulton County Courthouse. Doug Reardon, Atlanta News First.
Doug, thank you.
Committee to look into the Fulton County District Attorney's Office. Backers want the panel to learn more details about the alleged relationship between District Attorney Fani Willis and the special prosecutor Nathan Wade that her office hired. Documents show the county has paid Wade now more than $680,000 for his work. Willis and Wade are prosecuting former President Donald Trump in an election interference case. Now, Republicans in the Senate carried the party line vote in the Senate this morning over objections of Democrats. Meantime, former President Trump now joining the effort to get DA Willis dismissed from the 2020 election case. We should note the filing does not include any new evidence, but Mr. Trump's team does accuse Willis of inappropriately injecting race into the case. The judge set a hearing next month on those misconduct allegations. He's also given the DA's office until next Friday to respond.
All right, guys, so we have an update on the Fannie Pack Willis RICO case against Trump that seems to be falling apart with each and every passing day, okay, as the Georgia State Senate has voted to investigate Miss Fannie Pack Willis. You also have local Fulton County commissioners that are basically demanding that there are some investigations into the DA's office, that there are audits that are done on the office for improper spending of taxpayer dollars. And now you have Trump coming out and moving to have the case dismissed against him because of the allegations of the inappropriate sexual relationship that Miss Fani Willis is having with her special prosecutor, Mr. Nathan Wade, that she hired to go after Trump. Take a look.
A judge to drop all charges related to Georgia's election interference case against him.
The prosecution is accused of alleged misconduct.
Caroline Elliott joins us live from Atlanta with more from the court filing. Caroline.
Well done, Scott. The former president wants the judge to dismiss this case because of a, quote, alleged misconduct and an inappropriate relationship in this case. Now, the relationship in question here is between District Attorney Fani Willis and Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade. The court filing claims Fani Willis and Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade have a personal relationship and that the DA has paid the Special Prosecutor over $650,000 for working on this case. The court filing also claims he used taxpayer dollars to take Willis on vacations. Now, neither District Attorney Willis nor the Special Prosecutor have confirmed or denied a romantic relationship between the two, but court documents show credit card statements with trips purchased for both Fani Willis and Nathan Wade. There's plane tickets to Miami, flights to San Francisco, as well as cruises and hotel stays. And one of Trump's co-defendants has also asked the judge to toss this case The judge gave the DA's office until February 2nd to respond. The request to drop these charges came as lawyers for another one of Trump's co-defendants requested more information about communications between the White House and the district attorney's office in this case.
The White House has its fingerprints on all 4 criminal prosecutions of President Trump. And now we know they have their fingerprints on this case.
Yeah, so you see now, you heard that. Okay, this case is continuing to fall apart. So much so that Trump has now officially requested that this case be dropped. The charges be dropped, the case be dismissed. And I don't know if that's necessarily what's going to happen, but I do believe that it's almost certain that Fani Willis is not going to be able to stay on this case. And the reason why is because at the very least, it is a distraction from the case itself, and the case can't move forward unless she does something about these allegations against her. As long as these allegations are here and she's having to deal with this situation, it's going to be hard to move forward with the trial, and that is going to delay the trial and push the trial back to after the election, which is what the mainstream liberal media, they don't want, right? Democrats don't want that either, because the whole point is to try to get Trump convicted before the election, to try to sway the outcome of the election, to try to have Trump put in jail before the election. However, it looks like that's not going to happen, right? And if she has to drop from the case, then that's going to push the case back even more. So it seems like at the very least, okay, if these charges don't get dropped altogether, which I hope that they do, right? If they don't, she will be dropped from the case, and the case will be pushed back and delayed even further, which will be a complete and total embarrassment for her, and also, again, defeat the point of the charges in the first place, because they're not legitimate. They're only there to try to affect the outcome of the 2024 election. So with that being said, the writing's on the wall here when it comes to what's about to happen with this case and Fani Pack Willis. And I want to react to The View, who are coping, right? They're coping. The cackling hens are coping over the fact that Miss Fani Willis got herself in this situation, and they're pissed, right? They're pissed about it because the plan against Trump is falling apart. It is pretty hilarious. So without further ado, let's get into it.
So could these allegations compromise the case against him? Is stepping down the best move here?
I don't think the allegations are going to compromise the case against him.
Against Trump.
He's clearly a criminal in my view. And prosecutors, we used to say prosecutors were like roaches. Like you get rid of 2 and then like 10 more show up. So even if she resigns and even if he resigns, they're just going to be 2 perhaps even better prosecutors to take their place. So
why
that's not the issue.
Why does Trump keep saying she should resign?
Well, I think the issue is that there is an appearance of impropriety if you are sleeping as the district attorney. If you are, allegedly.
She doesn't admit to that.
She's not admitting to that. If you
but she ain't denying it either, right? She ain't denying it, right? Nathan Wade's not really denying it because we know that it's true. Okay, but again, the point here is really not about the charges getting dropped. It's about the fact that the more this case gets delayed, it defeats the purpose of the case in general, okay? Because the purpose of the case is to try to get Trump convicted before the election to sway the outcome of the election, okay? To have Trump in jail, right, before the election. That's what they're trying to do, okay? So the case continuing to get pushed back really is, again, defeating the whole purpose of the case, which is something that Sunny here is refusing to acknowledge, except she's going to be forced to acknowledge it here in a few minutes.
are sleeping with your special counsel that you appointed to a job and that person makes money doing that, right? So that's a problem. But the other thing we need to remember is this is probably one of the strongest cases against Trump. And she asked 2 other much more qualified lawyers to take it on, and they did not want to. I would not want to take this job on. You know what it's like to cross Trump. You get death threats. Your family gets death threats. Right. What lawyer wants to do that? She went actually to a lawyer that I know who's a former federal prosecutor. His name is Gabe. What's his last name? Gabe Banks. He's turned it down. She went to Roy Barnes, who was the former governor of Georgia, one of the state's premier lawyers, who I also know. He turned it down.
Maybe because it's weak, right? Maybe because they don't want to blemish their record with these weak, trumped up charges, right? But again, she's implying that they turned it down because, well, I guess Trump supporters are going to issue them death threats, right, for taking on the case. I think it has more to do with the fact that these charges are weak rather than anything else. But hey, that's just my opinion.
And then she settled on this other guy. He doesn't have that much experience prosecuting RICO cases and prosecuting this kind of case. This is the best that she got.
But if you are sleeping with a prosecutor and paying him $650,000, if it doesn't matter if you're black, white, green, purple, brown, it is wrong.
Yes.
And it is unethical, and I think it's against the rules of professional regulation of the legal. And it does affect the case. There's many cases that have fallen apart because an attorney is sleeping with a client, or people in the prosecutor's office are having phone sex with a witness. I mean, I'm not making it up. Go look at Griselda, you know, the one that's on Netflix now.
Which is very good.
She was she killed everybody, and the second case against her fell apart because two employees at the prosecutor's office were having phone sex with a witness. You don't make that.
At a minimum, this is going to delay the case, and it very likely will till after Election Day. The Trump folks and they do have the right to try to use every delay tactic in the book, and I just personally am pissed off about this. This is the case of her lifetime. It's a sweeping RICO case. It's a tough one. I think she actually has what she needs to prove this case. One of my best friends, Cassie Hutchinson, spent months in Atlanta protected by U.S. Marshals to testify for this case.
She's a brave
and
girl.
now it may all fall apart because these allegations of
Sunny, it's not
impropriety-
going to fall apart.
Yeah, well, again, it may fall apart, right? It's going to fall apart because Miss Fani Willis is obsessed with vitamin D. And again, I want you to notice the cope here from Joy Behar. Well, it's not going to fall apart. Sonny said it's not going to fall apart. Well, Sonny doesn't know a damn thing, right? Sonny is coping just like everybody else. The fact that she's sitting here trying to say, well, it's not a big deal. We treat prosecutors like roaches, right? You kill two, you just replace them. Okay, well, you do understand that it takes time, right? That's not something they can do instantly, right? You have to get the next prosecutor set up on the case, okay, so that they can take over. That's not something that can be done overnight. Also, on top of that, she claimed that, well, this is the guy that she hired because the best guys wouldn't take the job, right? And right before that, she claimed that, well, it's not a big deal because, hey, they may find better prosecutors to go after Trump. And I'm like, okay, well, how can you find better prosecutors if all the best people, according to you, have denied coming on to the case, right? So to me, it seems like if she drops, not only is it going to delay the case, but they're going to find prosecutors that are even worse, right? That are not as qualified, which, I mean, hey, that's kind of hard to imagine considering how apparently she was stuck with Nathan Wade, who is definitely unqualified. He's an affirmative action hire because the best people turned down the case, right? So again, a lot of this is just cope. It doesn't even make sense.
All right.
No, but it could delay until after the election.
I do agree that it could be delayed because they would have to get new prosecutors.
But if prosecutors are like roaches, you can't end at 3 asks. So if you're saying they asked 2 really qualified, then one who's never taken on this level, and it might be the career for a lifetime, keep asking because there's more there.
Yeah. I'm pissed off too because when you are, I'm very pissed off too because when you are a woman of color in such a high profile position, you know that the scrutiny that's going to befall you is greater than on anybody else.
Your stuff
and she
cannot
needed
stand.
to have kept her house clean.
I will say,
yeah, I mean, she should have, right? Again,
subordinate.
it's a very poor reflection on Black women, right? For the people that boohoo whine and complain about, why are there not more Black people in leadership? Why don't they give us a chance, right? Well, look at people like Fani Willis and her behavior, and that'll answer your question. People like her are a disgrace to Black folks who do have a clean record, who are trying to move up, who are qualified for jobs and positions like that, not getting jobs because people have questions about professionalism. And the worst part about it is her response to it, okay? Because she's responding in a very stereotypical way that a lot of these people who happen to be Black, they get in these positions of power, they get caught red-handed doing something wrong, and instead of taking responsibility and accountability for it, I mean, she's not even flat out denying it. She's just saying that anybody that talks about it is racist, right? You're racist, you hate Black women, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This is not a good look for Black people who are aspiring to be in these types of position of power. It is what it is, okay? It is what it is. It ain't because people scrutinize Black folks more than anybody else. That's not it. It's because when you put so-called people of color in positions of power like this, and then they mess up, and then they act the way that she's acting, again, it gives these people who want these positions of powers, it gives them bad names, right? It makes them look bad. It smears them. Okay. Nobody wants to deal with hiring somebody that if you have to fire them, they're going to pull the race card on you and say, well, you fired me because you're racist, because I'm a woman. It's pathetic. It really is.
There are still allegations, but I feel that way.
Go ahead, you have a legal
wait,
note,
real quickly, if there's nothing going on, because she has not confirmed or denied, which is another criticism she's getting. If someone was making a false accusation, you come out and say, this is wrong. You guys, you don't understand.
There's a
Because
big paper
that's
trail is the
delaying a big
problem.
part of this. Until they reassign this case, she has a stop on it, and
You don't
she
go to
knows
a-
better.
I agree with you. You don't go to a black church. You have a press conference and you deny it if you're not doing it.
Well, that's because the allegations are true. That's why she's not denying it, right? That's why she's putting on this show, trying to pull the sympathy card, the racism card, the old black women are allowed to make mistakes, right? This is the type of stuff she's saying. She's admitting guilt without actually really admitting it, right? It is what it is. I mean, you know, I would respect her more if she just came out and just admitted the truth and say, yeah, this is what's happening. You know, I'm going to step down, right? And just do what, you know, hey, she probably should do in this situation. But instead, no. She's trying to blame everybody else. And again, the cope here is hilarious. These women are literally coping with the fact that their Lord and Savior, Fani Willis, screwed herself because she couldn't stop screwing other people. Okay. And when it comes to this case against Trump, and it's just hilarious. This is everything that she deserves, right? She deserves everything that's happening to her. Okay. Because again, before you try to go after other folks, you need to make sure that your house is clean, right? I'm just keeping it 100. That's how it works.
But there's still allegations, and that's why I have a legal note. District Attorney Fani Willis has neither confirmed nor denied a relationship with Nathan Wade and has denied claims she acted improperly in hiring him. Wade has not responded to the allegations.
You know, this is the Trump playbook. Postpone everything. Postpone the border. Postpone the economy. Postpone everything. And postpone this case. He figures, oh, maybe I'll be in office and I won't have to go to jail. That is his whole MO.
Yeah, they're pissed, right? She's pissed. She's pissed because that's exactly what's about to happen, right? He's going to be in office, and even if they convict him later on down the line, how is he going to go to jail, right? It's not like some county jail is going to be able to imprison the president. It's not going to happen, right? It's not going to happen. So again, this is hilarious, okay? I am loving this. I am loving each and every last second of this case falling apart against Fani Willis. She deserves it, okay? And hey, it is what it is. So let me know what you guys think. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Most importantly, share a Black conservative perspective. Peace.
Kentucky GOP bill decriminalizes the use of deadly force against the unhoused. So let's look at this story. Come on. It can't be as crazy as it sounds, right?
Well, first of all, aren't they allowed to use deadly force against whoever the hell they want if
Right.
they feel in danger? I thought they were.
Republican lawmakers in Kentucky introduced a bill last Tuesday that would criminalize homeless encampments and expand the state's stand your ground law to allow property owners to confront unhoused people with a gun. So even though they're outside, you could pretend that they're inside your house and use a gun.
Well, if they're camping out, so is this like the Portland thing where people are camping out on people's lawns? Did you see that?
I did see that.
I mean, honestly, I wouldn't wait.
Again,
If
I don't
somebody
want
camping out on my goddamn lawn, I probably wouldn't wait for a law. I'd handle it. Maybe not with a gun, but they'd be gone.
Well, I don't want to demonize the homeless people because the government could fix this problem. They could provide housing for these people easily. We could support the entire government of Ukraine to the tune of $150 billion or whatever we've sent
this
there
is like
so
making
far.
you pump your own gas.
So they could totally take care of these people. The government chooses not to. Homelessness is a policy decision, and they want you to be angry at the homeless person instead of the people with power and money to fix it. They want us fighting each other. They want you to be on edge, just like Tucker Carlson talked about when he came on this show. They want you to have to step over a homeless person to get inside a convenience store where all the products are locked up behind glass. And then when you leave, you have a crackhead screaming in your face till you get to your car. So you feel scared and on edge, and you beg for an authoritarian solution to this.
Or you just leave San Francisco.
But it's everywhere, Kurt. It's everywhere.
Well,
there's homeless people right down the street from our house.
You know how crazy this is? Because Kentucky, I mean, how much could it cost to live in Kentucky, really, that they couldn't house them? Mississippi, the lowest.
So this is their
lowest
answer.
Homelessness in the country.
That's right.
Because they just build houses.
Because
you can't do that in Kentucky.
Mississippi. And why did you think Mississippi did that? Why did they think that Mississippi gave the homeless housing? Because their state is so shitty they couldn't afford one more problem.
But that's what I don't get. Like Kentucky, I haven't heard of mass migration to the Kentucky.
Fact, if Mississippi can do it, it shows you that they can do it everywhere, and especially in a rich state like California, who just a few years ago was bragging. The governor was bragging we had a $40 billion surplus.
You know what? Here's my advice: Wisdom of Solomon. Once again, invite the president of China to Kentucky.
That's right. That's what they should do. So instead, they're doing this. The bill dubbed as the Safer Kentucky Act already has received more than 45 Republicans. So you guys can't come up with a better solution to this problem? Like, this is their big idea. Hey, we'll just let property owners shoot people.
And what's the
you
property?
Can't? Why wouldn't you put some money behind fixing this problem?
Okay, so here's my question: Is the property? Is it like you own like a field somewhere that you were going to build on at some point, or is it like that, like I said, that Portland thing where people are going on your lawn? I wouldn't have no meth head on my lawn. That happened to you? I mean, look,
so it's
I don't own a gun, but you might get hit with an object.
Here we go. So I'm just ashamed that this, but Kurt, I hear you. I understand that when you have a situation like that,
what if I got kids or my wife?
You got to do something about it. But this is they want you to turn to violence against a homeless person. That's what they want.
Me to do it. That means like that's forcing the issue. If you're not going to do anything, then they're forcing.
Well, they're not going to
do
anything. This is their big idea. They want you to have to take physical violence into your own hands. And so what we should
what are the
be
taxes for them?
So exactly.
Don't the cops or somebody handle this? That you pay taxes.
So
for
instead of them, exactly. And so instead of us putting pressure on our lawmakers to fix, I don't understand. There isn't a politician in the country that even as they're on their platform for when they're running for office has a solution to the homelessness problem. They don't even see it as an issue to address.
Rick Overton,
what is Joe Biden's answer to homelessness? He doesn't even address it. He doesn't even talk about it.
Overton just texted me. That's the new Veterans Outreach Program.
Yeah, right.
Because who's homeless in Kentucky? It probably is veterans.
It probably
right?
is. Here we go. I'm just ashamed that this bill even came into fruition, and I'm asking people to call their legislators and say no. How about you call your legislators and say, come up with a real solution to this? Why aren't there? The proposed legislation grants cities the authority to designate specific areas for unhoused individuals. Okay, well, that's one little baby solution. The legislation grants cities the authority to designate specific areas for unhoused, so we can build skid rows now legally. That's what they're saying. If individuals are found outside of the designated area residing in a tent, hut, temporary shelter, or vehicle with the intention to sleep, they may face misdemeanor charges leading to so they will put homeless people in jail, which in California costs about $100,000 a year per person.
Yeah,
but they won't just give them an apartment, which would probably cost somewhere around $30,000 a year.
I mean, a tiny house don't cost that much money,
right? Or a
That's
tiny house.
Get them.
This is again. We only have a hammer. We have no other solutions except a hammer. They're going to put them in prison for 90 days. How much would that cost? How much would that cost to imprison someone for 90 days? Why don't you take that money and get them housing for 90 days?
Because that's communism.
Telling someone that they cannot sleep in their car or in an encampment does not end homelessness. Certainly taking money away from evidence-based successful housing programs does not end homelessness, said Catherine Magini, Director of Communications for the Louisville-based advocacy group Coalition for the Homeless. I can't believe that the Coalitions for Homeless can't make this an election issue ever. because it's never is. The bill also gives people the ability to justify use of defensive force upon an unhoused person in instances of criminal trespass, including unlawful camping on an owner's property. I know some people who have had a hard time with people camping in their backyard. That's not smart.
Wait, say that again. What did you just say?
I know people who had homeless people camping in like their backyards and stuff like that. Yeah, and on their property in Venice Beach. I've had people tell me that.
Oh yeah, Venice Beach.
This would allow property owners to use deadly force against. Again, this isn't the solution. Without facing, so that you could use deadly force against people who are camping in your backyard, without facing criminal consequences. So I have had people tell me they call the cops and the cops don't do anything.
Yeah, in New York, a friend of mine, people set up a nice little fentanyl thing outside his apartment. So you got to walk. That's the thing. It's like when you live in some area where you got especially if somebody's mentally ill running around. Before I dated my girlfriend, she got chased.
So, and again, there's no politician with, hey, let's build mental health hospitals for people.
Okay, here's this.
Let's fund mental health hospitals, because obviously
there isn't. Obviously,
there's nobody. They don't. They want us to start shooting each other. Go
Here's
ahead.
this piece of info. California, New York, Florida, and Washington had the most homeless people in 2022. According to the annual homeless assessment report, the 4 states accounted for more than half of the nation's homeless population, with 30% of the total living in California.
Oh, by the way,
way to go, Gavin Newsom.
Way to go, Gavin. Let's make that guy president.
Hold on. There's an element of bullshit this, because they didn't say you can use. That's a kind of deceptive way. They decriminalized deadly force. What they say is you can use reasonable force to get somebody. Now that's vague, but that don't automatically mean you could just execute people. I'm sure you'd be like, hey, get off my land. I don't think. First of all, Kentucky was already a get off my land place.
Well, that's what they're saying.
Yeah, it doesn't automatically mean you could kill. It means if someone attacks you.
So this is what's crazy. This is what's even crazier almost. The proposed legislation also includes a range of additional criminal charges, such as the introduction of the 3-strike law targeting repeat violent felony offenders. Again, so if you're willing to spend money to lock these people up, which costs vastly more money than to provide housing for them, why wouldn't you save that money and just provide housing for these people and give them mental health, which is vastly cheaper than locking someone up in a prison? You're willing to spend the money on prisons. Why? Because there's a prison lobby. That's probably why. And I guess there aren't any real estate developers that want to develop a housing for homeless people. I guess that's it. I guess there's no money in it.
Why wouldn't they put any money into it? Is it all in the doctor's incentive program?
Because my theory, Kurt, is that they want us to have homeless people. They want us to be on edge. They want us to be begging for authoritarian solutions to these problems.
Yeah, right.
It also proposes heightened penalties for fentanyl distribution leading to an overdose, classified fleeing. So again, their whole solution is lock these people up, which is really expensive. These increased criminal charges will enable. So you don't want money for drug rehabilitation, mental health, or housing, but you do want more money for prisons, because that's all this sounds like.
Heightened penalties for fentanyl distribution. Isn't that a prescription drug from from Big Pharma that once again has, that cartel never has to pay a price for these things?
These increased criminal charges will inevitably result in additional incarcerations in overcrowded prisons. In a 2021 analysis by the Prison Policy Initiative found that if Kentucky were a country, it would have the 7th highest incarceration rate in the world as a result of criminal policy decisions. Wow. Moreover, a study by the Vera Institute of Justice found that Kentucky's jail and prison rates more than tripled from 1985 to 2018 because of the state's dependence on criminalization as a means to address issues such as poverty, homelessness, and addiction. Again, right, you turn addicts into criminals and then you throw them in prison, which costs way more than to treat them.
Well, so you got whoever the real tippy top of society that wants that, how you said.
Yeah.
Then you've got the medium and dumbass thing where they're the Bible. They have some stupid Like, yeah, you got tough love. Yeah, I don't say even tough love, but you know what I'm saying? Like, don't coddle them by solving a problem.
So this is how they're solving the problem, by making every problem into a criminal problem. So you make addicts into criminals, you make mentally ill people into criminals, and you make people who are homeless into criminals.
And then when they're in prison,
and
they're legally slaves.
Yeah.
We only got rid of that to make sure that you could still own slaves as long as they're in prison.
So by the end of April, there were 21,000 people in jail, and an additional 9,835 people were incarcerated in state prisons. It's easier to campaign on being tough on people. Let's clean up our streets and lock these people up, Whitney Westerfield, the Republican chair of the Kentucky Senate Judiciary Committee, said in September. It's far more difficult to do the hard work of recovery and of building people back up. Yes, that's right.
Mississippi could do it.
Mississippi could do it.
Let me guess. Did they not say you have to be sober to live in your tiny house, and that's why it's not a problem? Because that's kind of a stupid.
So on Tuesday, various advocacy groups held a press conference condemning the bill. We cannot continue to incarcerate everyone. It is purely remote emotional response. Yes. We should only incarcerate people for long periods of time when we are terrified of the violent acts they might commit, not because we are angry that they're making our lives inconvenient and have a mental health problem like addiction.
Okay, addiction is not just going to make your life inconvenient. You're going to get attacked. You're going to get robbed. You're going to get your shit broken into.
Right.
Addicts, honestly, every bad neighborhood, I live in quite a few hood-ass neighborhoods. I wasn't afraid of the gangs or the dealers on the block. I was afraid of junkies. That's who you got to watch out for because they're desperate.
And so they should treat them. They should build mental health facilities. They should treat drug.
How about this?
And then sentence them to drug rehab.
Build a shitty house that they got to live in, and let them be high in there.
Right.
Then ruin the house, and then they'll die in there, and then another person will take, because that's what they do with no house.
Right.
Somebody goes in the same spot where somebody just died.
That's right.
So even that, which I'm not saying that's a good solution, is better than this.
So this guy says Kentucky is attempting to legalize the use of deadly force against homeless people for doing things like unlawful camping. This is what Americans have to face once their multiple low-income jobs are not enough to pay for housing.
I hate the spin of this. It's like, oh, they're trying to legalize deadly force. That's not. They're trying to shirk their responsibility of handling it.
That's
right.
right.
It's not necessarily deadly force. How do you get somebody off of your lawn when the government's not? How are you supposed to do that? Especially in Kentucky. I thought that's like you can shoot somebody for coming near your whiskey still.
But anyway, okay. Again, this is a policy choice to have these problems and to have us turn on each other. These are policy decisions. And where do they make those decisions? They make them in the state capitol, and they make them in Congress. And when Congress gets together for a session, do you think they're doing the bidding of the homeless, the mentally ill, and the addicted, and the workers? Or do you think that the session of Congress is doing a bidding of the military-industrial complex and the handful of billionaires who own our media? That's exactly what a session of Congress is not there for you or your interests, no matter who you.
How crazy is that they revolutionary salute, Queen? Appreciate you wiping your feet. How crazy is that they don't have any room to house people in this country, but they stand they got an open door policy. You see what they want to do with them when they get over here? That you shoot them.
You fucking vote for in Congress. They're there to screw you. And that's including AOC, Rashid Tlaib, Jamal Bowman, Cori Bush, all of those people. They're there to screw you. And they're doing it because none of them give a fuck about this problem, as none of them have a solution or even proposing solutions to do anything about it. They're going to tell you to vote for Joe Biden, who's making sure we have an open border, lower our standard of living, create problems in cities that are, and then won't fund the cities that take care of the immigrants that come. This is coming again from the top down, from the billionaire class that run the entire world. They're not only doing it in the United States, they're doing this in Europe too. They're doing this in Ireland. They're doing this. We've seen this all across the world now. Wow. This is what they're doing in France. They're doing this everywhere.
Wait, hold on. The people coming in illegally, bum rushing the border, they'll pay a lot of money to put them up in your kid's school or in a nice hotel.
That's right.
But these junkies here, the ones that are from here, right? No, put them in jail.
Put them in jail.
Everybody coming illegally. Oh, right this way. Yep. Hey, could they stay at your house? Imagine they're asking people to keep illegal immigrants in their house. You could shoot a homeless American for trespassing. That's your lead.
This is what happens when you're ruled by criminals. This is what.
Who still believes in this shit?
This country is over, and unless we have a real revolution, and we have to follow the lead of the truckers in Canada, and we have to follow the lead of Christian Smalls on Staten Island, we have to join together. We have to join together with Bernie Sanders voters and Trumpers and Nikki Haley voters. We have to join together with Joe Biden voters. Everybody has to come together to overthrow this government, because only a revolution will save us. That's how fucked up it is right now. You think voting for Joe Biden is any materially better than voting for anybody else, including Donald Trump? You are wrong. Joe Biden is a criminal of the highest order, and the people around him are criminalizing anybody who goes up against their establishment, whether it's Stop Cop City protesters or the January 6th protesters. Entire political movements they are making criminalized, and they're throwing people in jail. And they're doing propaganda on you because Barack Obama got rid of the law that says that the CIA and the FBI can't do propaganda on Americans. They're doing that. And so this is all being manufactured, just like the Black Lives Matters were manufactured by the FBI and the CIA and the deep state. And that was to make everyone feel on edge and afraid to vote for Donald Trump. And that's what that was all about. And just like the January 6th is to make sure that he could never run again, just like they're doing to Bolsonaro in Brazil. The same thing. And then they're doing to Stop Cop City. So if you think they're only going to do it to MAGA and they're only going to do it to Joe Biden, to Donald Trump, they're doing it to Black Gurus. They're doing it to, how do you say it?
Black Uhuru is the group that
that's right. Socialists, black socialists. They said they were working with Putin and Russia.
They might be an I Hate White People club. I don't give a shit.
So
we're not puppets of Russia.
That's right.
They can say whatever the fuck they want.
And so if you don't think they'll do, that's why I was so upset when Cornel West came on the show and pretended that fascism wasn't already in America and that somehow it would come to America if we voted for Trump. It's been here for quite a while, but people who live in ivory towers don't feel it, and they're part of the shit lib class, so they don't. So that's why he came on the show.
It's not fascism unless a shit lib gets fired from their security job, security.
That's right. It's only fascism when someone gets fired for plagiarism, and they pretend it's about skin color.
Or you don't let a dildo book into third grade.
Or you don't let a dildo book into a third grade. That's right. Then it's fascism. So this is a global game being played. There are no countries. There are only companies in the international transfer of dollars, and the ruling class wants you to feel on edge and afraid. And they want to criminalize anybody who stands up against them. And this all started with Occupy Wall Street.
I think players is the racism, the Confederates. Right now, the game they run on black people is the Civil War. They want us to think about the fields. They got us fucked up. They got another thing coming. But it's to scare us into keeping the Democrats in power.
And so when Occupy Wall Street happened, you saw that the establishment shit their pants, and they immediately turned Americans against other Americans.
Yeah, culture
because
war.
Occupy Wall Street was people from the left, right, and the center coming together to oppose their oligarchy. And they immediately tried to divide and conquer. And the way they did that was they told half the people that Occupy Wall Street that the other half were white supremacists and Nazis. And that a bunch of them hated gay people, and all this shit was
somehow involved.
Was completely manufactured to keep us fighting about things that didn't have to do with Occupy Wall Street's concerns. And so that's what we've been fighting over ever since. Look at the studies that they've done about the mentions of racism and white supremacy in the New York Times, the Washington Post, immediately after Occupy Wall Street. It's skyrocketed. Even though racism has been going down in America and we elected a black president twice, overwhelmingly, the mentions of white supremacy and racism have skyrocketed.
That's because there's a lot more black and brown white supremacists.
And they'll call anybody a white supremacist. They called Cornel West a fucking white supremacist. They called who's that guy who ran for governor here? Larry Elder. They call him. And it doesn't matter if you're black.
Vivek is a white supremacist.
Vivek also. They'll call anybody a white supremacist. Because that's the only tool they have.
They'll write an Atlantic piece all about how this is a real thing.
So this is the game that's being played. And people need to wake up to this game. And as soon as you go down the identity politics road, and that's why I was so hard on Cornel West when he came on this show, because he ought to know better. And if he didn't know better, shame on him. But he did know better. And he just doesn't have the courage to say what's really happening in America. He doesn't have the courage to call out the liberal class the way he ought to. And he wants to pretend that and people like him, and I don't want to make it about Cornel West, but he wants to make that just like people like him in his liberal ivory tower class want you to be afraid of your neighbor. They want you to blame your neighbors, the fascists. You got to be afraid of MAGA and these political movements. No, you got to be afraid of the handful of billionaires that control the deep state, the FBI, the CIA, and every session of Congress that is working against you. That's who we need to, and we need to overthrow the goddamn government. Literally, we need to do it peacefully, and it can be done. And we had to
voting for Trump. That is the
follow. They can't have Brexit. They can't have Trump voting. They can't have any of that. And the way they do this is control us is through narrative control and getting us to hate each other and be afraid of each other and don't fall for it. And that's been the message of the Jimmy Dore Show for a long time, that the left and the right, we are not each other's enemies. We have more in common than it divides us, and we share a common enemy, and it's the same common enemy we had at Occupy Wall Street. It's the billionaire class that have been screwing us for the last 50 or 60 years. You don't live in a democracy. Democracy hasn't been on the ballot since, 1960. You live in an oligarchy, and that was proven over a decade ago by the Princeton study. You know, democracy's not on the ballot. Liberty's not on the ballot. There is no ballot. The ballot has been hand chosen by a couple of billionaires who run everything. And that's a fucking fact. And so it's time for everybody to quit their pettiness and their stupid fights over bathrooms.
Stop culture wars.
Stop your culture.
Because you don't have a culture.
Stop your white supremacy. You got no culture. Stop your screaming about white supremacy and racism and Nazis. There's real Nazis running things, and they're called the WEF, and they're called the billionaire class. And they have complete control. You live in a security state. Already, every phone call, text, and email you send is already being collected by the government. They'll already can call you a terrorist and throw you in jail with indefinite detention. We're living on a Liberty View from somewhere around the 1100s in this country. So the idea that somehow fascism might come to this country is a fucking joke.
Hey, remember when the Islamic terror, and I remember these bastards thought they could tell us what we could say and if we could draw a guy. Remember that?
Yeah, remember that?
They were going to press us. They're going to put a burqa on the women and what? They have more freedom to express themselves than us now.
That's right.
There's way more forbidden Salman Rushdie stab me words.
Well, look what they
than
did.
Any Arab country here.
Look at what they're doing to this. I can't express.
Someone try to stab Dave Chappelle like you Salman Rushdie.
Yeah. Look what they're doing. That's right.
With a gun knife.
Yeah. Look what they're doing to the Stop Cop City protesters. They're literally criminalizing them because they're opposing the police state. And they're using the same RICO statute, the same grand jury they're using to go after Trump and MAGA. They're using to go after those people. When are people going to wake up? Now, Cornel West pretended he didn't get that and he was somehow dumber than me, which was a real embarrassment to him and his reputation. It wasn't an embarrassment to me. And I hope he makes up for it.
Oh, Fannie Wilson's also using RICO charges on that Stop Cop City.
Yeah.
I wonder if they're happy about this, her affairs blowing up the Trump thing, because she sounds like she sucks. She sounds like a real sack of shit.
Okay, well, I made my speech. I hope everybody gets it. That's the message of this. Your enemy is not your neighbor. Your enemy is being crushed by the same oligarchy that you're being crushed by, and they want you to blame it on your neighbor and be afraid of your neighbor and beg for authoritarianism. They could fix homelessness at the snap of a finger. They can make sure you have health care at the snap of a finger. They make sure everybody in Israel has health care. They make sure everybody in Ukraine has health care. They just won't give you health care because then they can't control you. Because then you could actually leave a job. You could actually organize. You could actually oppose those people without fear of losing your health care. That's why they'll never give it to you. And so that's why we need to get smart, like the truckers, and we need to have farmers and truckers and everybody take their vehicles, go to D.C., shut that fucking place down and overthrow the government. That's what we need. Okay, now we're going to... other. These are policy decisions, and where do they make those decisions? They make them in the state capitol, and they make them in Congress. And when Congress gets together for a session, do you think they're doing the bidding of the homeless, the mentally ill, and the addicted, and the workers? Or do you think that the session of Congress is doing a bidding of the military-industrial complex and the handful of billionaires who own our media? That's exactly what a session of Congress is not there for you or your interests. No matter who you fucking vote for in Congress, they're there to screw you. And that's including AOC, Rashid Tlaib, Jamal Bowman, Cory Bush, all of those people. They're there to screw you, and they're doing it because none of them give a fuck about this problem, as none of them have a solution or even proposing solutions to do anything about it. They're going to tell you to vote for Joe Biden, who's making sure we have an open border, lower our standard of living, create problems in cities that are, and then won't fund the cities that take care of the immigrants that come. This is coming again from the top down.
What did you see on the first day?
So, Kim, what we saw was that each camp had its own flavor. There was camps where clearly there were people with more money coming through, and there were slightly more services and resources there. And then there were camps where very poor people would come through. Now, let's talk about the human interest story. We saw people who were yearning and struggling to be free, like the classic story, right? There were people, they weren't seeking asylum. These aren't political people. These were economic refugees who are saying, I think there's a better life somewhere. And they've gotten the green light somehow. And so they're coming up, right? Talked to some really wonderful people from a Haitian who'd been living in Chile for 7 years and decided, well, now's the time. And he had his 5-year-old daughter with him. So she didn't know anything but Chile. She's Chilean at this point. And dad suddenly said, time to go to America. And so, they start this very long, very expensive journey. By the time somebody ends up in one of these camps, if they can afford to pay the $40 to take the boat to the next stop, and then the $40, $50, $60, $70 to take the bus that will take them to the Costa Rican border, and then the next chunk of change to get them through up to, and so on, as they come up all the way through the chain. They said it was like $3,000 to $5,000 per person to sort of make that journey from there. And so when you imagine that 1 million people come through, 3 to 5,000, we're talking $3 to $5 billion at that point. So we're talking big money. And there were, so one element of the story are these wonderful people who just want to leave, think they have a better life. And on top of that, there's all kinds of predators and coyotes and gangs and UN and NGOs, which is another layer of this whole thing. There were 61 NGOs all clustered in this area. You could go into one of these camps, Kim, which had like barely anything going on, trash everywhere, chickens running around, and there's a Western Union stood up right in the center of this thing so that people could, get more money from somewhere to continue this longer journey. So there was definitely an economic component to this happening as well.
Yeah. So for the most part, the people that you met, is that kind of the sentiment you got in all the camps? How many did you visit in total, did you say?
We visited 3 camps.
3 camps, okay.
3 of these camps.
So, and how many people were at each camp, would you say?
Oh, it's hard to say. The first one, I would guess there were probably 400 or 500 total. There was another camp, there must have been thousands there. The average stay was just hours. These people would come out of the jungle, get stocked up, drink some water, get on something, and off they would go. But we met some people there. We met some Africans who were from Ghana who had been in camp because they didn't have money. They'd been there 18 days trying to raise some money. And so there's some stuff that the NGOs will say, well, if you pick up trash for a day, it's $5 or something. So they were working. That was the longest I talked to. Somebody who'd been stuck there for 18 days. Some people were only there for a matter of hours. And one person had told me that they had heard from a Chinese person. The Chinese were very reticent to talk to us. They either wouldn't, or they said they didn't speak any English, which we weren't quite sure if that was true. But they were the most closed people. We heard from somebody else, they'd heard from a Chinese person that the average duration from that camp to being in New York City with a driver's license is 10 days.
I mean,
what I'm trying to establish here, it's a route now.
Yeah,
This isn't like some people stumble around and they claw their way north. There's a whole, this is like a It's a business now.
It's set up,
It's
and
an
it sounds
industry.
like it's like, you know what each point is, you know how much it costs, like it's set up as an industry
Mhm.
completely.
Yep. Yep.
And people are coming from all over the world. So these Chinese people, were they coming from, because I know there's a lot of Chinese all around living in, Chinese ethnic, but they might be born, in Brazil, let's say. And so are these people from China? Were you able to kind of figure that out? Or were they living in South America for quite some time prior to this point?
No, these are people from China, from mainland, and we understood some of the routes that a few of them got there from. I would say there were 2 or 3 flavors. There were clearly middle class Chinese people there who their clothes, their cell phones, their shoes, all of it just spoke to like middle class, higher middle class. Like some of them had a nicer jacket than sport coat kind of a thing. I'm like, wow, that's nice clothes. And there were a few people there from China who looked clearly had military demeanor, very well muscled. We saw a couple guys coming out of a shower, tattoos, that sort of stiff demeanor, very not willing to talk to anybody whatsoever. Obviously, so they were for the most part, it's clear that they fly in from mainland China, and we actually saw a video that had been produced, and it looks like it looked like a tourism video
Mhm.
when it was translated for us. It was like there's this exciting adventure you get to go on, and it had good music, and it showed all these people wearing life jackets in a boat with thumbs up who were from China, and it was very engaging. I was like, go on an adventure is how they had phrased it. And so the ratio we saw was probably 9 or 10 males for every female from China. But there were people there from Afghanistan, Africa, Middle East, all over South America, you name it.
How are they
Didn't see
getting there?
anybody.
And not only that, but if you're a middle class Chinese, why don't you just fly into the United States? I mean, if you're going to come in illegally, just fly in and stay.
That's a great. I think some do, but it's a great question. Like, why is whoever's doing this, the NGOs, whoever, why are they making these people go through this arduous thing? Like, why make them come into South America and through this really treacherous piece of jungle? Right? There's a continental divide that exists there, and it's the mountains are about 1,300 meters. So that's 4,000 feet. And when they were coming through in October, November, December, it would get in the 40s. This is but then they're sleeping on the ground and all their heat stealing away, and a lot of people died, a lot, in that portion of the journey. It's like, well, why not just fly into LAX? I don't. What's the?
Right.
It was mysterious. I don't have a good answer
And you
for that
still
one.
don't know why they would choose to go this way. I mean, one of my thinking would be, are they offered papers through this route to where they look like they're not illegal once they get here to the United States? Is that like part of the deal? Or is it that they have criminal records and they're not able to fly in? They wouldn't pass through the background checks. That's obviously extremely alarming. Like what is it? What is the reason? Especially if they're middle class, like why not just buy an airline ticket? They're not that. I mean, if this is going to cost you, however, the amount you said, like 3 to 5 grand, that's way more than any airline ticket to go anywhere in the
Yeah,
world, really.
well, that's the mysterious part because you and I both know that when you fly out and you fly back in, you got to go through border in customs, right? And they're pretty serious about it, right? They check everything out, they ask you questions, and you have to have a passport, all of that. Whereas we know that if you come in through this southern route and you come across the border in Texas, none of that's required.
Right.
You're met at that border with somebody who says, "Oh, hey, so glad you're here. We don't need anything from you in terms of ID or retinal scans or anything.
Right.
Here's a cell phone, here's a ticket. Where would you like to go?" It's a
Sure. So I
totally
guess you're
different
totally
process.
undetected. You're completely undetected. Whereas if you fly in, there is a record of you. And then if you
Yeah.
stick around and you stay longer than you're supposed to, there's a record at least of you being there. Okay, so that might be one of the reasons why people then choose to go this long, arduous, dangerous route rather than just flying, is because it allows them to remain completely undetected.
Mhm. Yep, and at that first camp we went to, there was a whiteboard with some numbers, and that camp had processed over 68,000 people through that one camp that had come through that route. Other camps had vastly more people than that. So we saw that in the United States, however they came, whatever routes up through that, they 300,000 people crossed in December coming into Texas across the border.
Wow. That's normally the number in a year, isn't it? Isn't it? And now that's a month.
That was a month. And again, you met some guys from Afghanistan, really nice, good English, probably former translators who knew, but they were of an age where they had grown up with only Americans occupying their country.
Yeah.
Super nice people, and yet we don't know who's coming across the border. And there was just a case, it was on Twitter, where some guy said, "You'll find out who I am," and somebody figured out this is a known terrorist who had been released and came up through that route. So we know that's happening, that undesirables are coming up. And we also know that a number of South American countries said, "Oh, great time to empty our prisons out and send the, choice, finish out your sentence, head north," right? And so a lot of people took the head north option. Again, that's the difference between migration and immigration. Immigration, that's not possible. You come through a very, very stiff process that asks a lot of questions.
More and more Black Democrats in Chicago are saying enough is enough when it comes to Biden's migrant crisis.
So in Chicago, illegal immigrants get laundry services, mental health screenings, housing subsidies, and a government ID.
Chicago resident Kata Truss is one Democrat who teamed up with her neighbors, joined others to sue the city over plans to turn a community center into a migrant shelter. And she joins us now with an update on that case. Kata, thank you so much for being here. This shelter is a no-go. You and your neighbors made this happen. Just tell us what's going on with the shelter.
Doing the right thing.
Well, right now, it's actually Chicago.
Democrats are in fear of this woman right now because she stood up in Chicago, and they talking about flipping Chicago red because of the migrant crisis, and they be damned if they let Joe Biden and the bootlicking, shoe shining, buck dancing, Greek freak, and the Congressional Black Coons get away with what they did to them. So I see they know it's a reckoning coming with our community behind that migrant BS.
Park District facility. And currently the Park District facility is now up and running. Services are now going on. The children are back in the park. The senior citizens who have come to rely on that park for socialization and just being able to get back together after having gone through COVID are now able to come back to the park.
So, Kata, is there a level of betrayal when you have, your park and your community center, and the leaders that were elected to represent you take that and give it to people who aren't from your community, that came across the southern border? Is there a level of betrayal in that?
Well, first of all, of course, there's a level of betrayal because there was no forethought, no planning into this. And I have to really say that if Mayor Brandon Johnson had just picked up the phone and called the community that he comes from to ask us if that's something that he should be considering, we would have told him absolutely not. We would have told him that that is something that is not going to fly with the people here in this community. We are very dedicated to our parks and to our community. And so that was just something we were not going to go for. Also, the fact is that you are going to attempt to take over the park and not talk to the people, not come to the people, not offer any kinds of suggestions to help the people or to alleviate the stress of what's already going on in a blighted and disinvested in community, and to say to us, hey, listen, we got these migrants here, we need someplace to put them, and we're going to just take your park. The people here in this community said absolutely not. I went to a meeting with the aldermen, the community, and we came together after the meeting was over, and it was evident that the city had intentions to do this no matter what the people said. I got up the next day and One of my neighbors went with me. We went down to the Circuit Court of Cook County, and we filed a motion to stop this from happening.
Kata, what you and your neighbors have experienced and are experiencing is being felt by people across this country, small towns and big cities. And what do you say to President Biden and quite frankly, the people who have opened the border and have let this happen to communities from sea to shining sea?
Well, what I say to President Biden and the entire Democratic Party is that you have missed the mark with this, and you have lost some very committed voters. I myself will be voting Republican in this upcoming election.
Tell them.
I have just made up in my mind that this crisis taught me that the Democratic Party will continue to take the voices of the voters for granted. I reached out to every elected official that represents us in this area to sit down and have a conversation about what was happening. And my phone calls went unanswered. No meetings took place. No elected officials stood up or stood with us to fight with us. And even after having gone to City Hall with hundreds of people saying, listen, this is not working. We need to end Chicago's sanctuary city status, at least until we have a hold on what's happening here, at least until we have found a place for the migrants who have already come. And that was back in October. And so buses are still arriving. We are now at 33,000 migrants that have embraced themselves in the city of Chicago, and we really have no means to take care of them. We don't have an adequate place for those people to stay. And so to continue to have them come here, to me, just does not make any sense. And so when you say that to both local government as well as the President Biden, and no one is listening, you know, we the people have to say, well, you know what? If you're not going to listen to us, then we're going to need to take our votes elsewhere.
You know what, Kata, when you have people in need in your community, whether it's with housing or food, and you're giving people who aren't from this country laundry services, you should be outraged. Thank you for filing a suit and standing up and pushing back and fighting back. Good for you. Kata Trust, thanks for being with us.
Go fit. Follow me.